Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
It's kind of surprising at this point that G2 keeps finding a new way to disappoint.
They have a garbage record, they're 3-3 or whatever in LCS, but I don't think that's an indication of how good they are. TSM and G2 are going to be the teams in the finals.
Well, Bjergsen is covering here on top side. How are they going to look for him right now? See if they can take him down. He's rooted and stopped up. Featherstorm, he pushes him back. An auto attack. Oh, he did!
I feel like we're for sure better than Unicorns and G2, so we should make it. We should be the ones representing us.
Holy moly! Fnatic managed to shrek through Phoenix 1.
I don't think Unicorns will go to the final, but maybe they will surprise us.
Now they're charging forward on the protocol. Gold he gets a massive knock.
If we want to go to the finals, we need the other NA teams to start losing some because EU is just too easy to play against.
Opening tune. Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of the group phase here at Rift Rivals. It is do or die for the NA and EULCS teams as they gear up for the deciding fight to settle which team will represent their region in the final. Trick is catching up on some Gilmore girls ahead of his game. There is Phoenix 1 just chilling, Mike Young in the zone talking about the strats. It's Nidalee, guys, Nidalee. No, that joke is dead, isn't it? And there's Sven as well as Zig taking to the stage because they are the first match today. Good afternoon everyone. I'm Evje Sjoggsdeportere, joined here by Kobe. You guys moved at the last minute, so I got confused. Kobe, Amazing, and Trashy. They all have really long names. But thank you guys very much for joining me on the desk. Full house today, because it's an important day.
It is an important day. We get to determine, who's going to be in the finals for both regions.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, you guys are clearly super excited. Well, let's take a look at how the teams line up in the race for a spot. And the final, as Kobe said, it's to see which team out of each region will go to the final and then play versus each other. TSM doing really well on the North American front, and the European group, actually in both groups, everything is up to be decided. Maurice, you were watching from home yesterday in between scrims, I believe. So what did you take away from those matches?
I just took away that Unicorns is actually really, really good if they can actually get to mid-game and they don't have anxiety being 0-4 in lane already. So I'm pleasantly surprised by their performance yesterday.
Well, I wanted to speak about that. Unicorns are also the only team to go 2-0 yesterday, also stopping TSM's tremendous win streak with an impressive performance. And Trashy, well, it was a very, very Unicorns of Love type of game. So why did it work yesterday when it didn't work the days before?
You know, the moment you start developing the Unicorns, that's when they strike back. And that's what I did, and then suddenly they get away with 2 wins, and they really excel at the style they have, and I feel like they really showed their best play yesterday, and I hope they can continue that.
Well, it was interesting because usually the Unicorns of Love, they accelerate after 20 minutes, they get team fights and they get ahead in the game. Yesterday they were down 2.6 gold versus TSM, 1.3 against C9, so if they don't get behind in the early game, they're clearly the best team in the tournament, right?
Oh god. I mean, it really depends. Usually Unicorns strive when they have the tools to force the fights, and we see it very often when Hylissang is on a playmaker like Rakan, where he can just force the fights and they can follow up, and then suddenly they just take over the game, and that's kind of how they want to play the game.
Yeah, I think that was the key. The composition, they drafted Gnar, huge engage, they have Rakan, they have Vladimir, all these team fighting tools that they were able to use in the mid game, yeah.
We just ignored that. I thought you'd jump on that. It's a jungle champion.
You get credit, Shocks.
Ivern. All right. Well, one other thing that stood out so far in the tournament is the difference in the early game between the two regions. NA is just much, much better in the early game. And on top of that, they're much better at snowballing their lead, while EU gets most of their wins when trailing. Why is that?
Well, I think a lot of it, as we were talking about a little bit before, the compositions that each region has been running, and they have been focusing a bit more on the early game in their drafting, and it really has been paying off because of the way they're playing with their jungles, especially, drafting those winning lanes, using those winning lanes to gain pressure and gain a jungle advantage.
Yeah, I think EU has been trying to almost pick for mid-game, mid to late game. You see a lot of counter picks, especially in the jungle, for example, for Unicorns, where they pick Hecarim into Lee Sin, and they do that in the USS too. And
NA has really been focusing on trying to establish a 4-1 early and really striking whenever like EU tries to split up and basically bring in the horns, I'd say. Like as you call it, like the 1-3-1, where you have like both sidelines pushing in,
horns, yeah.
running mid lane and whatever it is. But doing those setup times, like I think NA is really good at striking, and these early game comps that they've been drafting have shown that.
Well, in terms of playing the game correctly, if you have a good draft, you're playing the early game right, and you have great objective control, you are the better team, right?
I mean, you could argue that. I think some of the stats are also showing why a team like Fnatic, maybe not, are showing up as well, because they've been struggling in the early game, partially due to their draft. I think like they're continuing to draft really poor laning bot lanes, combining that with also picking scaling mid lane. It's just really hard game to actually execute. So I think they need to get either change up their bot lane, which I don't think they will change up. So I want them to change up in mid and have more aggressive mid and jungle to be able to compensate.
Yeah, they're pretty set in their ways. Like the bot lane always like drafting these weaker bot lanes in order to maybe have more catch potential later on in the game. Maybe being able to control silence a bit more is really hurting them, because Tristana Blitzcrank is not gonna get dragons early, whereas like something like Ashe and Braum getting bottom priority, getting jungle control is gonna do that for you.
We'll see if they continue to draft that way. We got 6 more fights between the NA and EULCS coming your way today. First up, G2 and Phoenix 1 kicking off the action in just a few minutes. And all the matches matter here because you need to get the most wins in your group, so in your region, to make it to the final. Fnatic versus TSM, the rematch is on the cards as well. Any particular game you guys are looking forward to? It's all exciting.
Fnatic TSM. Like the rematch is going to be exciting, because I don't think that Fnatic this time around is going to opt for an odd pick like Anivia, and they're actually going to play more for their own lanes almost. And I think that Cabs, like someone who is really prideful in these ways, is going to like strike back with a counter pick like Zed or whatever it is coming in, or like we'll see what's going to happen.
Now the beast is really awoken.
Yeah, I mean, it is exciting, right? Because everyone has this feeling that Fnatic is still going to show up, is still going to turn it back around, and we're just, you know, kind of waiting for that switch to go off.
Personally, I'm actually excited for the first game. G2, I think they need to show something. Like now they have been playing for 2 days and haven't really shown anything. And if they want to have a chance at this tournament to play at the final, then they need to win this game. So a lot on the line for them in the first game.
All teams are playing for tomorrow, because during that final also we will be hosting a special bot lane focused alt stream with Freak and 2 players from the tournaments to get an expert eye on the marksman here at Rift Rivals. That is tomorrow. But for now, it is time for us to kick off the deciding games here in the group phase. Let's send it over to the casters for Phoenix 1 versus G2.
Thank you, Shocks, and hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined here by Andrew Vedieste and our NA resident Joshua Jat Leesman.
Always outnumbered.
Look, man, you're being thrown in the fire here. We've been working on this duo cast for a long time.
You guys even had like a whole high five.
He's actually terrible at it, but yeah.
It's a work in progress.
Look, it's not middle school anymore. We don't need to play random games. We have Jat here now. We can be true professionals.
We can be adults, and we get to do that by talking about our fun matchup today with G2 versus Phoenix 1, because the last time these two met, it was in fact Phoenix 1 that was able to come out against our former Kings of Europe.
Absolutely. Well, let's just get right into it, taking a look at the lineup, starting on the blue side with G2. In the top lane, it'll be Expect. In the jungle, Trick. Mid lane, Perks. AD carry, Sven, and support, Mithy. And I love that intro, because Sven needs to check what time it is. Is it ready? Is it ready for domination?
While Expect pretends to eat an apple. Meanwhile, their opposition will be Phoenix 1 on the other side of the rift, with their top laner Zig. In the jungle is the legendary Mike Young, their mid laner Ryu, AD carry Arrow, on support is Expecial, and their coach Fly.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is Phoenix 1 can still make it to the final, even though the expectations were so low from the outside for them coming into the tournament. A lot of people were saying, will they win one game? That would be a surprise, and will Flame who they beat. Well, they've beaten both of the teams not named Fnatic. They already smashed G2, as Vedi has just mentioned earlier on, and so much of the hype has been about Mike Young, but I do want to call attention to some of their other players. I think Ryu has been exceptional this tournament as well. Expecial's made a lot of picks, but it's mainly been Ryu, the kill participation, and KDA, as well as his damage numbers in a lot of these mid to late game team fights have been massive for Phoenix 1.
And the Corki pick has just looked so good for him. And this is the level of performance I think that a lot of NA viewers wanted to see from Ryu, that they saw a little bit last season that he was lacking in the summer season. But now feels like he's getting, I don't want to say a former self, but definitely stepping up here on the Rift Rivals stage.
And even yesterday in their series, or in their game rather, versus Fnatic, when he had the Corki pick taken away, he went for the LeBlanc and he still had a fantastic performance on it. And I think he's just such a reliable individual right now. And it's really facilitating these early game advantages that Phoenix 1 are so good at getting, especially when we look back at at their series versus G2, like both Rio and Arrow were really big parts as to why they were able to get that massive snowball against them.
I mean, you saw those numbers on your screen. But we can't beat around the bush there. G2 got destroyed by Phoenix 1. That was the most dominant win of Phoenix 1 for this tournament. And I think for G2 fans out there and for Europe, you're just praying that G2 are going to show something more, as we saw in the analyst test, because Phoenix 1, we've already seen that they can take down G2.
Yeah, and G2, even though they are the 3-time defending European champions, did not have a good start to the summer split, and it probably had an even worse start here at Rift Rivals. And trying to piece together why or where they've been struggling is a little bit difficult. Their drafts haven't looked that good, but even when they pick drafts that look that good, their execution has been a little bit off. So it's always the team, because they've had so much previous success, that feels like they can turn it around at any moment, but we're still waiting for that moment.
We are. We'll see if we'll find it in pick ban. What G2 will bring to the table, what Phoenix 1 will opt for as well. So far, rinsing and repeating what we saw last time. Zach banned away on the side of Phoenix 1. Nidalee banned for G2 Esports. Galio to follow. Folks, this is identical to the last time these two teams played so far. See if that continues to be the trend.
Now G2, they put an early emphasis on getting that Elise pick the last time that these two guys met. Remember that early on in the tournament, G2, they drafted themselves the exact same competition that they ran against Phoenix 1, and they had a lot of success with it. But then for some reason, they couldn't get that same sort of early game momentum, and a large part of that was to Mithy's some individual mistakes that he was making in the laning phase that could have better propelled G2, but instead, I wonder whether or not they will look to try and get that early focus. Elise is still on the board.
Yeah.
We know that Mike Young does like those early game junglers. Will G2 look to prioritize it, or will they go for something else?
I feel like with so many junglers up, they could, but they're not going to get a huge gain from it if they're just trading an Elise for Lee Sin. I like that there's already going to be a difference in this matchup than in the first one. Banning Xpecial's Thresh away is something that didn't happen the first time they played. It's the only champion Xpecial has won with on so far here at Rift Rivals, with 3 Thresh games and 2 wins.
Okay, hold on. That man was laughing hysterically and mashing his keyboard. Folks, I don't want to ruin your hopes. It's not a Shaco. It's not a Shyvana. We will give you more context soon. I was believing it because he was laughing. I was like, oh my God, they're going to do something crazy. And they pulled his hands off the keyboard and the champion continued to change. And I was like,
fools,
okay.
There's nothing they could do against Shyvana.
I was going to bring out my book of champions we'll never see in pro play. Like, oh, Shyvana, there it is. Right, here we go.
I mean, let's be honest, Vedius. We have a computer here. We literally would look up Shyvana so I can learn her ability names and you can remember what she does.
It was meta, and like, wasn't it? It was a championship skin in 2015. We've seen it in pro play.
Yeah,
I mean, we've seen it, but it's been many years.
Absolutely.
It definitely has. But Shyvana, unlikely to be the priority. Otherwise, G2's drafting definitely gone one extreme with which we were not expecting. More likely will be either an early jungle investment or may very well be an early support investment from the side of G2.
And just an update for everyone, that was a computer crash on the side of Expect. He did not have control, so they will be swapping out the computer before remaking picks and bans. Now, interesting, I think the thing that came up in the ban phase that surprised me, the one difference in the bans that we saw coming out was the Thresh being taken away from Xpecial. And in the P1 win, that felt like just such a strong pick in the hands of the Phoenix 1 support.
Yeah, they had Thresh and Lee Sin, and they actually used that incredibly effectively as far as just using the Lantern and just Lee Sin's kit in general to close a lot of gaps and get a lot of picks onto G2, who did seem to be playing a little bit without purpose. So getting that out of there, making sure Xpecial has less tools with which to make plays, I think is pretty huge.
Yeah, I think that, especially given that Xpecial has also been one of the consistent performers on Phoenix 1 throughout this tournament, definitely a big takeaway. And some of the other big picks that I think have been prevalent from the North American side as well has been this Kled pick that we've been seeing a lot more often. The fact that they seem to be willing to pick it into almost anything, even like rough matchups in the form of Renekton, Elise, which we've seen a lot. And they basically say, like, we know that the early laning phase is going to be rough, but if he's even able to get a slight advantage, we have a great way to engage, and we also have a reliable side lane threat that will scale very nicely into the later game. So I think that the fact that NA teams have this great understanding of how to utilize Kled is still something that the EU squads are still finding ways to deal with and adapt.
Yeah, and Zig was pretty much the first one on the Kled hype train during Worlds alt streams when he was a guest. He was like, you know what? I think Kled is going to be seen at Worlds here. I think it's really good. So he's been maining that champion for pretty much since it came out. And I do agree that the Kled is very strong right now. I think Zig especially, and the rest of NA teams understand how it fits in team compositions. It's actually not that strong early on in the laning phase. You do play it very aggressively, and you don't need to get a lead in order for it to be good in team fights. So all those things combined actually, to me, make it an OP pick, but it's an OP pick that Europe hasn't realized yet, so NA's just getting it for free.
And unfortunately, that has been the trend for Europe over the course of the tournament. Now, we did see the support meta for NA maybe shift a little bit at the start of the Rift Rivals, maybe a little bit of agreement on these more engaged supports coming out, but in the top lane, not quite catching up with the Colette. And in the mid lane, the LeBlanc being a pick that has fallen off in priority for European teams so frequently, but I feel like has been such a powerhouse in the hands of these North American mid laners.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with a lot of the North American LeBlanc. So we saw, like, when it was left available for Jensen, yes, he got a lot of focus, but the amount of pressure that he was exerting and the way in which he used that early lead is definitely something that you always have to respect.
Yeah, and we've seen NA pick more early game compositions than EU,
for sure.
and then also play the early game better.
Yes.
So that's why we're seeing such disparaging early game goal differences between NA and EU. And Phoenix One is a team that has just kind of picked that up recently, so to speak, because in the North American LCS, they were one of the worst teams in the early game so far in the summer, and coming into Rift Rivals, had the lowest goal difference at 15 of all teams at the tournament. But now we have guys like Mike Young camping a lot of more lanes. His jungle proximity is actually 50.8%, which means he's pretty much ganking for someone more than half the time. So they've kind of switched their style around to get some good early game stats.
All right, we are still waiting on that PC swap. We are in picks and bans for Phoenix One and G2. But I think it's good that you bring that up, because I think when you look back at the first 4 weeks for Phoenix One, we have to just acknowledge it's pretty much a different team. And so especially for teams like G2, even for a lot of these North American teams, you might have some expectations, some predictions as to how Phoenix One is going to play, and it feels like it's just so vastly different now with the way that the roster has been swapped around.
Yeah, as soon as they brought in fidget spinners, the team was totally different. Apparently, they also spin them on stage. Mike Young, that better not fall. Otherwise, he's no longer going to be the best jump. Okay, he's actually pretty good at it.
Look, damn.
Anyway.
I don't know if that takes skill.
That's the secret of his
Someone
power.
let me know on Twitter if that's difficult or not. I don't.
Yeah.
I have no frame.
This is how you get rookie of the split, right here. This is how it's. This is how it's.
Once again, we're waiting for picks and bans. So in the meantime,
it's still going. I don't understand.
See, guys, this is a problem. You see Mithy on stage? No fidget spinner.
That's G2's problem.
Anyway.
That's why they're 3-3.
But we are now getting back into picks and bans.
I was going to mention how the support jungle synergy is pretty important, and Phoenix One is a completely different team when you switch out those two roles. Those are your vision control and playmaking roles primarily, so you really change the dynamic of the team when you keep switching those roles around, and they finally seem to have settled on Mike Young next special, which I think is paying off here at Rift Rivals.
Very impressive when you take into account how young Mike Young is as a player. Of course, Special, the veteran, potentially a veteran voice for the team, a lot of experience across the lineup. But now back to the first pick. I don't think a Shyvana or a Shaco this time around. We will see what G2 want to optimize, and it's going to be the Elise.
I think the Elise makes sense because when you think of Lee Sin, you don't usually think of Trick. He has not had the strongest of Lee Sin performances, so when we were talking about getting that trade, for a lot of teams, yes, I think that's fine. But in the case of G2, I think you run the risk of not really having a comfort jungler for the side of Trick. So they're going to value that Elise, and I expect a Renekton to come out later on as well.
Yeah, I think the Gragas could still be a thing they can play in the jungle, but that'll flex towards the top lane as well. And I'm curious where the support tier lists come down now, right? Because you have Thresh, Band, Braum and Tahm Kench are kind of the next two, and very clearly, Phoenix One say they want Braum. I like this more because one of Ryu's best games was on Corki, and Braum works extremely well with double 80 carry compositions, which they could get if they pick the Corki before the next ban phase.
I'd like to see it too, very effective in fights, but it looks like G2, they may not be able to out-team fight with this Tahm Kench pick, but they may be able to outmaneuver P1 when it comes to the mid-game. It comes to the Abyssal Voyage. This is something we saw banned the last time these two teams played, but Mithy now happy to get his hands on it.
Yeah, and I think it's the smart pick. If they don't do that, it gets banned out. If they don't pick the Corki right there, I think Ryu locks it in right away. So I'll be interested to see now if Ryu matches mid lane with something like a Cassiopeia, or whether they're willing to go into the second ban phase and have G2 throw bans at them. The Cassiopeia is the safe pick because it matches roles and makes target banning a specific person much more difficult.
The thing that we're really lacking right now from both teams is a reliable form of starting off the fight. absolutely
Go,
love the Cassidy into Corki matchup. I had the pleasure of myself picking Corki into Cassidy in my solo queue game. I thought this should be an absolutely fine matchup.
Not a pleasure,
There's no reason
Vedius.
why it's not, but it's awful. It's a horrible matchup. The spell shield that you get on the Q pretty much mitigates all of the harass power that Corki does have. So as long as you're consistently trading onto the Corki, he's eventually just going to get bled out of lane, and it is just so obnoxious to deal with. And the fact that the Cassidy will eventually outscale means that it is a very favorable matchup for him.
And on top of that, the passive from Cassidy mitigating magic damage. Oh, Corki, what do your auto attacks do? Oh,
So
magic
Cassidy
damage too.
takes 15% less damage for magic. I like it actually even more when the Cassidy starts Doran Shield, even though that's not a very Ryu thing to do. And then you go into your refillable or corrupting potion. But anyway, good scaling pick there in the mid lane that doesn't actually have that bad of a laning phase into Corki.
And with no top laners locked in on either side, both teams trying to limit the pool. You can see G2 not happy playing up against the Kled. Phoenix 1, a similar story with the Gnar. Is it going to remain the priority here? Still waiting on some AD carry picks, as well as those top laners when it comes to the last rotation.
So we talked about a lack of engage coming out from both sides. There is the possibility of going for something like an Ashe. And now with Varus banned away, I feel like she rises in value a fair amount. If you go for, from G2 side, an Ashe and a Tahm Kench, you actually have a pretty potent bottom lane that can hold its own against a lot of different matchups. And I'm not entirely sure if this is really a priority pick or a comfort pick for the side of Arrow, because I believe that during the regular season, this was not something that he actually put a lot of favor towards the Ashe pick.
Yeah, he's generally been a Varus guy in a lot of games, but especially in spring, he did play a lot of the Ashe, Varus, Jhin trifecta. One of the people who still does trend towards Jhin fairly often, but Kalista has also been on his banned against phase fairly frequently, so a lot of options they could go. What is interesting, though, is that Zig plays mainly Renekton and Kled, just in general, so being able to lock down the Renekton and probably have G2 play something like a Gragas into it, I think P1 is happy with.
Also just a relatively safe blind pick matchup. Interesting to see P1 put the priority onto Arrow to save that final pick for him, and now G2 really taking their time when it comes to this AD carry pick.
And what I'm thinking of is if G2 now go for an Ashe and a Rumble, yes, they will lack a solid front line, but, ooh, okay, so they're going to shake things up a little bit with the Camille. That means they're going to have pretty solid scaling in the later stage, but I'm still concerned about their ability to engage, so I would like them to round things out with an Ashe, so they at least have a way to start fights.
Looks like they may be on the same page as you. Of course, Camille may be able to lock down Cassidy as we move later in the game, and that Rift Walk becomes stronger and stronger. But G2 Esports really debating the Ashe pick overall. Not necessarily the hyper carry pick for Sven, but it does give them the engage options. However, looks like at the end of the day, it will be the Xayah locked in. So not the engage you may have wanted to see, but definitely a strong carry.
Yeah, I mean, Sven has been playing a lot of Xayah this event, and I feel like most other people have jumped off the Xayah train. He did have that one really good late game against C9, but other than that, I feel like has looked pretty underwhelming on that pick, even in the laning phase. So I'm personally not a huge fan of those last two picks in the draft, and I feel like G2 is going to have to snowball pretty hard off of the Camille in order to make that effective. I love the synergy there of Camille locking Cassidy into the Hextech Ultimatum to prevent the late game Rift Walks away, but aside from that, you got to get pretty late for that to work.
So I think the reason behind the Xayah pick was mainly for an additional form of self-peel, right? Because when you look at the composition, you've got a Renekton who's going to be trying to dive onto the back, then you've got the Cass in there too, Lee Sin. Mike Young has had some fantastic kicks onto AD carries to win a lot of team fights for Phoenix 1. Now, because you have the ulti from Sven and you have the Tahm Kench to provide peel, I think it just adds that extra layer of safety while losing an element of an engage. But I completely agree with you, Jad. I think that early game is going to have to be the focus when you're running an Elise, when you're playing against a Renekton, an Elise, and a Castin. Like, there's so much potential for them to get an early lead and then have a really good late game with the Castin. And two, that G2 have to get control of this game very early on.
And it's very interesting too, because if your focus is on the top side and snowballing the Camille, no one's paying attention to that Cassidy in the mid lane. Already a positive matchup that we mentioned earlier, mitigating so much of the damage, but you know that Cassidy is going to be a mid to late game terror, and especially in the hands of Ryu. Well, this is the first chance you're going to get today. Hashtag EU win, hashtag NA win. And a pretty safely ahead last time I checked the vote. Maybe we can get those EU votes up and running. Start to even the scales as we get ready for our first game.
Yeah, it is about 8 a.m. on the West Coast in North America yet, so plenty of League of Legends age viewers will still be sleeping.
You heard Jat. Sneak it in. Take the vote.
That happens with Reddit threads every day. It just gets snuck in while NA's sleeping, and then you wake up and you're like, what is this?
We take turns taking control of Reddit.
That's true.
We have the night, you have the day, Jet. We each get our shift. But it's G2, it's P1. Now, last time P1 took this in an incredibly dominant fashion. No one expected this team to get a win. Well, they got one, and it was pretty insane to watch. This time, though, it could be a different story.
And the last time these two met up, there were a few individual mistakes very early on into the game that allowed P1 to really effectively snowball, but it was also a matter of Arrow on a Twitch roaming around the map and very heavily punishing the fact that G2 were not respecting his ability to just move around and find these opportunities. So now the Twitch is gone, I feel like there are a few more avenues and opportunities for G2 to not be afraid of that kind of pick potential, but at the same time, I want to see more from Trick, because fun little stat, we've given a lot of criticism towards Exile for dying a lot, getting caught out of position. Trick actually matches Exile for the total number of deaths this tournament at 19. Like, this guy has died a lot, and it's a large part as to why G2 have been struggling.
Of course, we'll have to see. The Elise pick was solid for him in one game, not so great in the other. Maybe he can clean it up this time around, and as we mentioned in Champion Select, could be incredibly crucial when it comes to snowballing that Camille on top side. Elise, an absolute dive terror. But of course, Perks just, you know, he's being himself. He's laughing in the mid lane. He's having a good time. But Xpecial and Arrow maybe looking to interrupt this Elise early on. Walking around the corner, Sven and Mithy have to be careful, Xpecial in the brush.
Yeah, Phoenix One have actually tried to harass the Super Pull before. They tried to do it at Raptors, and then they got collapsed on by the duo lane. So here they're actually looking to harass down the people pulling red buff. This is not being very effective as far as I can tell because they're outnumbered, but they're at least making sure they know where Trick is starting to give Mike Young a bit of a heads up. The last time they played, actually, Trick did first blood Mike Young in Mike Young's jungle, but then was ineffective for the rest of the game.
And what this will also give the P1 bottom lane is the ability to get to the lane sooner and start that early push so they can try and get the early level 2, assert that lane dominance and get that Kalista roaming because, rolling rather. The thing about that champion is she's a little bit more of an early to mid game champ. We've had a lot of great discussions about this Dracos where Kalista really does rely on getting that early lead and that early snowball because against someone like Isaiah who typically scales very well, when you have a Renekton and a lead on your team as well, you want to try and bully as much as you can during the laning phase.
And I want to see if Phoenix One can actually win some of these laning phases from a CS perspective. Their early game so far at the tournament has been good, but that's because they're taking down more turrets and getting more kills than the opponent, not because they have any type of CS advantages in lane.
So looking at Trick now, he could be very well going for it. Early invade.
Good ward coming for P1. Zig knows exactly what is happening here. Renekton incredibly difficult to die, but being a little bit cocky there, walking forward, taking a bit of damage from Trick, can reset tower aggro.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk him down. Well, that's first blood for Trick, folks.
That was the most random first blood I have ever seen.
He knew he was there.
He knew he was there. Trick went over the wall. They even pinged the burst. He dropped some ward in it, and then Trick was like, I will kill you.
Yeah, well, essentially what happened from Zig there is he didn't want to burn his flash, and by the time he got jumped on by the Elise, he was out of turret range, so the Elise could just free hit him, and he didn't want to delay it too long for the large wave. I think a pretty big misplay by Zig, to even put the ward to see him there, because at the time, the levels were too low on G2 to actually pull off a successful dive on the Renekton, unless he leaves his turret, and he leaves his turret, gives Trick first blood.
Not good, Mike Young. Somewhat mirroring the jungle pathing we saw earlier from Trick. Not going to have the same luxury of the face check, but maybe he can get an aggressive gank on the bottom side. Going to be pretty difficult against the Tom Kench, but matchup already going quite well for P1 3 stacks.
Depends how low they can get him.
Trick just looking for the rinse and repeat. Zig, of course, did not burn flash last time.
He's not going to burn flash this time either.
And he gets taken down. All right. This is a strong start for Europe. 2 kills already in the favor of that top side of the map. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Dracos, because perfect early game start for G2. The fact is, Trick, early game presence. That's what you want to be doing on an Elise. And we wanted to see this Camille get ahead against the Renekton. The laning phase is typically very hard, but now we have a gank in mid.
Mike Young lead forward, not going to connect on the Sonic Wave, however. He's going to have to back off, trying to get something back after Trick is so active on the map.
Yeah, and picking Camille into the Renekton, bold move and draft, but early on in the game, you can see they had a lot of confidence in doing so. Expect and Trick have been very purposed about shutting down Zig's Renekton. What you do have to call out a little bit is the fact that Mike Young would have had an opportunity to be there for counter ganks or support Renekton in the 2v2, where Renekton generally thrives in the early game, but he hasn't done so.
Trick now moving down, Arrow going to throw out, not going to get hit by the cocoon, but does have to immediately heal and flash out. And Trick has just been everywhere on the map.
And this is beautiful from Trick. So much so like we saw early on in the tournament where they had a very similar composition with the Elise, trying to snowball the early lead, exactly what Trick wants to be doing. He realizes now top should be able to hold its own. You have a very healthy CS advantage on top of Expect, and why not just relieve some of the pressure happening down bottom? Now that there are no summoner spells in the bottom lane, I'd love to see a return gank from Trick, and maybe even a package roam from Perks down bottom as well.
They look to find the opportunity, but we set our sights top lane. You can see Trade's still doing decent for Zig, has a lot of strength in that kit.
Yeah, Ziggs actually was in a super tough spot there because the first death from a top laner isn't usually that big because you get to teleport right back to lane after your short death timer. It's the second death that puts you down because you have to walk back. On top of that, the wave was pushed against him, so he actually just had to do a very risky thing to get that wave shoving. Now Mike Young is here for potential 2v2.
Stun does come down, look for the hookshot, wall dive. Can he make it out? Expect with attack sweep to heal up a little bit more, but Trick is taking so much damage, Zig. Incredibly low, but both sides going to walk away.
And of all times, there's his flash right at the end of the 2v2. He did need to do it, otherwise Trick may have executed, and Mike Young helps out a little bit there. But Expect is now 6 with still flash, so that lane is just so bad for Zig for a while.
And note as well, Expect, he's going to go back, he's going to spend some of the gold that he's got, TP back into lane, immediately going to have kill threat on top of Zig. Very squishy this early on into the game. And I feel like that gank could have gone very heavily in the favor of G2. The issue was the cocoon miss from Trick. If he landed it onto a target, they may have been locked down long enough for them to get the additional damage needed to secure a kill, but unfortunately he does miss it, and it will just result in a flash for flash exchange in the top lane.
Now we can see, however, Arrow on the bot side, going to get a little bit of vision for himself, clear out the Scuttle Crab with the power of that Rend. But bottom lane hasn't been the big focus. P1 continuing to push in and getting a CS lead for themselves, something we wanted to see from the individual laners, but unfortunately, now that they finally got the CS lead, they're starting to lose out in the kills.
Yeah, all thanks to Trick really in the early game, but I want to take this opportunity as well to identify a bit of an invade coming out from Mike Young, especially there will be wards spotting out their movement. They want to try and contest this red.
Yeah, they absolutely see it coming, though, walking across multiple wards. And look at Expect's roam, coming down towards the mid lane. If they get trapped in the jungle here, they're going to be in a whole heap of trouble.
You may be level 7, but nothing's going to get you out of that cage. Leaping forward, looking to lay the damage down. Corki not going to do a whole lot to Ryu, but Ryu unfazed. Plays it cool, does not burn anything, and it's just going to walk that one out.
Kassadin grabbing himself the early catalyst is just going to make him that extra bit tanky, and no real damage yet completed for Expect because he decided to go for the early defensive route with the boots.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Kassadin actually is advantaged in this matchup against Perks. That's one of the reasons that gank was ineffective, and P1 undeterred with that invade, going for it yet again after Control Ward was swapped out, and Mike Young ends up getting it. So, really just calling to power the level 6 power spike on Kalista and Lee Sin to go into the jungle and get it.
Firing back against G2. Now Mike Young may look for the play, the flash forward, the sidestep from Perks.
I like the noise you just made there.
Yeah, that was an play by Mike Young. It's not one you really think is going to work. He's got flash exhaust up, and you're going to flash just to, best case, force his flash. He was unsuccessful for sure, but he lost a lot of pressure there and his flash.
And think about what it also means for the bottom lane too, because now Sven and Mythy were able to push that wave into the tower. They will now be able to go back first and spend a little bit more of their gold. They've been able to equalize the CS advantage that both Arrow and Expect had built up earlier. And what I'd really love to see is Trick to make a return gank bottom. I'm not entirely sure if Corki has the package or not, but he too could look for an opportunity to roam to either one of the side lanes, because this is something that I feel European teams especially have not taken full advantage of, just the fantastic roaming power that Corki can have once he's picked that up.
Yeah, and even looking at the team composition, you would think the package would line up perfectly with a Hextech ultimatum on a Zig in the top lane, and you 2-man or 3-man dive. But Expect did use that ultimate in the mid lane, a minute and a half ago, so now he has to wait on the cooldown. Perks is going to have to sit on that package. He doesn't have very long left on it, so he might try and do it now. It could still work. Instead, he just goes for red.
Moving in. A bit of counter jungling courtesy of the package. Trick going to take this one away. It's just a trade, though, when we look at what P1 were able to grab on the bottom side.
And fun fact, that is the first red buff G2 has ever stolen in this tournament. So far, they have not been able to steal any, as Ryu has found Mythy.
Yeah, well, they know Karki's not there, so free her ass.
With the 0 isolated deaths, wants to keep it that way, as long as we're listing fun facts in the tournament, is going to be able to do so. Now G2 looking for the tower. P1 going to try to trade back with an Infernal Drake, but they are a bit behind on the play, and that's a bit of bad news for P1.
Yeah, I mean, this has actually been a pretty bad early game for Phoenix One, mainly because of what happened in the top lane, and now the 2,000 gold lead after getting that first turret, because it's not one of those first turrets that actually traded for substantial turret damage. It's just the Infernal Drake that they end up getting off of that, and now Camille is a spectacular person to leave laning phase if you want to get advantages on the rest of the map.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see in pick ban phase. We wanted to see the Camille snowballed in the early laning phase. We said it was the key to success for G2, and they're finally able to execute on that after so many games where we felt like they were just lost all around the map, really playing to their win conditions.
But it's also a big deal that P1 are this behind in the early game, because you have to bear in mind Renekton, Kalista, Lee Sin. These are all champions that are really good at getting you early game leads. And what we've seen so far from Mike Young this tournament is that he spends a lot of time in the early game invested towards trying to snowball his laners, and so far Trick has just had his number. He's been ahead of the play. He's been able to get G2 this early advantage, and now a lot of the reliance is going to have to fall onto Ryu. He has to be this late game threat because the rest of the team for P1 is going to start to fall off.
Bit of a tough situation for P1. Zig taking his time to clear out a vision before he heads back top, but without a tower there, with a 2-level deficit, he is going to struggle. Even just to approach the wave here may be difficult, but still doing it. Not too scared, although expect. Just going to play aggressive.
It's super risky for him to even get that one CS. Technically, yes, he does have wards in the river, but with the lockdown that Camille has, if anyone approaches from the lane and Camille allows the Renekton, there's a chance they can actually get that kill. So this lane gets worse before it gets better.
Luckily, the one strong point for P1 right now does feel like this mid lane. Ryu continues to hold a CS advantage over Perkz, and you can see just how little damage Perkz is able to do to Ryu right now in these trades. Yes, he can hurt other people on the map, but that Kassadin just pretty impossible to touch with magic damage at this point.
And what you'd normally expect from a team like G2 is that once they have an early lead, they're not the kind of team to let it go. As an action happens in the bottom lane.
Mike Young on the backside. Featherstorm comes out. Mickey can eat a lot of people, but he cannot eat himself. Now going to get eaten up by Arrow, and that's an easy kill for P1. But action going to continue on the top side. Trick coming over the wall. The hook shot, the wall dive, the cocoon, the chain CC, and finally the kill.
Yeah, and that's going to happen for Zig if he's going to try and contest CS anywhere that's not under his own turret. And even then, he might be dove. So even though Phoenix One did pull off the successful gank in the bottom lane, the disadvantages on the other side of the map are so much greater. So not only do they lose Zig, they're going to lose that turret to the Rift Herald.
G2, they're doing the best they can to answer the pressure that Mike Young tried to make up for that he wasn't able to do in the early game. And the bottom lane is the best place to go because of how far behind Zig is. But P1 are just going to lose so much in return. And with that Rift Herald, G2, they take a tier 2.
Yeah, and Mike Young now trying to get control of his own jungle back, but has to expect. And Mike Young has said before that he wants to play the pro game kind of like he does solo queue. And in solo queue, if your top laner dies really early on to a jungler at level 2 and then dies again, you abandon him. So that's what Phoenix One is doing right now. Mike Young is trying his hardest to get advantages somewhere else on the map, but in pro play specifically, that top lane advantage takes over the rest of the map, or at least can, and that's what G2 is trying to do.
Yeah, sadly, the solo queue does not extend to every team. Expect is free to push that lane just like in solo queue, but also free to go bot lane and make that advantage grow somewhere else. For now, it's Mithy and G2 just holding the mid lane, waiting to reset that map and look for the next play.
So now we need to keep track of lane assignments for G2 because the tier 2 tower is still up in the bottom lane, and both mid lane towers are up for both sides. So for G2, they're actually going to send Perkz down to the bottom side of the map. There's no dragon to contest for now, but he does have the package. So in the event that a fight breaks out, he can move up to the top side. But they want to keep Expect in the lane with Renekton for as long as possible because he's just freely able to get as much farm as he wants. And he now knows that he can win that 1v1 for sure as they try to get a bit of harassment down onto Sven.
Yeah, and Camille's late game scaling is really good. Trinity Force plus Hydra, you can then easily 1v1 anyone on the map. So they kind of want to get to that point, and it does take a little longer for the cast-in to be relevant. The thing that Phoenix One's going to probably want to play around is when Arrow gets his Blade of the Ruin King, as long as Expect isn't joining in on those fights, because that gold lead will make a big difference for G2.
And another big thing for P1 that they have to be very mindful of is the fact that they have very little wave clear. Ryu, I think he's using that for wave.
Perkz!
Controversial strategies coming from Perkz. Definitely not a good package, but does clear the wave and means that Arrow will have to respond in kind. And gentlemen, just got news from the stats team. This is the first time at 15 minutes that P1 have been in a gold or tower deficit across the entirety of Rift Rivals. So you can see G2 really one of the first teams to punish them here in the early game.
Special's got to be a little careful, actually. He's bluffing here that he has backup, but Expect could have killed him.
Luckily doesn't go for anything more for now. Just about that mid lane pressure. Perkz, unfortunately, not a real split pushing threat against this Kassadin. And Ryu going to be happy just to throw down a bit of damage and keep Perkz locked in this lane.
And now what I'd love to see from G2, now that Trini Force is done, send Expect into Ryu's lane. Because I feel like that short Ryu is going to have an absolutely fine time into Perkz. But I don't think his chances are exactly the same against the Camille, who's already got a Trini Force at 15 minutes into the game. Corki can just freely farm against the Renekton. He doesn't have to worry about too much. And I don't think that the Zig will suddenly come back into the game if he's just allowed a bit of free farm up against the Corki. So I think that it would make more sense if G2 now swap the lanes around, and it would also allow Expect to start hitting onto this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. I think the only thing they're mindful of is the fact that Ocean Dragon has just spawned, and TP is up and available for Expect, so they probably want to keep him on the top side so that they have the TP play ready in the event of that.
Yeah, I think a high chance we get a fight around Drake right here, and Zig at level 10 versus Expect at level 11. If they're both involved in a team fight, it's not necessarily a fair trade, so P1 have to be very careful if they want to contest this Ocean Drake. And right now, with laning phase mostly done, and yes, Corki is a good poke champion, so you'd want the Ocean Drake. It's not worth the risk, I think, for Phoenix 1 to contest it, and they're just going to give it up to G2.
It looks like it is the right call in the end. Phoenix 1 backing off. They want to find an avenue back into this game, but it will not be the Ocean Drake. Can't afford to let that lead from G2 grow whatsoever.
So now they have decided to move Expect into the Kassadin lane. I feel like Expect will feel pretty confident in this 1 versus 1 as he goes for the stun.
Hook shot, holds it, looks for the wall dive onto Ryu. Now locked up, brings in Sven. Sorry, Ryu. No chance to dash. You're just going to drop.
Beautiful play from G2, utilizing the Tahm Kench ultimate to cut off the escape route of Ryu. And if he still thought he could get away, well, there's a parallel. There's the ultimate for Expect to lock him down and secure the kill along with the tower.
And that's exactly what you talked about could happen when Expect goes down into the bottom lane and matches the Kassadin. They can generate kills on the person who needs to be the late game carry for Phoenix 1. Now I feel like a desperation dive on a Perkz.
3 stacks. Perkz looks like he's going to get locked up and taken down, but there's the hook shot, the wall dive, body blocked by Expect, and that means Expect could be next. 4 stacks, but no follow-up from P1.
But look at G2. They're just continuing their push in the bottom lane. They're going to get themselves the tier 2 tower. Imagine if Perkz still had his flash from earlier after that questionable package play. This will mean that P1 can very likely answer with a tier 1 mid tower of their own. But the fact that G2 got themselves 2 turrets, a kill, in favor of 1 turret for 1 kill, still big gains in favor of G2.
But you can see the gold lead, maybe not quite as large as it once was. Difference in Dragons for sure, but at 18 minutes, nothing crazy yet. We'll take a look at this play one more time.
Yeah, nice of Expect to get the stun, but then it's pretty simple after that. Cast your Hextech Ultimatum near where your Tahm Kench is, and your 3 people will kill the 1 on the other side. That's all they need to do with this composition when they have that lead on Camille, and Camille will not be 1v1 by the Kassadin.
That's the appeal of the pick right there. We thought this lane could struggle against the Renekton. It didn't, and now it just gets to utilize the full power of the Hextech Ultimatum in the face of an incredibly mobile champion. G2, they were happy to work on the bottom side of the map, but now with some towers taken down, looks like their focus is on the top side.
I really appreciate that you both said the name of Camille's ultimate, because I completely
you said parallel convergence. It's okay. You cast with Officio and region with Officio.
It's QWER to me, man. It's QWER. But the Tiamat has now been finished for Expect. That means he's going to have a little bit more wave, a little bit more pushing power off in the side lane. And Ryu is going to struggle to be able to really have get to that late game point that makes him such a threat. I'm a little surprised that he's going for the Lich Bane before the Zhonya's. I feel like that if he wanted to hold his own a little bit more, it might have been smarter, as Mike Young has found Trick.
Trick goes up, comes down, has to flash right out to safety, but Mithy is there with the Devour if he needs it. And P1 continuing with the aggressive jump plays. Perkz going to look for the save, but Ryu not going to give him the chance. You wanted to know why he gets the Sheen, and that is why.
Yeah, that could be a problem for G2 if Ryu is just solo killing Perkz in the side lanes. And aside from Expect's Camille, the game is close. And then a lot of it will come down to who can make the plays in the right way. Because Expect and Trick, when they group up, they can make plays happen. But Ryu, Arrow, Xpecial, Mike Young, all those guys can also make plays. So this 1,500 gold lead, that's 2 or 1 big play away from being equal.
Zig looking to make that play with the help of Arrow and Xpecial. But Expect backing off, not getting too greedy, not pushing too far forward, not looking to make any mistakes here as the rest of G2 set pressure in the mid lane.
just keeping an eye. What's the next best play for both these teams? Because Baron is up and ready, and ooh, love that interaction there from P1. They just used to engage
in. They want to start the fight. Xpecial goes forward, sees the opportunity for the ult, but there's not enough follow-up here. Perks on the way in with the package. Ryu a bit too far behind. Not quite sure what P1 had planned there, but now they have to be careful. Using the package as the escape.
The face call there by the Kalista actually did expend the cooldown of Expect's ultimate, so very good timing on Arrow there to get Xpecial basically out of jail free, but then the re-engage was a little questionable with both their solo laners in base and G2 having the entire siege, and they're just going to keep pushing with 5.
Happy to have it. Easy to take it away. It looked so good for Xpecial when he hit so many members with that ultimate, but unfortunately no backup. The members of P1 not there. There's a fly on the desk. Jets trying to kill it.
You don't have to talk about that.
I think it's funny, though. I think it's so funny.
I thought he wanted to tag in. And he was just like, I have something I really want to say. But now the Lich Bane will be finished for Ryu. He will be that big side lane threat. And against Perks, he has a huge amount of kill pressure. We've already seen him get that solo kill down onto the Corki, and it just speaks homage to how strong this matchup really is for the Castan. There's very little that the Corki can do. Even as the game progresses, things will not get easier. So it's very important for G2 that they keep Expect in the lane against Ryu, because Expect will reliably be able to hold his own, especially if he goes for a Hex Drinker after his Titanic.
Yeah, it is a little bit easier said than done, though, because Zig can technically match Expect if he's just willing to match him at the turret. And then with double TP versus just the 1 TP, they're going to be able to kind of pick their own lane assignments, so to speak, and try in 1-3-1.
And the thing is, when we look at the last time G2 were able to have a successful early game, it was against Cloud9, and it led to a very unsuccessful mid-game. But Zig, unfortunately, not trying to match him under the tower, trying to match him in the jungle. Doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity. One more hook shot wall dive will make it over the wall. Tack sweep's not going to connect, and that's the walkaway. Meanwhile, Elise has gone down at P1. They just set their sights on the Baron.
Yeah, they can try for it because Zig will be able to get full health and teleport in. I think they'd rather bait the Baron than do the Baron, especially with Perks Rockets being able to poke. But the threat is there, and if you're going to walk up like Mike Young is, you have to have a sweeper, otherwise they're going to see you.
Leaping back, Xpecial going to get the knockup. Expect running to safety. Perks gets deleted from the fight, and now, oh, this is not what Expect wanted. He's running for his life. He can fight Zig, but he cannot fight Arrow. Beautiful block comes in from Xpecial on the Featherstorm, and that's just a one fight for P1.
Yeah, now even more reason to turn on the Baron, and I have to criticize G2 right there. When you see Lee sit on a ward when you're outnumbered, just don't walk forward. You know they are not doing the Baron, but they do, and now they're definitely doing the Baron.
And with the Kalista there, backed up by Elise, it is nigh impossible to stop it. Trick is alive, but he is simply too far away. That is Baron for P1, and suddenly the team finds themselves with a lead.
And we have to find out how Trick lost his life, because that's where all of this started. Expect he tried to go for a 1v1 off in a side lane, but this is where things really started to fall apart for G2. So they're just trying to get themselves some vision, and Trick gets caught out. He's trying to clear out the walls, get some vision around the Baron area. He cannot actually see in the river itself. And then he ends up getting caught off, and Expect he tried to go for that 1v1 in the top lane. He doesn't have an ulti. He's already lost about a third of his HP, and Sven and Mithy they're behind. And with that, at least they'd find some kind of a pick. It's very easy for the rest of P1 to just get themselves the collapse.
Yeah, moving aside from G2, just not, they shouldn't have walked in there. Thinking about their team composition in an even game like this now, where they're a low front line, they have to be the one making plays. Because if you're a mostly squishy team with just a Tahm Kench, and the other team jumps on you, the fight's almost always going to start as a 4v5 because whoever gets jumped on is going to die.
And you talked about that Braum earlier. It may not be paired with a double 80 carry composition, but there's 2 80 carries on the side at G2. He throws up that Unbreakable, and there is no damage coming out from the side of G2 outside of Expect. And suddenly things looking a little bit grim. Of course, G2 not out of options whatsoever, but definitely have to survive this Baron buff. For now, it's just going to be a hold. Suddenly, they are not the proactive team anymore.
But if we could also just look at the gold difference between the individuals right now, because you can see that Ryu is 1.2k gold up on top of Perks. Perks is still yet to complete his second item. He is having such little impact in this game that it's going to be difficult as Ryu's been caught.
Trying to find a way out. Rift walk away, looking for the juke. Hook shot, wall dive. You just cannot get away from a Camille and an Elise.
Yeah, if he did have the Zhonya's, though, as you talked about earlier, he would have been able to escape. But then he also may not have been able to get some of the solo kills early. That's the situation that G2 needs to create if they want to win, and P1 is the opposite of that. Anytime Camille gets to fight Kassadin, G2 walks away with an advantage. That's why their gold lead typically is on the Camille and the Elise. Those are the strong members. But the rest of that squad, the Corki, Xayah, Tom Kench versus Braum, Kalista, Kassadin, that's not even close in favor of Phoenix 1. So the map needs to stay split, and both these teams need to play to their strengths if they want to win.
Right now, it looks like P1 may have an advantage, at least in terms of vision. They see everything in the G2 bottom side, and Perkz still feels confident to push up the mid lane, but, you know, kind of has been a bit too aggressive with how far forward he's been playing.
G2, their backs are against the wall. They did have a great early game, and they took a lot of the structures all across the map, and they couldn't really keep that momentum going. I love the fact that P1, they were trying to be proactive. They were trying to find avenues, and it was very much just setting up vision around Baron. They were always slightly ahead of G2 on the play, and that forced G2 into a situation where they were trying to face check, and that allowed P1 to find this pick and gain more control over the map. The gold is still very even, though, and I think this is still a very close game with very clear win conditions on either side.
Yeah, it's an incredibly negligible Baron power play up until this point, and Camille is spending a lot of time pushing this wave down in the bottom lane. Actually needs to be immediately responded to at this point by Zig, and Phoenix 1 didn't make a play off of that whatsoever. Actually, Zig has a teleport disadvantage against Expect at the moment, but will make it back to defend. It just means the Baron power play is going to be extremely low.
Maybe not what P1 wanted to see. They even up the game with the Baron, but they're not able to get a greater advantage or break an inhibitor. This tower score not even going to get evened out by that play. Still in the favor of G2, 5-4. However, a much more even game than it was prior to the Baron, and suddenly Phoenix 1 definitely have a chance here to get out from under the strength of that Camille.
I think the biggest thing, though, for both these teams is the scaling of their compositions, because we talked about it earlier on, and we said that for P1, they're always going to have that cast in late game. That's always going to be a threat, but Kalista's late game damage will certainly fall off, especially against 280 carries and the fair amount of mobility that they have on their squad. So we might not have time for that because there's more action in the bottom lane.
Way down, the Titanic Hydra dishing out so much damage, but this is the TP coming in from
bait,
Ryu.
maybe.
Spec has to be careful. Trick on the way in as well. Mithy is here, but no one in the belly.
Oh, fight going down to the jungle too.
Sven getting hungry. Now getting kicked back. Perkz has to be careful. Looks like he's just going to get deleted. Arrow is a monster this game. Are they going to hunt for the kill? The face call comes out, but we don't have time to watch it. We have to set our sights on the bottom lane. Look at the fight above us. Sven running for his life. 2 stacks, 3 stacks. Not going to find the 4th quite yet, though, and that means Sven is going to make it to safety. 4 members grouped on the side of G2, but they are in no man's land, and that's going to be Mithy getting taken out.
And the thing is, for G2, they're the ones trying to be proactive with Expect, but at this point in the game, Zig is tanky enough that he can just buy time for the rest of his team to join the fray. And rather than having G2 try and push something elsewhere, they actually try to collapse too, and that is where P1 found advantages, found picks, get a bunch of kills, and they're the ones that come out ahead.
Yeah, they found a way to switch up the pattern, which I think was the big thing there for Phoenix 1. Knowing Expect would jump on Zig whenever Zig isn't near a turret, they planned the teleport, knew it wouldn't be matchable, and came ahead on the play.
Ryu playing incredibly aggressively, but now P1 not just ahead on that individual play, getting the tower in their favor as well, starting to grow the gold lead that the Baron helped them secure. 2K up in their favor. G2 need to clean it up.
And the thing is, I feel like, going back to the point that we were just discussing earlier, like G2, I feel, have the better scaling. Corki late game, Xayah late game. Sure, Corki into the Kassadin is going to be rough, but in terms of team fight damage, Corki still has a lot of damage. Like, in team fights, he can still hit really hard.
But and not if he keeps dying.
Yeah, not if he keeps dying, but I'm just saying in the sense that when you have a Xayah, when you have the Corki and a Camille, a 5v5 later on into the game means that there is still a lot of damage available for G2 as we look back on this play from earlier.
Yeah, I think when they get their Infinity Edges on their carries is when they might pull ahead, depending on the way the fights start. But watching this, right, we talked about how Zig needs to sit under his turret. He's not sitting under his turret, so Expect immediately goes to jump on him. Doesn't kill him as fast as he would like, but this is the fight we didn't get to see. Again, Perkz was thinking about harassment, but he just didn't have his team with him. The Tom Kench ditched to go help out on the skirmish, which forced a 2v3 in the jungle.
And he had full vision as well of the river. He knew exactly what was going on as Expect now dead.
Oh, on the backside of the play, Reeves
has arrived.
Kill, and Perkz is caught out again. The chain CC, 3 stacks, 4, and deleted.
Yeah, and the level 16 Kassadin, when the level 16 Kassadin isn't getting hit by the Hextech ultimatum, is the Omniscaler in this matchup. So Ryu going off a little bit, Arrow also going off in this game. They've created another set of picks Now they're going to try and push. There's no Baron, so the wave clear still could technically be there from Sven, but it's going to be a tough hold.
And I love the proactivity from P1, constantly getting deep vision, constantly looking for picks to break into the bases. G2, their backs against the wall.
coming in to keep the minion healthy. Featherstorm comes out, but Sven going to get eaten up by Mythy. Kicked right back by Mike Young. Mythy looking for another tower to keep his 80 carry safe, but there are no options left. Mike Young, where are you going to click it? Don't even need it. Ryu going to pop it up. That's 2 picked up from P1. Trick is running for his life, and P1 are going to break open the base.
Credit to Mike Young there, getting the 2-for-1 kick. You wait until Tahm Kench devours someone, you kick them both into your team. Ooh. Trick gets one back, though.
Fire's back, but P1 still knock open the base. They have to be careful now, though, because Expect is on the way.
Arrow is really strong.
Hook shot, the wall dive, now backing off. Trick wandering forward, slowing him down with the red buff.
But bear in mind, the Baron is alive, so if G2 can get a single kill here, they can turn for an objective.
Expect playing with his food. Hook shot, the wall dive, the tack sweep to slow him down. Perks is on the way, he has the package, but he is waiting to pull that trigger. Will he fire the payload? Expect weaving in and out. Cocoon, Zig tanking up so much of the front line damage here. Has to back off. There's the Hextech ultimatum. They're looking for the Renekton. Can they get it? Special blocking the damage. The Fate's call comes in.
Pretty
Expect
big.
is on the backside. They're waiting for the Ren, but they cannot find it. Trick gonna go up. A brief pause, but he comes down. Oh! Didn't think he'd have his own. There's Mythy! Suddenly, G2 are looking to turn this right back. The double 80 carries may not be enough. Expect Trick is holding on with an inch of his life, but the Zhonya's from the Spider is gonna save the day.
Perfectly played team fight from G2, constantly dancing in and out of the fray. Such an extended fight that will result in a Baron going in favor of G2.
What goes up does not necessarily have to come down. Trick proves right here as he pops his Zhonya's and baits Phoenix 1 into this. Mike Young could try first, nobody's too late, and now he might fall too.
Locked in the pit, Mike Young, signed, sealed, delivered. The Baron gonna drop for G2, and this game is just so back and forth.
And it all started with the pick onto Ryu down in their own base.
Yeah.
They feel like that they can go for the chase with the 3v2 because the amount of mobility they have is constantly in and out. And Expect at this point you think he's gotta die. Surely he's gonna die. And Arrow overcommits trying to get the kill. He ends up getting cocooned, and this is where things start to turn.
Arrow doesn't get his rend off on Camille. Then the Zhonya's bait by Trick as Tahm Kench comes down. Funnily enough, the Zhonya's was so loud you could barely see the Tahm Kench ulting in with his Abyssal Voyage. They get extra kills. They get Mike Young afterwards. Trick created almost all of that. He's the one who picked Ryu's Caston. He's the one who baited with Zhonya's, and also the one who cocooned Mike Young after he tried to jump into the pit to steal.
And it's so exciting to see G2 turn a game back, but this is starting to feel just like their game against Cloud9. So back and forth, so many small mistakes to give advantages back, but P1 still felt like they were in control so much, but that single overstep and G2 taking advantage back.
Yeah, Zven's damage is fairly real right now, but P1's still going to be pretty strong, and they want to fight.
Special leaping forward, using the Unbreakable, does not block the Featherstorm, but Zig on the backside may look to find Sven. The fight continues. Camille's on the top side looking for the inhibitor. Ryu just slowing the team down, but P1 need to get something here because they're losing towers in the meantime. The Blade Caller, though, going to find the disengage. That means that Inhib is going to drop in favor of G2.
And all G2 had to do was run. They just had to kite. And Sven was such a big part of that as they go for the re-engage.
Mythy leaping forward, but Perks gonna get eaten up. Does he have time to proc the thick skin? It looks like he will. Perks now running for his life. Mike Young on the front line. The Blade Caller comes in.
Here comes Camille.
You can see why he loves that pick, but suddenly it's Expect on the backside. The hook shot, the wall dive. What can he block with the Hextech ultimatum? It's gonna buy a bit of time. Ryu now sealed up. That's the double kill coming in for Sven. G2 are starting to rout P1. But Arrow continues to play back, continues to dish out the damage. The Zhonya's continues to save the day.
It's a little bit ridiculous that G2 was all alive after that fight because there were about 4 people that looked like they were one hit from death, and none of them died. Clutch devours by Mythy, clutch Zhonya's across the board. We're going to watch this one more time.
So this is when the re-engage happens. Earlier on, G2 did a great job of just kiting back, and I think it's questionable why you bring your Corki into the middle of 3 members, but it was all just a bait. They're all just buying time, waiting for Expect to come in from the flank, and then people are like, okay, we'll just kill you then. Things start to get really dicey, but then G2, with some really good coordination, are able to come out ahead.
And we talked about the Infinity Edge power spikes that G2 was going to have, and it's Sven who's actually doing a whole bunch of damage. Really got to credit specifically his Blade Callers in these fights. He's getting the roots at just the right time, time and time again. I mean, he's the reason that Ryu couldn't chase through on Cassidy. It's really difficult when they're pulling off that 4-1 they were with Expect taking the top inhibitor to not get run down by level 16 Cassidy, but that's what they accomplished.
And to me, Expect and Trick set up the early game for success, but now here in the late game, it's Mythy and Sven who are making so much happen. And now it's G2 group on the bottom side. P1 are going to need to think up an answer and quick, because as we talked about earlier, not a lot of wave clear to stop the Baron, and 20 seconds still remain.
Yeah, they can still get a pick and turn it around. Perks has been dying a whole bunch. Sven also doesn't have a QSS. If they can get the right person killed early, they can still turn this around. I mean, you look at the gold, it's 1,000 away, but the momentum is totally on the side of G2.
Pushing in, maybe looking for a little bit more. Empowered cannon creep. Buff will start to fade away here momentarily. Fortunately for Zig, expect pretty easy to walk in there.
I mean, Zig has had such a miserable game. When's the last time you saw Renekton with a non-upgraded team up?
When's the last time you saw Kassadin get away there? But it looks like Ryu will find an exit out. Suddenly it's Trick who's in trouble. No chance to Zanya's that one. No time to go golden. It's Perk who's going to get knocked up. Expect running for his life. The hook shot, the wall dive to interrupt Mike Young. Sven the flash forward, the aggressive move. Arrow now hungry for blood. The big caller, the Feather Storm. Where is it going to go? Mithy trying to save. How many feathers can he call back? Will he catch them in the wall? Not going to find them. That means Mithy is the sacrificial lamb. Sven is running for his life. Can he take down Zig?
Perks is killing a turret, by the way, when they didn't chase him down at the end of the fight.
Well, now Mithy.
It's just delay as long as they can.
Oh, wait a second. Perks is on the way. Oh no, Mike Young. Leaping over the wall, Sven now just gonna get taken out. I think Ryu's gonna kill Perks as well. Okay. Hey. What just happened in this fight?
It was an ace for P1. Beautiful fight for them. You do have to give credit to P1, the fact that they decided to lock down onto the solo laner, but it was all over the shop.
We got to watch the death timers here, though, because it's still pretty long for a lot of people on G2. Yes, Perks got a turret, which delayed his death and extended his death timer. Yes, they got a Nexus turret, but at what cost? I mean, this is an exposed inhibitor. A minion wave is in the mid lane. You have 3 people still dead. It's just Trick and Expect. I think they could have been greedy and 5-man push to try and win the game, but they're not doing it.
Don't want to take the risk here. They've been winning the fights. They've been coming out on top, and luckily we have a replay to understand exactly what happened in that last exchange.
So what you do is you just keep as much wave clear as you can bot, and then you use the dual power of Ryu and Zig to try and lock down Expect. This actually baits G2 into trying to help, and so then you have a 5 versus 3 with which Perks and Sven can't really join into the fray on. And then at this point, the rest of G2, they just split up, and it's divide and conquer for P1.
Yeah, Mithy couldn't quite get the Devour on Trick, so the chain of saves was broken. They do finish off Expect as well. And then this is kind of where chaos happens, and you have to try to ad-lib as much as possible. Sven and Mithy survived for a really long time, and P1 is trying to take everyone, and Perks realizes, hey, no one actually chased me. I'm going to take a turret. This is great. But then Kassadin finishes him off on the back end anyway. I really have to emphasize that I think the game could have ended after Phoenix won if they would have just pushed mid, but they chose not to. So I think, all things considered, this worked out for G2 because they killed more structures.
And just such an odd exchange in the end. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I feel like so many fights in this game have been decided by good usage of Zanya's. In that last fight, G2 overcommits onto Ryu. Fights before, teams have overcommitted onto the surprise Elise Zanya's. Interesting to see how impactful that item has been across fights.
And I think the reality is for G2 is they should have just left Expect and pushed bot. They should have traded his life for an inhib, and then they just try and disengage again, because that's the role of the split pusher. And unless it's a 1v1 that they go for the collapse, that's the only time you try and go for it.
Yeah, and Phoenix 1 want to control Elder Dragon because they have Callista, but they don't have a base. So G2, I think, is going to try and get mid priority while this Dragon is happening. Where's Perks going to go? They're a little bit indecisive, actually. Instead of pushing waves, they're going to try and go for a fight. This could be the game-deciding fight.
Expect's over the wall, but Ryu is already hot on his heels, hunting down the Callista.
Now they just got to go for base.
G2 keep your eyes on Expect. He's going to flash for the wall. Ryu's chasing him down. Not a whole ton of options left. Abyssal Voyage has delivered. Is this the signature EU backdoor? What are they going to do? Ryu does manage to take down Expect, but it looks like Perk's going to try to take one inhibitor. Meanwhile, on the top side, Sven and Mithy will look to grab another one, but P1, they're not going to have it. Not giving it away for free, at least at this point. Ryu TPing in on the backside. Sven's ultimate has been blocked. He has been stunned up. Mithy, I don't know if you can save him. Spits him out, trying to blast cone himself, trying to make a pick. Playing the mind games, backing off. Trick on the way in. Sven still making it out to safety. Mike Young trying to come over the wall. Can he kick him back into the team? Trying to find the kick. Is going to get him stunned up, and Sven going to get taken down.
Okay, here's the question, though. They've done it again. They have long death timers that happen on the P1 side of the base. It is a timing game of whether or not this super minion can help them push through for win, or if Perks should even complete this recall, because he could technically threaten. He does. There's now nothing threatening Phoenix 1's base, and they have a temporary 5v3 in the base. 5v2. Here we go.
It's a struggle to keep track.
TP is available for Expect, though. All G2 have to do is
stall. Would have hidden, they could have tried to. It's going to be a tough stall.
Is Expect going to do it?
counted
No,
down.
they have to stop this push.
Sig pushing in for a little bit more. Expect doing what he can. Tactical sweep somewhat blocked by the Unbreakable.
They're gonna commit.
P1 pushing for a little bit more. 15 seconds on Sven. 14 on Trick. The 3v5. Perks, what can you do to save your team?
Kick.
Now knocked back. P1, they're going in. They don't even waste a moment. They're going to go for the jugular. Arrow's going to end the game. My God, P1, what a win.
Back and forth and back again, as is the NA versus EU rivalry from time to time. But Phoenix One, in the end, run down enough scrappy kills against G2, who could never quite get the split just right enough. And that's their third win of Rift Rivals.
I am floored, gentlemen. The amazing play, and that man at the front of the line, Ryu, you have to praise him, because when the team could not find the early game leads, it was the counter pick in the mid lane, it was the Kassadin that set them up for success. And Arrow as well on this Kalista, this Korean duo, the ones that had been underperforming in the NA/LCS are looking like absolute monsters on the Rift Rivals stage.
And I loved how proactive P1 were constantly being in that game, because there was always that ticking time bomb of the Xayah, the Corki, the late game potential of G2 just really outscaling. But it got to a point in the game where they found a massive pick onto Trick. P1 had the ban, they were in full control of the game. Then it was another single pick onto the Kassadin where G2 get a good fight. And it was just constantly these one single picks onto key players that were swinging the game back and forth, and in the very end, it was simply a matter of P1 grouping, finding the great fights, G2 being spread out and just not being able to make the correct decision right in that very moment.
And I feel like P1 had clear goals, even when at a deficit. Hey, this is what we're going to try to do. But on the opposite side, G2 just struggled.
It was very strange, and I do feel like Phoenix One does have more cohesiveness since they've picked up X Special and added Mike Young to this team. By no means is this the clean victory you want. I mean, a lot of very questionable things happened early on, especially in the 39-minute game where Zig doesn't have an upgraded Tiamat. Like, that was miserable for Nectin. But the fact they won in spite of some of the things that happened in that game, you have to commend them. 3 wins, guaranteed at least a 500 record at Rift Rivals. Not what people expected from Phoenix One.
Definitely not. Well, Phoenix One got their win here in our first match of the day. Let's send it over to the analyst desk for a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And as Jat there said it, Zig was having a really hard game on that Renekton, and I think we want to get into that replay right away, because G2 really wanted to target that top lane. They get a couple of kills there. So first up, from the jungler's perspective, because this is what the desk's all about, how good is this?
From the jungler's perspective, I see it so many times where the laners, they have been communicating. You're like, hey, the enemy jungler is probably coming up right now to gank you, and they go to ward the brush that you tell them the jungler is probably in, gets hit with the cocoon.
But I think this is just the power of like Elise. I think Sig is even playing it fairly safe. He's letting Camille push in the matchup, but Elise just kills him. And then if his jungler is not supporting him when the wave is crashing back towards G2, and then they can just punish for free.
The second part of the replay is the biggest one. As you said, when he goes for the second gank, not only have you just used your teleport, the wave is also pushing away from Zig's turret. So generally you need your jungler to come help you, complete that push. And that is where Trick really kind of gave G2 a big early game lead with the second gank.
So later, Mike Young does come up to help, but I feel like it wasn't for the wave. It was just to try and get a kill back in return. At that point, Amazing, do you just let that lane go because it's all over there?
I mean, I think Mike Young already made the conscious decision to almost like drop the wave and drop the lane early game. So like coming back at some point is just like, pat on the back, here. I have some like something for you, but it doesn't really help at all. So at that point, you just have to like find other win conditions and really just like, just get leads on the bottom lane or mid lane, at least find some control in the game.
Yeah, they found the win conditions later on. I do want to say G2 obviously got off to a great start, something that hasn't happened for EU teams. And EU teams had won 1 out of 5 games where they had a lead at 20. G2 had a lead at 20, so we knew that they were not going to win, and that was
also remember the lead that they got is the exact place they want to with this comp on the Camille, so she can actually bypass the early power of Renekton and get to that split pushing.
And some of the power of Camille is that in this game they have double TP with both Kassadin and Renekton. But because Camille is ahead, he can actually split push against both and win. So suddenly they have a one side at least where they will win, and then they just need to make sure that they can get mid control, and then they will control two waves and get pressure that way around. But they kind of failed on that.
So explain to me this next replay how Trick gets caught and P1 actually set a big foot towards winning the game.
So here I think Trick is just not respecting the fact that P1 has river control and they have pressure on both top and mid, where they just need to group up in mid and get priority on the wave and then use that. But instead they're face checking and then P1 is catching them one by one and then we see what happens.
Yeah, the odd thing about it was just that Expect got priority at that very moment in the bot lane through a 1v1 fight. So all they needed to do is actually to have someone catch top wave, but not even at that point. Just walk down mid lane, wait for Expect to come in from the side lane, and then they get full control over Nashor. But them just greeting for waves and on the top side of the map was just really irritating at that point.
It was something we actually talked a bit about off air. EU teams are kind of not understanding when they have tempo and when they have to maybe sacrifice a wave in order to get tempo back on the map so they can pressure the game. Because Camille is really set up to actually win the game alone, but he's not being supported by a team in order to do that. So.
Or at the wrong points. We're going to take a look at a next replay where Expect chooses to pick a fight with Renekton in the bottom lane, which could be a good idea, but it turns completely on its head.
Yeah, the thought process behind it is obviously there. They thought, okay, we have numbers advantage because we have the Tom Kench coming in at some point, but they completely miscalculate their damage and they just expect to kill Zig and one-shot him, but instead, on the transition, they get caught in their own jungle. They don't even kill Zig in the end, and the Tom Kench ultimate becomes something that's completely useless at that point, and Ryu just is able to clean up in the end.
Don't want to call out too many personal people, but Perkz didn't really have an impact in this game. He died a lot also in these exchanges where they might have had a 5v5 in the end and had kind of a bigger chance, so it's not his tournament.
He had an impact. It's not a
positive impact, indeed. Well, but good stuff on Phoenix 1. Another win on the board for them. That's 3.
Yeah, and something else that we did see in this game that we've seen from a lot of the North American teams is everyone's like, oh my God, the engage that North America are drafting and all the hearts you see. Yep. But they're using control wards and they're using Fog of War, and it makes it look really easy for them to land this engage. That pick onto Trick, and then the pick on the rest of G2 right after around Baron. It looked very easy for them to do.
Phoenix 1 making it look easy, starting day 3 with a win. Let's check out Quick Shot and whoever he's with.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am with Xpecial, one of the longest standing pro players. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of shoutcasting your games or even interviewing you. First of all, congratulations on your win. Third one here at Rift Rivals. Dude, Phoenix 1 are not the 6th place team everyone expected. Why is that?
I have no idea. I wish I could say that there was some magic pill that we took that was like, oh, everything's great. But honestly, we just worked really hard. We worked really hard for as long as I know. And when we got to the team, we started to click slowly, and we've been improving a lot. We had some losses here and there. We lost to TL not too long ago. But for us to beat Immortals and come here and do really, really well, I think to me means matter more than winning this tournament or anything like that. I think just our growth as a team is the most important thing.
Definitely when you look at how this particular game played out as well, losing early, coming back in a crazy mid-game. You guys are sitting at 3-2. The only team that has taken you down here at Rift Rivals is Fnatic. There is a real shot that P1 could represent North America in the finals. What would that mean if you guys were there instead of TSM or C9?
Well, I think that TSM is a really good team. I think that they... Despite our score, I think they should deserve to represent us. And I think that the best chance in a BO5. For us, we've been improving a lot, but we have so much more to go. And I don't want this to be a situation where we show too much of our cards and give NA a good reason to be scared of us. I want them to be like, oh, P1, they suck. They're 8th place, I want that instead.
There we go. There's the double bait, right? Psych everyone out. One last question here, Xpecial. Phoenix 1, of course, placed 3rd in spring. You subbed into the team about, 3 weeks ago? There or thereabouts. When you go back to North America, what are you taking with you from Rift Rivals?
Well, we're taking a lot of expectations. I think teams see that we're not the worst team in NA, and they're going to be like, oh, we're going to have to be ready for this team. And which kind of sucks because our score doesn't represent that. When you're usually doing really poorly, they're underestimating us, and we have this couple of weeks where they don't expect it, but because we're coming out with so many games here and doing so well, teams are going to be off the bat ready for us. And that's a scary thing. And hopefully we can power past that. And if we do, then it means we're in a really good spot going to the playoffs and Gauntlet in the Worlds.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations on the win and best of luck when you get back to NA.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, Rift Rivals continues.
Actually incredibly difficult to dive, but being a little bit cocky there, walking forward, taking a bit of damage from Trick, can reset tower aggro.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's just going to walk him down. Well, that's first blood for Trick, folks. Leaping back. Man. Actually going to get the knockup. Expect running to safety. Perks gets deleted from the fight, and now, oh, this is not what Expect wanted. He's running for his life.
He knew exactly what was going on as Expect now dead.
Oh, on the backside of the play,
Reeves has arrived.
Kill, and Perks is caught out again. The chance you see 3 stacks 4 and deleted. Oh. Didn't think he'd have his own. There's Minty! Suddenly, G2 are looking to turn this right back. The double 80 carries may not be enough. Expect Trick is holding on with an inch of his life.
And. Little flash.
Mike Young trying to come over the wall. Can he kick him back into the team? Trying to find the kick. He's going to get him stunned up, and Sven going to get taken down.
Go, base. Hey, watch Koroke. Base. We gonna end. Holy shit. And good job, guys.
My God, P1, what a win.
Welcome back, everyone. Cloud9 are just one win behind TSM and Phoenix One in the fight to represent the NALCS in the final tomorrow. In their first match today, they go up against the Unicorns of Love, a team that beat them yesterday with a dominant performance. So let's talk about, yeah, whatever. Romain has another wig on and another cool outfit, but the Unicorns of Love yesterday, they got him 2-0. They stopped TSM's win streak, and to me, they didn't do that much different than they did before, but the fact that it seems like they won more team fights in the mid-game and they got back into the game trashy. So why do you think it looked different yesterday for you all?
I think they just... It seemed like they were picking more of the champions that fits them well, and then they were actually executing and not falling too far behind in the early game. I think the more messy the games become, then the better it is for UOL, and they just like somehow they always manage to pick the right fights, and they are always on the same page when they pick the fight. So. Well, I think they're probably the best hope we have for you.
Well, you said not too far behind. They were down 2,300 gold versus TSM and 1,600 versus C9 at 20. Okay. It could be worse, but the EU teams have only been winning the games that they were far behind at 20. So Unicorns of Love are just playing to that style.
Yeah, there were a couple of things that I actually really liked from them. Xerxes adapted his style where he set up more counter ganks around Exile's lane because they were pretty sure that people were going to continue to try and pressure Exile and get those kills. They certainly did, and some of those did turn into, you know, Unicorns counter kills. The other thing that I like that they did was drafting, you know, things like the Vladimir, in addition to the Gnar and stuff like this, where they had a lot of team fight presence because they know that's a style that they like to play. When you get to that mid game, just go 5-on-5 engage.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that in the 2 wins, it was a Kassadin and a Vladimir game for Exile. You know what kind of champions you want them to draft for him. Amazing. On the other side, C9, we've been looking at contracts a lot as opposed to Xerxes for the Unicorns of Love. He's been having a huge impact, and most of the time when he spends his time around mid, they get a good game.
Yeah, like he's really efficient. Like I've watched him a lot this tournament, and the way that he uses pink wards and actually uses CC of his own and the laner itself is just pretty insane. Like I think the NA teams in general are better at actually like playing around vision and playing around priority, and I think contracts brings it to the maximum actually.
Yeah, his jungle proximity for mid was higher this tournament, but you've been seeing or saying that in the NALCS in general, it's not because he's not in the lane that he's not providing a lot of support for Jensen in any game that C9 plays.
Yeah, as Maurice said, you know, the vision is always a very big part of Contract's game, and that's why, you know, some people don't necessarily always look to him immediately for, like, you know, player of the game or, you know, big early game presence. The other thing though is that we did see Cloud9 fail super early on in the tournament in their one game where they didn't draft any winning lanes for him to work with, and that is always a big part. You know, jungling, very much a team game, and it depends on the matchups that you're drafting for your laners as well as your jungle.
Some of the strengths I've seen from C9 is whenever they have a good matchup from the bot side, when they can use Smoothie to roam with contracts and set up vision and look for picks around the mid area, that's when they look the strongest. So I think UOL needs to kind of shut this down in order to be able to win.
We'll see what they decide to draft. Both teams need a win here in the fight for the final. So let's find out what C9's mid laner has to say about his EU LCS opponents.
I don't think we're going to lose against Unicorns, even though we lost to them already. I think we were just kind of playing cocky, and our draft was really greedy in a way. Like, we drafted like triple split pushers, so it was kind of awkward. And then we had a really big throw, which gave them Baron. I honestly don't think they're that good of a team, so I think the match against Unicorns is going to be fairly easy.
Oh, we'll see if Jensen and Cloud9 can get their revenge against Unicorns of Love here. And we're just going to take a chance, jump right into the lineups. We're going to start with Unicorns of Love coming in on the blue side. In the top lane, it's going to be Visit Chachi. In the jungle, Xerxes. Mid lane, Exile. 80 carry Samix support Hillisang, and their coach, Sheep.
Yeah, I've heard people say that about UOL, what Jensen just said, but doesn't always lead to a victory. On the other side, of course, we have C9, who we just heard from. Today they're going to be going with Ray starting up in the top lane. Contracts in the jungle first in kill percentage for junglers. Jensen in the mid lane. Sneaky in 80 carry, and Smoothie the support. And where did Ray get that giant club?
I said it yesterday too. I don't understand. I'm not opposed to him getting a giant trundle club. I just want to know why none of the EU players got a giant trundle club.
Of the 6 walkout intros, I think C9's is the best. If they don't win Rift Rivals, at least they win that.
Give them the consolation prize. You always got to look at the bright side.
That is, we're losing right now.
We are losing right now. I know. Don't mention it. Well, let's not dilly-dally. Let's jump straight into champion select, shall we, gents?
That was the most British thing I've ever heard you say.
Let's not dilly-dally around.
We'll get into champion
We'll have a tea after this.
Right away, shall we?
Go on now, gents. Let's go.
All right. Unicorns of Love on the blue side. Cloud9 on the red. Last time we saw these two teams play, as you heard, greedy draft coming from Cloud9.
Yeah.
We'll see what they want to opt for this time around.
Well, I agree with Jensen that the C9 draft was greedy with the Riven top, LeBlanc mid, and Kennen bottom lane. But UOL's draft was equally as greedy because they picked all late game and could have been overly smashed in the laning phase. But they held tough in that matchup, as they have done in both of their victories yesterday. So really interested to see if the similar trends go this game. I think C9 is going to pick better late game. I still expect UOL to pick late game.
I feel like both these teams have very similar styles in their ability to very much hold their own during the laning phase. You see a few skirmishes back and forth, but I feel like neither of these teams really get an early lead and then snowball from that early lead. They're very much about going even or slightly ahead and then transitioning into the mid to late game where they really have that big power. And that's why I'm expecting big playmaking champions like this Gragas.
Yeah, and there were pretty heavy bans on the junglers here. They actually took Elise and Kha'Zix away from contracts. His Lee Sin is actually still really good. He may not want to do that into Gragas. Rek'Sai is still available, and so is his famed Nunu, which he brought out last week in the North American LCS. So I don't think they're getting that much mileage out of their bans from UOL side, aside from the Orianna.
Interesting too, as they have now instead they took Tristana off the board last time, not going to go for it this time. Thought the Kha'Zix was a bigger priority, and you can understand that after watching the Kha'Zix game, but maybe not giving enough respect over to the depths of Contracts' champion pool. He's going to be the first pick, LeBlanc for Jensen. I don't think that is a surprise to any Cloud9 fan. He is an absolute terror on that pick.
Yeah, the only thing that could be a little bit surprising is if they said, they were going to have a better scaling draft. Not necessarily the case. They still need to snowball around the mid lane right now. It's something they're very good at, but it definitely means Unicorns can get a scaling advantage with whatever they pick in the mid lane.
Now, I feel like the Unicorns, they should look to get themselves an early Tahm Kench right now. With the Braum early logged in, you want to try and guarantee that you have that strong bottom lane matchup at the very least. Fascinating that they would go for a very early Gnar. We have seen them pick up a Gnar in their last series versus the Cloud9, but they did that in the second half of the draft. And the fact that they've locked in their top and mid laner too.
Are you seeing something familiar?
Yeah, okay, so
Dracos?
If we look at the bottom, we see that this is very similar. We're missing a Twitch and a Thresh. But we remember that they got just destroyed in the early game, right? And then Cloud9 got a little over aggressive, gave them a window to come back. I don't feel like this draft won Unicorns will love the game.
Why fix what isn't broken, eh, Dracos? Yeah.
I think it was broken. Yeah. Oh, no. Well, Unicorns will love tried and true. They like Exile on the Kassadin, they like Vizicachi on the Gnar, and apparently not too concerned about what they'll be playing up against. Both teams have opted for very different strategies here in the first round of picks, so we can expect very different bans in Phase 2.
So even if Unicorns of Love's early mid lane laning phase isn't that great, I don't actually think Gnar is that bad of an early laner. It is open to some sort of counter picks, like if Ray wanted to play Aurelia.
Riven, maybe?
Or like a Riven. A Riven would really smash it, as we saw yesterday. But we're actually not seeing that many differences here, aside from C9 having the Ashe instead of the Kennen, so they can actually force around a winning lane if they get that lane winning. I still like what Unicorns is doing because I think it fits them.
Yes, this is very classic Unicorns of Love, and I had a great chat with the Unicorn of Love team earlier on. I was very much like, guys, like...
Oh, and Vedius also then told us he had a great chat with Unicorns.
But I'm not going to tell you about it. I want to tell this story on air.
It's going to blow your minds. So
not to set any expectations.
Guys!
Go! Tell your story, Vedius.
So I had a chat because I was very curious about why they put so much emphasis on Blitzcrank and why they're just so willing to pick some of these unique and interesting champions. And when you talk to the players, it's just like, nah, it feels good, right? Like, that is the emphasis. That is the core play style of the Unicorns of Love. Their players just go, you know what? It just feels right. And that's why they so often pick some of these weird champions into matchups that you just don't expect.
How long was that conversation? You were there for like 20 minutes.
And it was about Blitzcrank, but I just thought I'd give a TLDR because the bans have already come through and it's Dracos' job to run us through them.
Wow. Well, TLDR. It feels right, folks. Xayah Thresh banned off, Rek'Sai Lee Sin on the opposite side. Cloud9 gonna go with the Rengar coming in here for Contracts.
They kind of have to. I mean, look at the jungle bans that got thrown through. That's 4 jungle bans that Unicorns threw at them. The Zac is also gone, so this is technically the 6th available jungler. And Contracts' Rengar has been really good in the past.
I do remember him. I believe he brought this out in the TSM series that C9 did win as well. And I know that he has had a fair amount of success with it within his own region. So I feel like that he can still play, but it's something that the European team's definitely not as familiar with, given the last few weeks, even months.
Taking their time here on this final rotation, as Hill is saying. flashes through his SO's initials. Classic, it was saying. But I don't think it's going to be the Blitzcrank this time around, Vedius. I don't think he's going to pick what feels good for him. And I think he's going to pick what feels good for the team.
I'm very happy that he picked Tahm Kench. I think it makes the most sense. I think that it's a great pick into the Braum and answer to the Ashe Arrow as well. And I am surprised that C9 would rather ban away the Thresh than the Tahm, but I think that it's just because they're afraid of the playmaking power that Hylissang does have. And we're very likely going to see a North American Classic as they round out their draft.
Yeah, at this point, Ray hasn't had the greatest of tournaments, but definitely has had some good games on Kled in the past. And this is a team from C9 now that can collapse on a focal point of strength if they get one of them through the laning phase, which against UOL is fairly likely. But then on UOL's side, I feel like their team composition is really strong in team fights if C9 doesn't run away with the early game.
We saw it yesterday against TSM. If you get into those fights against Unicorns of Love, they are not a team that hesitates to execute. The question for me is C9 going to put that same priority into the mid lane that we have seen so frequently, and can Exile, a man who has been the subject to so much criticism, a weak point for the Unicorns of Love, you know, stop the bleeding early and just stay calm until they can scale up?
And the thing is, here in Europe, there are two ways in which you beat the Unicorns of Love. Number one, you snowball an early game lead and you're just so relentless with your pressure that the Unicorns, they just can't do anything about it. Or you number two, you pick a composition that outscales them and you just beat them in team fights later on because you know that's what they're trying to do. And right now, what C9 is trying to do is go for the early game lead and play towards the 1-3-1 and just split the Unicorns up and never give them a proper opportunity to fight. But when they have the Nut and the Kassadin, if they get to late game, they have the options to 1-3-1. But because it's the Unicorns, you know they're going to go for those 5v5s and force them as often as they can.
Yeah, and I'm asking the question, at what minute mark will Exile be dove in the mid lane turret by 3 people from C9? Because that seems to happen every time Jensen plays the block.
Let us know on Twitter, at LO Esports, hashtag NAWin or hashtag EUWin. When do you think Exile will be dived under his tower?
Hashtag 4 minutes, hashtag 2.5.
We will find out. It is Unicorns of Love up against Cloud9, a repeat matchup from what we saw last time. Unicorns guy is here. North American fans, you may not know him, but we know him well here in the EULCS, and that is the Love Hurts crew backing up their boys. Unicorns took down this matchup last time. Can they do it again is the big question.
That really comes through well. He's a very loud person.
He is. He is very loud. A very dedicated fan. And focusing in on the two compositions, we talked very much about their ability to scale. Unicorns of Love, their early power, not the strongest. But when you look across the board, like in the bottom lane, yes, C9 definitely have the advantage. You have an Ashe and a Braum, a lot of pushing power. It's very difficult for a Twitch to trade into the Ashe as well. And even if he does, you have this massive Braum shield that can mitigate a lot of the damage. So pushing value in favor of the bottom lane. In the mid, Jensen on the LeBlanc, he should have early push advantage. And the reason why I'm not a massive fan of Kassadin into LeBlanc is because these days, LeBlanc actually built a lot of AD. She's going to rush the Gunblade. If she wants to, she has the ability to go for a very early Cutlass, and you can just harass the Kassadin out of lane with simple basic attacks. And his laning phase becomes extremely difficult, even at the 15 to 20 minute mark, once he's completed Rod of Ages, simply because of the amount of sustain that LeBlanc gets from the Gunblade as well.
And I know it's really common to start Dark Seal refillable into a Corrupting Potion on Kassadin, but not starting with the Doran Shield means he might be forced into a really early recall or teleport back to lane.
Bit of aggression comes in here, though, around the early Raptor start. And speaking of the junglers, Rengar, not a pick we have seen so much in the EULCS. Xerxes, one of the few people to pull it out. But really wanting to see what impact this pick is going to have on the early game. We've seen Rengars where they get a kill early, they take over a game, and we've seen the Rengars who farm up for 6 and wait for that ultimate before they can find impact.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of NA Rengar before. The term gets thrown around a lot. However, Contracts did have a 15-kill Rengar game in the spring split. In one of them, as Vedius mentioned, he's also pulled it out this split, so definitely one of the better Rengars. That being said, it has been nerfed a multitude of times since it was really OP earlier on in the year.
Those were good times.
Were they?
I played Rengar during those times. They were great times.
As a mid laner, it did not feel good. Looking at options that he does have to gank, Top lane could be an opportunity because there's a lot of all-in power, but you always have to be wary of the Mega Gnar transformation and the turnaround potential of the Gnar. In the mid lane, it's always a good option, but once Casten hits level 6, he's going to have a lot more mobility. So as long as Jensen can land the chains, then you're looking at a really good spot. Ooh. But I feel the best lane for him to gank would be down in the bottom lane. The Ashe Arrow, the chains you see from the Braum, and then the follow-up from the Rengar engage. I feel like that's where he's more likely going to find the most reliable ganks and the best place to try and snowball.
And that bottom lane already suffering very far behind in CS as Vizicsacsi and Ray continue to trade. Quick Goomba stomp, looking for the proc on that Hyper, and Ray definitely not getting the better of that trade, but as long as he can remount, he should be okay here in the early laning phase as C9 go for the early jungle invade.
Yeah, I do think the Kled has to play very aggressive in laning phase, so I'm curious to see where Xerxes goes for his gank. But I do want to point out 2 missed CS Jensen had right before his recall. He missed a cannon minion and a range minion, and then recalled for Dark Seal. But if he would have had those 2 CS, he would have had enough gold for a control ward, which allows him to have a lot more pressure in the mid lane. So those little things can have some pretty far-reaching consequences. I'm surprised Jensen missed both of those CS.
Oh, Ray getting baited in. Yordle fight, but there's a fat man from behind, and that is not what you want to see if you're Ray. In he goes, Ray. Oh, first blood gonna drop for the Unicorn's love.
I feel like we've seen this before. The Kled goes in, they want to try and get a lot of early trading. They want to take advantage of their passive where they can just get Skull back and then they'll have the health advantage. But by playing that aggressively, by being so forward in the lane, it allows Xerxes to punish him and they get first blood over in the top side of the map.
And Ray, 5 isolated deaths already this tournament. He does have 2 solo kills, but continuously maybe looking for those outplay opportunities. Is not going to find it on the top side of the map, and that's going to put him at a pretty decent deficit here early on. However, have to set our sights on the mid lane once again. We're really waiting for Jensen to have that big impact. LeBlanc was and has been his signature pick over the course of the tournament, it feels like. And Exile surviving surprisingly well here in the early game.
Yeah, burned his teleport to get back to wave. Jensen walked back to lane. So Exile actually with an item advantage, a second Dark Seal against Jensen, really just trying to survive this laning phase as much as possible. The one thing that does stack with the Dark Seals is the base AP as well as the percentage it increases your health potions by. So his Corruption Potion will give him a huge amount of sustain, and I think he's actually going to be getting out of this laning phase, at least to level 6, from a pretty okay state.
And it's surprising given how dominant Jensen has been throughout this tournament, because as an individual, he has been one of the best performing. Just look at his KDA, the fact that he has such a significant CSD, and the thing is, these stats are ranked out of every single player in the tournament. Statistically, he is one of the best performing individuals that we have here at Rift Rivals in 2017.
And the big one that always draws my attention are those 3 deaths. All of those have happened after 24 minutes. This man has never died in the laning phase. He has never given up anything, it feels like, early on in the game.
Always an enjoyable player to watch, and a lot of hype was surrounding both Bjergsen and Jensen as they came over to the European side, got to play against their European brethren, and so far they've certainly had a number on a lot of European mids.
It's been a bit grim for the European squads in the mid lane, but Jensen maybe now looking to get more aggressive, contracts invading the jungle as well, and C9 starting to put down a decent amount of pressure here onto the Unicorns.
Yeah, I do think one thing for C9 that hurts them being able to play like super aggressive in the early game is the fact that they were pushed into that Rengar in the jungle. Contracts isn't going to have his most effective gank until he hits level 6. Being able to get some counter jungling off and some deep wards is good for C9, but I mean, look what's happening in the top lane. It's a travesty at the moment. They're down 20 CS. Basically, Vizicsacsi is Jensening Ray as what Jensen has done to other mid laners. So
is that the term now, Jensening someone?
Yeah, when you completely destroy their soul in laning phase. Oh, God. But for UOL, since they have such a good late game team composition, this is a fantastic first 7 minutes.
And it's great that you're mentioning that, because Chachi has been one of the best performing top laners that we've had at this tournament. This guy, he has the highest CSD at 10, the highest gold difference of 15, and he has one of the lowest jungle proximities for any top laner in the tournament. These guys do not actually invest a huge number of resources into Chachi, yet he still performs even when the whole team is not having the best of games. So I've always been impressed with this guy as an individual.
Yeah, Spring Split MVP, although one of those stats is not like the other. One of those stats is bad. 5
teams like to camp him, okay?
It does happen.
But he was a really big facilitator in why they were able to win their game yesterday against TSM. The big Gnar ultimate followed by all the Vladimir damage around the Baron Pit really swung the game in favor of Unicorns of Love, and that's why they're now sitting at this 2-2 record and looking like one of the favorites to make it to the final. But we're still in the early game. Right now, Exiled, he's getting a little bit more control over this lane. The fact that Jensen's prioritizing early AP rather than going AD means that now that Exile's completed the Catalyst and maxed his Q, he's going to have much healthier trading patterns against the LeBlanc. Still surprised he's going for the Thunderlords, though. I feel like Deathfire right now is just so much better for him as a mid lane champion.
He likes to kill people, Vedius. He likes to kill people early and often. And it hasn't happened yet this tournament, but it could. Now Ray getting aggressive. Rengar on the way in. That is the crucial level 6 point that you mentioned earlier. But Vizicsacsi just going to flash out, so a flash-for-flash trade in the end.
Yeah, and the ultimate of Rengar, I think, is really big. Ray did so much to try and bear trap him on a rope away from flashing, but Vizicsacsi timed it just right, getting the bounce on the hop right before his flash to break the tether. Hard to do, because if that tether lands, Contracts jumps in and they get the kill.
Very close, but surviving by the skin of his teeth in the end, has to burn the flash. Maybe Contracts can look for a repeat gank, but as you mentioned, really needs that ultimate to be a reliable threat. To be able to come in quickly, and Exile just kind of messing with him at this point in the game. LeBlanc coming as well, but Exile just going to back off, not looking for any aggressive play.
In his winning lane against Jensen, his teleport's pretty much completely back off of cooldown. He arguably had an item advantage with the Catalyst, and he's still getting a lot of harass off onto Jensen. So doing really well today, especially when you consider the way his tournament began.
Yeah, and I think we have to say, I mean, he's been the subject of so much criticism both locally in Europe as well as in this tournament. But this is probably the best laning phase he has had so far, and it looks good for him right now.
But this is also one of his best champions, too. Like, during the regular season of the LCS, when he was on Castle, when he was on champions that he couldn't afford to be aggressive on, was when he was performing the best. And it was really nice to see how often that teams would actually show respect and ban it away, because that was when Exile wasn't giving away all these free kills in lane, when he wasn't giving away all these free deaths to allow the enemy team to get these early advantages against UOL.
Now, though, laning phase just continues to move forward, neither team making any massive map plays, but Exile continuing to get aggressive, trying to proc the Thunderlords here, and Jensen and Exile are just at each other's throats in the laning phase, but Jensen maybe just waiting to back off his Contracts. Ready to move into the mid lane, but has been spotted out by the ward. Is Exile going to back off or just continue to play aggressive here?
Yeah, they might be trying to counter gank, which is pretty dangerous against a Rengar when you have a low health cast in like that. This will be interesting to see if they try and force it versus just back away.
And Cersei unfortunately sweeps, but the ward is just outside of his range.
And you can see Sneaky and Smoothie have moved up through the river as well. This will allow Samix and Hillerstein to get the push on bot, force that wave underneath the tower. And this bottom lane has had a fairly healthy laning phase. They haven't suffered as much as you would expect, given how much priority Sneaky's had over the lane.
I mean, I listen to you guys complain about UOL a lot, because you say, hey, they were so good at team fighting. If only they would just play a conservative laning phase so they weren't constantly playing from behind, man, they would be such a good team. It's happening this game for the first time in the history of the world, apparently, where they're winning all of their laning phases with the scaling comp.
The key thing is Exile, because so many of the early deficits come from a kill going down onto him, but we may not have time as another gank happens.
Return gank.
Moving forward, Contract's trying to leap in, looking for the 4-stack. The Ferocity is just going to lock him down, and that's the death for Vizicsacsi and the kill for C9.
And another good timing from C9, because they take advantage as Jensen now, he's very low.
Running for his life, does have the distortion out. Exile can't afford to chase that one, but it is action across the map here. It may have taken 10 minutes for it to get started, but now both teams are starting to look for these fights.
But backtracking to that play in the top lane, note how well C9 are playing around the fact that every time Vizicsacsi goes into mini-Gnar form, that's when they try to force a gank. That's when they try and shut him down, because that's where he is squishiest and the most likely time to get a kill, and the risk of a counter gank is very low.
Yeah, and if C9 want to do more of that, they have to get control wards in the river, because when they tried to camp Jensen's lane this game, they have consistently been walking over wards, and that's allowed Exile to play much more conservatively, and it's allowed Xerxes to be there for the counter gank. So far, I think so good for UOL, and C9 actually, even though they did get that one gank off, this is not the early game I think they would want when they're picking LeBlanc.
But I still think this is okay for C9, because one thing that I will credit them for is something that they have very similarly to that of UOL, which is that they're really good at finding late game fights. Like the way when I saw them play yesterday, they were pretty much just sitting in a brush, just waiting for the enemy team to just be slightly out of position. Boom, instantly. getting a really positive fight for them, catching targets out of position, and it was simply a matter of just having really good vision control and knowing exactly when they can make plays happen. And with Sneaky on this Ashe, with Jensen on this LeBlanc, I think there's a huge amount of pick potential that they could try and take advantage of as the game progresses.
And they're continuing to pressure forward, knocking down a little bit of damage onto that tower, but the CS remains relatively even. Samic's actually pulling out to a small lead, and bot lane just has not been the center of action for either of these teams. More focus on the top side from both junglers and kind of just waiting for this one to blow up. Jensen here may be the trigger. But there's a ward. C9 getting warded so consistently. Not something we normally praise Unicorns of Love for, early vision control, but they have been incredibly diligent, and Xerxes especially, in placing down that early vision.
Yeah, it does feel like C9's wards have gotten a little bit better. We talked about stylistic tendencies in the early game, how UOL usually just kind of goes over-aggressive and gives up a lot of deaths. This is more of a C9 style of early game, where they actually haven't jumped out to huge leads against teams, sometimes actually just accept small deficits, because as Betty has said, they're very good at forcing fights in the mid and late game. Stylistically, actually, you don't think that matches up super well with UOL, though, because UOL are the king of forcing fights in the mid lane over in Europe. So
that's why it's exciting, Jack.
I'm really interested to see when and how this game explodes open.
Waiting for it. Neither team looking to contest the draw, or rather, UOL not looking to contest the mountain drake. Xerxes throws in a cask, and that means C9 gets it in the end. So a small advantage to C9, but no big skirmishes, no big fights. We have a single gank on the top side of the map, two rather. And now C9 going to break a tower. It is going to be an increase in tempo, though, as Unicorns of Love are now moving onto the top side. But first tower blood for Cloud9.
And this is a very classic move for the Unicorns of Love. Often they do it a little bit earlier because they are normally in slightly larger deficits during the early game. But what they've basically done is they've realized we're eventually going to lose this tower. Even though we're doing absolutely fine in farm, we still don't have the push, so our tower is gradually getting killed as a gank happens mid.
Exile now running for his life. Contract's now moving forward. Exile solo, gonna lock him up. Contract's on the Rengar, coming in.
Yeah, and Exile just second-guessed where he should retreat from because he didn't really know what angle Rengar was approaching. Nice secure there.
Vizichachi gonna move forward, but no Mininar means no chase down onto Zig. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald gonna be set in the sights of the Unicorns of Love. C9, though, pushing in the mid lane. Maybe they can get something back. Vizichachi continues to just threaten the top lane, and it is all-out aggression, but now he's locked up under the tower.
Out, gets it.
Vizichachi, the hop, the jump away, but now pulled back. Ray just going to finish this one out.
Beautiful play there from C9, but Chachi's going to get out.
There's the charge, blast cone. Ray's not going to find it. Chachi, you madman!
It looked like Ray was almost trying to give the kill to Sneaky or something because it felt like he stopped auto-attacking, but Vizichachi just makes a miracle happen and gets away.
Oh, man. The man of mystery himself, Mr. Vizichachi. But let's have a look at how this gang happens earlier on, because Jensen had taken a few favorable trades early on during the laning phase. He's able to successfully land the chain, and now you can see how much harder it is for Exile to escape. Interestingly, he's not really expecting the gank to happen, because he walks back. Wait, no, he must have. That's why he flashed, right? Because he sees the thing above his head, he flashes away, and then he walks back into lane.
He should have walked towards Tom Kent.
Yeah,
but
of course.
He probably didn't know what angle Contracts was coming from, whether it was through the lane or through the river. So definitely an avoidable one.
Yeah, now the trades just continue in the middle lane.
You can see
Vizichachi, but Jensen now firing back, as you mentioned, the Gunblade. Pretty big part of this build.
It gives you so much additional sustain as well, and this is why I'm not a massive fan of the Thunderlords into the matchup, because Deathfire just gives you so much more continued harass, and the Thunderlords really wants you to go all in, and it makes it easier for Jensen to land things like the chain and his full combo. Add to the Gunblade and the sustain that he gets, he's always going to come out on top.
Ray and Jensen now setting their sights on that middle lane. The Herald still available for Xerxes and the Unicorns of Love, but now the tower score is evened up in the gold, just about dead even across the board. Surprising to see Unicorns of Love, a team who struggled in the early game, go so even, and C9 and UOL just feel like they're poised for an insane mid game.
But now the map has opened up with the mid tier 1 down, the bottom tier 1 down. The only thing that C9 are really looking to play around is that tier 1 in the top lane, but it also gives the freedom for Jensen to move around the map. Yes, he'll stay mid to try and keep this tower healthy, but the reality is he has a teleport available. It's very easy for him to come back should he need to, but also this is a great opportunity for C9 to try and make plays happen. They have the Ashe Arrow, the Rengar ulti, and the damage on LeBlanc. It means that you will have to be very careful with their vision, which if you just look at the minimap right now, is heavily in the favor of C9.
Yeah, and I think UOL would be okay as long as they can fight around Gnar. It's a 54 CS advantage at this stage in the game. I still don't feel like any teams have an answer to Vizichachi's Gnar. He's now played it 3 games in a row. The Kled certainly does not seem like one. Here's the Herald, though. They want to push.
Moving forward. Minwave not there to back him up. They're just going to rely on the immediate damage and the Rift Herald to tank this one out.
Chachi is Mega, so it's not a great time for C9 to force.
Be careful. Counting down, maybe waiting out the duration on the throw hunt. Don't think he has enough time.
Look at Kled.
Arrow goes into his Chachi. He's about to turn mini. Perfect timing from Cloud9, but that is the interrupt. In comes the charge onto the backside. Exile in trouble. They're looking to take him down. Exile going to drop. Now Ray is on the front lines running face first into Samix. He's going to get dismounted. Smoothie going to try to back it off, and Unicorns are going to pull away, but that is the kill in the favor of Cloud9. Suddenly, though, Xerxes moving forward. Jensen backing off. Hillisang going in alone, and he's going to pay with his life for that one. That's going to be the 2-0.
And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on. Cloud9 are so good at finding these fights. At first, they pop the Rengar ultimate early, and you think, why are they trying to engage right now when the Mega Gnar is available? But they pick the timing just right. As the Mega Gnar is running out, they use the arrow onto him so that he can't even get his ulti out. And then just keep your eyes on Ray down in the river. He's waiting for the flank. And I heard the players just shouting, focus Kassadin, focus Kassadin. And that is immediately who the entire team collapse upon as they shut down Exile.
Yeah, they get him with the Braum, and then they want to continue chasing, but Samux, to his credit, gets a lot of damage through onto the rest of C9 to make them back away, and then a bit of overconfidence by UOL for sure. Beautiful flash by Sneaky there. Otherwise, he would have been hit by Xerxes' taunt flash, or body slam flash, and then a questionable Abyssal Void by Hillsong.
And another thing that Chachi was telling me earlier in the day was, you know, sometimes you just got to flash in. And I feel like this is not one of those times that it's saying, like, there could have been a great opportunity for you to just chill out, relax. You went okay in the fight. You only lost one member. You should have just disengaged.
And in his defense, he started channeling the Abyssal Voyage as Xerxes was going in. I think he was convinced the body slam was going to land, that they were going to turn the fight in their favor. But the second that flash from Sneaky that you noted comes out, things fall apart and the fight turns against them. And that means another Dragon dropping in the favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, and I want to see if they keep having these big fights in the mid lane, because I think eventually that would favor UOL. We mentioned how C9 is, you know, really good at finding fights. Against UOL, you know where to look. You look in the mid lane because they're so often trying to just mob up around that turret. C9 still holding that turret with a little bit of health, and Exile actually trying to get on Sneaky, but
may have overestimated
yeah,
exactly how much damage he does.
He's only got the Rod of Ages, so his threat is not as high as Sneaky's is at this point in the game. Won't lose anything as a result of it. We'll just catch the wave. But I'm just so impressed with the vision from C9. Like, every single objective that they've been setting up for so far, there's always been very clear wording around what they want to do. And they just took the Dragon down in the bottom lane, and you can just see how the setup had come before, so they knew that it was a very clean take. They have 3 control wards in the top side of the map, so while the vision investment isn't massive, it's still around like, hey, we still have a good idea if you are trying to go for a sneaky Baron rush, and it's very much C9 being very smart about where they set up vision to try and punish you.
And Vedius, I feel like if teams are showing us where they want to set up plays with vision, Unicorns of Love are showing us the classic. So much of that vision in mid lane, 2 in the mid lane alone. And those guys, I feel like they just want to fight. We see this so frequently across these games in Rift Rivals that Unicorns of Love just are not worried about anywhere else. They want to fight in that mid lane.
And their actual engage, I'd say, isn't as reliable as what C9 has with the Ash Arrow and the Kled ultimate. They kind of need Xerxes to go and make a big play with his flash down. So in the meanwhile, like this, if they have more people there, they're going to be able to push. But this isn't necessarily a team fight.
Not going to be the case, but we can see Unicorns of Love coming even just about on the goal to 20 minutes. Normally down 2K, only down 1K this time around. So it looks a little bit better for them. Of course, a much better early game. The mid-game fight goes in the favor of C9, though, to give them a small advantage. And sadly, this is not the same case as we always see, where they're guaranteed the win with some late-game scaling Vladimir, but it does look very good with the Unicorns of Love.
And there's one thing that I can promise both of you, and that this will be a quick game. Because the Unicorns of Love, their average game time at this tournament is 29 minutes and 41 seconds, which is pretty damn fast. It is the fastest average game time out of all of the teams in Rift Rivals, and that is because whether they are winning or losing, Unicorns of Love always say, I have a battering ram and I'm ready to run it down mid.
What is a Vedius guarantee worth? Well, if it goes longer, if it's a 40-minute game, because I've seen a few in the last few days.
It's an average game time, right? Like, just bear that in mind. All I'm saying is that it will be
guaranteed.
One thing I can guarantee you both is that it's going to be a fast game. Okay.
I will guarantee you both dinner.
There you go.
If it's not a fast game, come on, Unicorns, you owe me.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be with the way this game could explosively move in one way or the other, but C9 isn't necessarily the fastest scale team, and the game is still really close. Plus, we've seen C9 have those really ugly games earlier against G2 where it went on and on and on. So can't wait to see how this actually does.
If you just caster curse us into a 70-minute game, I swear to God.
You mean
it'll be super hype, and I'll be really excited about it.
70-minute game of high-quality League of Legends, because that's all you get in those kind of games. But now things have definitely slowed down a little bit. Baron is still a big point of contention for both these teams, and I feel like everyone is just waiting for the 2 items. The second item spike, where teams can really turn on, feel very confident, especially for Exile, who's working towards that Lich Bane. Definitely not really built for team fighting, but it will give you a lot of additional damage when trying to get onto that backline.
Yeah, and I see this from C9's perspective, like, Jensen wants to get the 1v1s or the 2v1s in the side lane, but Unicorns is just never there. They're split pushing different lanes, and they're constantly re-pulling him towards mid. So the more they can pull Jensen into their main squad, the better it is for UOL, because that's not where LeBlanc shines.
Interesting, too, because normally it's the Kassadin that we see on the sidelines, but Exile so consistently grouping up with the team. This is the sort of same strategy we saw when Vizicachi picked the Aurelia. Willing to group those split pushers, move them into the mid lane, and just look to kind of disable the advantages. In this case, the Jensen can provide. Unicorns love. Just continuing their pressure down mid lane, their play around mid lane, clearing out their side waves, and immediately moving right back mid. But Cloud9 just doing the same. And really no one contesting the Baron yet means it is just going to slow down the game.
I like Righteous Glory on Xerxes as well. Gotta mention just one of the few that isn't going Runic Echoes on Gragas. I think the Cinderhulk is better for pure tankiness in the late game, and you're still doing a lot of damage with that now cheaper and better to clear the jungle item that is the Cinderhulk. So also think they have a lot of damage in the late game with the Kassadin and the Twitch, so they're scaling in the right ways. I would like to see them actually do something like a double Knight's Vow between the Gragas and the Tahm Kench as their 3rd and 4th items, probably after Xerxes builds up a locket on Gragas. So I do feel like their team fighting, for a lot of reasons, champions as well as items, will scale better if they can continue to keep this game stalled. C9's not making any headway with these split-pushing games. Jensen's never getting to fight people.
But there are pings in the middle lane. You can see Rengar hanging off towards the side. Jensen, he has just had to clear out this top wave. And remember, this double TP. Right now, there's no deep vision investment from the side of C9, so it's going to be difficult for them to get the same kind of flank that they had before. But just look at the lack of vision coming out from the Unicorns of Love. It should mean that if Ray wants to walk over, UOL will not be able to easily spot him out.
When we look at the awkward position that Cloud9 are in as we get later into the game, the Gragas with the cask, he may not have the damage, but he has the disengage for these picks. Like the Rengar, like the Kled on the top side of the map, the Braum is, or not the Braum, rather the Tahm Kench as well, who can interrupt a lot of the assassination potential that Rengar and LeBlanc bring. And if C9 can't find some skirmishes or some greater advantages, it does feel like Unicorns of Love are just going to be the team that wins
Jensen
out on the stall. But not going to stall for much longer. The double bounce coming in for Vizicachi. Range extended on this patch. May not be the biggest factor.
These are the fights C9 wants when they're not fighting the majority of UOL.
Wallop comes down. Kled charging in. Is going to find Xerxes, not the target that he wanted. Vizicachi tries to throw him back. Boulder goes out as he switches to Mini, and both teams just going to back away.
Yeah, I think Ray actually had instant regret after casting that ultimate, because the rest of C9 wasn't going to engage, but it does buy them time to get a Mountain Drake. Oh.
Are they going to get it, though? Yes. No steal. Cloud9 secure the second Mountain Drake for themselves. That will make it easier if they want to pressure the Baron. Will make it much easier to contest those major objectives, but still have to find that pick or that fight before they can get there.
We did see earlier on in the day the EU teams are the best at contesting around these dragons, but they are still willing to fight you for your towers. So while C9 were backing away from that objective, it gave UOL the path towards that tier 1. So now the entire map has opened up. It will give UOL the freedom to get the deep vision down if they want to try and make a play. And looking at some of the ultimates that are unavailable right now, Ray doesn't have his ulti, Contrax doesn't have his ulti, and while Chansey also doesn't have his ulti, the fact that Mega Gnar still has a fair amount of CC, I feel like this would be a good time if you all want to try and force a fight.
And the thing about the Gnar, that Mega Gnar ultimate is really short cooldown. Due to the constrictions of the form swap, you know, you're gifted with that low cooldown, and now Vizicachi gonna have it again pretty soon.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna move towards a Baron game now. I mean, double Mountain Drake for C9 gives them a lot of threat over the area, but that's also kind of what UOL is waiting for. They're waiting for C9 to break out of this 1-3-1 pattern so they can force a 5v5. We talked before about how they need Xerxes to get the initiation, so they'd actually need C9 to be grouped up around Baron for something like that to happen. Once again, 27 minutes, 30 seconds into the game with UOL having only 1 kill. Rather peculiar, but I still think it's okay for them in the grand scheme of things with their late game team fighting.
You look at the damage dealt to champions this game, and we have to remember, this isn't really from team fighting. This is just from Gnar poking in lane so consistently, the LeBlanc and the Ashe poking out as well, because there just has not been a ton of action anywhere.
Yeah, really has been quite a slow game, but also very much what, as Jack was saying earlier, you more expect from C9 playing more of the slower early game, not necessarily building a lot of their leads from all this immense early jungle action. It's not the most common thing to see Jensen get like 4 kills against Caps after the jungle and the support gank there like 3 times in a row. So this is a little bit more standard, and now that like we're approaching the 30 minutes, I really am expecting a big fight.
Smoothie getting aggressive. Out comes the ultimate from Rengar. Maybe this is the engage option. Samick spat over the wall. They are going to look for the pick onto Hylissang. He pops the thick skin and flashes right over Vizicsacsi looking for the disengage. Ray not going to connect with the ult, but Hylissang is going to get popped. And now Cloud9 is moving forward. Contract's going to try to lock him up, but it's Samick untouched in the backline. The Twitch looking for the turn and burn, and here comes Exile. Smoothie running for his life. The rift walk from Exile. The slow not going to be enough. Exile on the front lines. Vizicsacsi throwing the boulder. Cloud9 getting destroyed.
And Cloud9, they overcommit to a fight, and Unicorns of Love are able to find the turnaround in that narrow choke point. Massive team fight swing, 4 dead for C9, Baron going to Unicorns of Love.
And it's deja vu all over again for C9. In the first game against UOL, they said they had control. They lost 1 team fight. UOL got Baron, and it was over. So 2 of the 3 things have happened here. The mid-game team fight goes to UOL, and they get Baron. Now the question will be, can they end after so much of the game being passive?
Baron now uncontested and just not enough respect given over. C9 so close. 1 more pick, walking away. That could have been their Baron. That could have been their fight, but they just stick around too long.
Yeah, well, they see Cassidy in the side lane without teleport, so they know they can go. They can force a fight. They get a lot of damage onto Hylissang. They burn summoner spells across the board, but they commit almost all their damage onto Tahm Kench and then trap themselves in this really small corridor where they've used everything, and Twitch can then free hit. And by the way, Exile is now here, so it's no longer a 5v5. C9 walk right into a very small space against a Twitch and Cassidy, and they pay the price.
Yeah, man, what a great fight from the Unicorns of Love. Really getting a fantastic turnaround, and now they are feeling confident. They are feeling good. Look at how much free damage Sax is able to get on the back line. And it's the Hylissang classic, just being like, oh no, I'm out of position. And often he'll pay his life for it, but sometimes it can also be the ultimate bait in order to get the team fight win for the Unicorns of Love. Now they've equalized the kills. Now they have the Baron. Let's see if they play the 1-3-1 or whether or not they just go back to mid lane and try and force another fight.
It's a bad news when you're Assassin in the mid lane, you're Pseudo-Assassin in the jungler on that Rengar, when they can't kill targets in a timely fashion, and Cassidy gets to walk all the way from top over into the middle of the fight. Things looking a bit grim for C9. Now, they're not out of this one yet. A lot of it is going to depend on what Unicorns of Love can do with this Baron and Vedius. Cassidy now committed to the side lane, not quite as predicted. Unicorns of Love running down mid.
Yeah, now a level 16 Cassidy as well.
Oh, yeah.
As an Infinity Edge Twitch with a whole boatload of attack speed. And C9 unable to set up a split push. If they barrel into a 5v5, they most likely lose. So C9 really limited options at this state in the game as to what they can do.
And Unicorns of Love are typically a team that are very good at being able to close out games once they have a convincing lead. And here we go, Exile now grouping with the team. Let's see how UOL force.
C9, are they going to fight for this one? Or are they just going to back off? For now, they're going to settle for a bit of poke damage. Can't fight the Baron up. Unicorns of Love squad for now. Wards available for TP flanks. Not too many on the side of C9. And don't think this is the fight they'd want to take anyway at this point in the game.
And it's a sorry state of Mountain Drakes for NA this tournament. I feel like there has now been at least 3 games where the team gets 2 to 3 Mountain Drakes, but then they're just not utilizing it properly. In this game in particular, C9 wasn't playing around Baron when they went for that fight down on the bottom side. You can threaten the Baron when you have 1 or 2 Mountain Drakes and therefore make picks. What's happening is they're getting these Mountain Drakes, they're not forcing around objectives. Those Drakes are now useless to you until 35 minutes, and then you're losing the fight and UOL is taking Baron.
And we have to wonder, how many arrows has Sneaky actually thrown out this game, right? Like, we think about the pick potential with this composition. The the Rengar ultimate, the Ashe arrow, the Twitch. There's so many tools to find a pick. Yeah, I feel like C9, they slowed the game down so much without doing anything that they did try to go for a full-on 5v5 mid when I feel like they never really needed to. Like, they could have played towards trying to collapse on someone on a side lane, try and find these small opportunities, and really they just played into the hands of the Unicorns, who eventually found that great 5v5, and now they're on the doors of C9's base.
Luckily, C9 still confident enough to come out and kill those cannon minions, not to let it burn them down, but Vizicachi and Exile on the top side, they're going to take that next tier 2, when there's just not a whole lot that C9 can do about it. Renee gets a bit aggressive with that bear trap on the rope. Vizicachi taking some poke damage, and Jensen just using the most of that LeBlanc kit that he can. However, this is just looking so grim for the side of C9, but with Baron buff slowly ticking away, suddenly a little bit more on even footing. The 5K gold lead for Unicorns of Love is massive, no doubt there, but C9 may be able to find an avenue back.
And I do think UOL's played really well. In the other wins they had yesterday, they made a bunch of head-scratching plays in the early game, and then they played the team fights well, yes, but oftentimes it felt like it's because the other team was, you know, doing something silly, and then UOL punished them. But here, they've known they have the scaling advantage the whole time, and I can't think of one instance where they made an over-aggressive play.
Yeah.
So who is this team that showed up on day 3 of Rift Rivals? Because it's telling us that it's Unicorns right now, but based on the early game, it just feels completely different.
It's refined.
They just refined it in a day.
One day.
Day
That's
one,
all it takes.
lose all the games, Manager changes
figured
head.
it out. Now it's a 2-0, and now they're looking to head at least to another win to start. Jensen. One more auto, the flash away to stop the expunge. Exile now has to run for his life. He's exhausted. Ultimate not going to connect. The slow animation.
Here comes the collapse.
Suddenly Vizicachi on the back line. He's stunned up. They don't have the damage to kill him, and now Exile is leaping forward, but Ray is coming in with that charge. Who's he going to latch onto? It's Vizicachi in the mini-Gnar. Exile goes golden, but Hylissang can't devour him, and he gets stunned up before he can. C9, this might be the fight that they need. Samix now leaping forward. That's the spray and pay, the double kill for Sneaky. The Ashe is looking to turn this back. Xerxes on the backside. He's trying to kill Jensen. Can he get the damage down? Yes. Now Vizicachi in Mega-Gnar. He is running forward. Ray has remounted, and suddenly Unicorns of Love are starting to lose. But it's Samix with the turn and the burn and taking down the opposition. Unicorns of Love hunting for a bit more, but at the end of the day, that's a 3 for 2.
A bit of a sketchy team fight to start off, but Samix comes in for the cleanup, ends finishing off with a 3 for 2, going in the favor of Unicorns of Love. Unlikely that they'll be able to turn it into any significant objective, but still a team fight win for the Unicorn.
Yeah, Samix is doing so much damage, and it took a while for him to arrive to that fight. That was about the best fight that I think C9 could hope for, where they get a long time before Twitch arrives, and they make Exile use all of his Rift Walks in retreat rather than going for Sneaky. The Ashe Arrow not landing at the start actually misses a lot, and then they then missed a bunch of skill shots on top of that. So the idea of the fight was good. Missing the skill shots, not the best form of execution, but on top of that, towards the end of the fight, I think Sneaky actually played this really well, kiting back from a lot of spells.
Yeah, I was really impressed with his constant, really good positioning. Like, he's always keeping on the edge. Exile was a little bit aggressive, flashing in to try and get the kill, but then you think, oh, this is going to go really well for C9, especially with the fact that Ray going to remount too. They're now in a 4 versus 3. They still have their AD carry alive, but then Samix stealths up. Sneaky doesn't realize that he's come back in, and then with Xerxes, the additional CC to set up Samix for the cleanup, results in them getting the team fight win, and now they'll be able to get themselves their first straight of the game.
Sadly, it gets harder and harder for Cloud9 from here, and we saw in that fight as well. Some small miscommunications from UOL leading to some advantage for Cloud9. Exile going golden right as Hylissang flashes in to devour him. Then Hylissang getting stunned as he comes out and unable to complete it. But now they just run it down mid. Now they're looking to keep the action going. Vizicachi in trouble, could get picked off. Does go Mega, does try to turn this one back, uses the Gargoyle Stoneblade, buys a bit of time. That's the baited, outsmarted. Unicorns of Love coming in. Now Exile just cleaning it up.
Absolute obliteration once again from Vizicachi. He destroys C9, and UOL are looking to take down C9.
Oh, and Jensen. Another couple deaths added to that list. KDA worsened, Unicorns of Love pushing for the win, and C9 not able to punish the early game. Jensen comes in, he calls it an easy win. And we thought maybe it's possible. Maybe Xerxes goes down again, Exile goes down again, but it's just so good overall for the Unicorns of Love.
Their team fighting down the stretch. Yes, they had the comp for it, but the bait and switch on Gnar right there. Stone plate into Gnar into absolute demolition.
Unicorns of Love, they're gonna do it. They're gonna take down Cloud9 for the second time. climb and move up yet another win on the path to the finals of Rift Rivals.
Yeah, 3 wins for Unicorns now. That moves them above all other EU teams. Fnatic can keep pace if they beat TSM in their next game, but this is not what you would have expected after day 1. Unicorns looked miserable in their first 2 games, but now they're on a 3-game streak, keeping the superstitions going every time. Bald head, all the hands on it.
Shake the chair. That's what was holding them back.
Every time they do that after a game, they win the next game.
Oh, man.
Speaking of trends.
It was all about the initial sacrifice for the later success. But what this also means is that G2 are now out of contention for the finals. It is a battle between the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic. And given the consistent dominance of G2, so many fans are excited now to see what can be brought to the finals of here in Europe, because the Unicorns, yes, they had a rough day 1. They seemed like they still had the same issues as before, but when you allow them to play their style, my God, this team is destructive.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is they have been improving at a rapid pace if you look at their games across Rift Rivals, because even at the start of the day, you're thinking, okay, if Unicorns make it to the final, then it's really not that exciting because they've been losing every early game and it's just kind of random that they're winning the games. But this game, where they stayed even for all of the early game, knowing they had the late game scaling, and played it right. I mean, that's a team you can start kind of getting behind and thinking they have a good shot if they make it to the finals.
It was so clean in the early game. We talked about division, something that we're so critical of for Unicorns of Love, and for good reason. They give up so much in the early game, often because of that lack of vision. They saw everything Contracts tried to do in the early game. Every gank, spotted out before he could make it happen. They played around the throw of the hunt with so much respect. And as you said, Jack, who is this team, this reserved team willing to play back in the early game? It's a great look for the Unicorns of Love, and they're looking so strong.
But I still feel that for C9, they could have been so much more proactive as well. Like, we saw that play in the top lane, which could have actually been a favorable fight for them. They could have been doing that like 10 minutes earlier into the game. They had the Ashe Arrow, they had the Rengar ultimate. There were ways in which I feel they could have tried to at least try to make these plays happen, but they never made it work, and UOL eventually found the perfect fight, which enabled them to snowball the game.
Well, it definitely did. Well, UOL's jungler was crucial in their victory over Cloud9. Let's find out what he has to say after that game.
Thank you very much, Strakos. I'm joined here by Xerxes. First and foremost, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
I am going to quote you on something you said off camera. Finally, an early game where we didn't get shit on. What happened, dude? How did you manage to survive?
Okay, so after the first game where we went 0-2, and like you said, we got shit on in the early game, like there was no hope for us in the early game where we just died 10 times. We had like a talk, and everyone was serious about it, and then the second game, like the second day, we go 2-0.
And now that makes it 3-0, 3 wins back-to-back. You've just eliminated G2 Esports. They are no longer viable contenders for the finals. Only Fnatic left. They're coming up against TSM shortly. But what would it mean to you if you go 4-0 in the last ends and you end up representing Europe in the finals tomorrow?
It would have been nice to be 6-0, but I think I'm happy with 4-2 as well. And I think we can do that.
You think you can do it? You've got one more game to play today. Deficio had some strong words about the UOL style. You know, you have to beat them early. If you go even with UOL until 20 minutes, you're going to lose in team fights to UOL. Is that the truth?
Our team fights are way too insane.
Way too insane. Okay, Xerxes, who is going to win this next matchup, Fnatic or TSM? That's a tough one.
I would say Fnatic because they are European.
Going to be European, and that means the last games are going to be more important. Xerxes, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you as well.
Congrats on the win. We're going to head to the analyst test to wrap up the game.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Nice to hear from Xerxes there as well. And another win for the Unicorns of Love. And if I look over the trajectory of the last couple of days, first day, they were quite bad, really bad. I mean, we can say that. Then yesterday, they were more controlled still from behind, but they could win fights and get back into the game. And this game, they just play well all around. Is that a fair assumption to make, Trashy?
I do agree with that, yeah.
They've been getting better.
It definitely makes the game a lot easier if your solo laners are not dying 1v1 a lot. So this game, huge improvement on that side. They didn't die. They actually played it out properly. And I think a lot of it actually came down to the draft where they secured the Gragas for the jungle early, and then they banned... C9 didn't pick up the jungle pick in the first phase, and then they had to pick Rengar, which is more of a scaling pick and can't really punish pre-6, so they couldn't really punish the lanes of UOL, and that really helped them.
Oh, and C9 first picked LeBlanc, who ended 1, 2, and 2, by the way.
Yeah, like Trashy was talking about, helping a lot with the solo laners doing well in the early game. Not only did they not lose, but Vizicachi actually smashed Ray after the one gank that he got from Xerxes super early on. A huge CS lead. He was a giant force for this team for the entire game. And Exile, as you said, in the mid lane, he didn't die in the Cassidy versus LeBlanc matchup early on, and he was actually even in CS, and that's what you want.
Yeah, he kind of got to level 11 before he did his first death, so that obviously helps, but the way that they execute team fights and actually able to cut back is pretty interesting. Obviously, they lose this team fight, but still, you kind of see like the initial strength of the comms. Like, you can see that C9 is still able to keep up, still able to actually hard engage and win team fights, and basically bait UL into over-aggression, but they're already starting to scale. They're already like getting to the point where they can contest team fights, and Unicorns doesn't want anything else besides that. They want to win team fights, or at least be able to contest them in order to at some point like get advantages out of them.
Yeah, and it was a lot of Unicorns of Love going mid or pushing the side waves and not really forcing anything. And C9 also, besides this one, wasn't able to force anything anywhere else either. So where should they have forced it? They did get the dragons, but...
I think if they were more cohesive as a unit and actually would have used more TPs maybe, like had LeBlanc silent earlier, because LeBlanc does beat Cassidy until a certain point. Like if you utilize that window, you can actually get silent turrets and rotate back into mid lane and get advantage through that, but they didn't utilize that window at all.
Yeah, and again, the problem was that they couldn't get any sort of pressure because Ray was so far behind in the 1v1 with his Kled. You would like to think that, oh, Ash Arrow is going to come down the middle with a Kled ultimate, and that's like a guaranteed engage, but Cloud9 were never able to get, sideways in position to do that, and were never really able to push the tempo.
In my opinion, they needed to be more creative with the Rengar pick together with the LeBlanc, because to be honest, I don't see them actually winning team fights if they fight it like 5v5 in mid. I think they needed the Rengar to be more skirmish heavy and like 2v2s, maybe 3v3s on side, where they could maybe just single out one guy and one-shot him. But they didn't really do that, and then when they actually hit these 3 items from UOL on the Twitch and Cassidy, there's just no hope.
Great point. Let's take a look at a couple of those team fights where Unicorns of Love were so good. This one in the jungle getting 4 kills brought to you by Acer, and this is what you're talking about. The clock is ticking, and well, the alarm bell has rung for C9.
Yeah, this is one where they chase the Tom Kench over the wall, and they're using everything to try and get one of the least valuable members of the team.
Looks
and
great.
Then you end up, oh, they got him, but they're funneled into the small corridor. Contracts, yeah. Unlucky last comment right there.
The big mistake is like they force so hard into the Twitch, where they actually don't even get on top of the Twitch, and they stack up for all the AoE damage, and then we just saw the damage chart after how much damage the Twitch actually did in the fight, and you can't really allow this. Like if you do mistakes against the Twitch Cassidy comp, then at some point you will just lose the game.
Exactly. Yeah. They were getting outscaled, and they kind of tunnel visioned on that charge. They actually got both summoners out of the Twitch in that fight. If they kind of pulled off, I feel like they still had maybe one more attempt left in them, but that was pretty much the game breaker.
Yeah, they kind of overchased in that one. Like if they, as you said, like just got one more attempt where they actually like utilize another ultimate of Ray and actually like lock the Twitch down instead of like chasing them down that way, they would have basically been able to get what Unicorns was able to get, which is Nasher.
And key point in this is also that you can't make any mistakes in those fights because Unicorns are outscaling and are pretty good at team fights as well. Let's take a look at this one, which looked like it could be turned into C9's favor. And how does it Gnar survive? And then he gets Mega Gnar and he destroys everyone.
Plate, I believe, helped out here. Transforming into Mega as well was just really funny timing.
I also think that we talked a lot on the desk here off air about Vizicachi just as a player, and he has those champions like Gnar. Well, if he gets a little lead, he will completely take over the game.
And we have seen him now play this Gnar where they counter pick it with the Kled twice, and in my opinion, I don't think it's actually a counter pick. I think the Gnar actually has a really good lane into the Kled, and we also saw that in this game. So I think we can question a bit the C9 top lane picks. If do they have a better pick than Kled, or because we've seen a lot of Kled now, and I think Gnar looks solid into it, and Vizicachi has shown that he's super good on Gnar. So maybe you have to take this away from him.
Maybe some Kleds have still been successful for NA, but not this one. Vizicachi taking over the game, and after that UOL win, G2 no longer have a chance to qualify for the final, as they are 2 wins behind with only 1 game left to play. But we have more action coming up in just a second as Fnatic takes to the stage to take on TSM. There are a standings refresher for you, but stick around because we'll be back with the next game in just a few.
There's a fat man from behind, and that is not what you want to see if you're Ray. In he goes, Ray. Oh, first blood gonna drop for the Unicorns of Love. Moving forward, Contract's gonna try to lock him up, but it's Samix untouched in the backline. The Twitch looking for the turn and burn, and here comes Exile. Smoothie running for his life. The Rift walk from Exile. The slow not gonna be enough. Exile on the front lines. Vizicachi throwing the boulder. Cloud9 getting destroyed.
Nice.
Go mid. Help me. Wait, Twitch is nice, guys.
Turn this one back, uses the gargoyle stone blade, but it's time. Baited, outsmarted, Unicorns of Love.
That was close.
Unicorns of Love, they're gonna do it. They're gonna take down Cloud9 for the 2nd time and move up yet another win.
back here from day 3 at Rift Rivals. Fnatic and TSM were two of the favorites going into the tournament, and they have a good chance to qualify for the final. Fnatic, though, they're feeling the Unicorns of Love hot on their heels. But TSM, the NALCS champions, they dominated in their first 3 games. Yesterday fell to the Unicorns of Love. Yes, of Lost. I was messed up. So what will that mean for TSM? They were on a very good run before that. So do you think they'll be extremely startled by losing to the Unicorns?
I think it gets them a bit grounded. I think the first 3 wins, they kind of stomped almost. They were able to dominate the games. I think Unicorns kind of put them back in their spot. And I think TSM is going to approach the next game against Fnatic with a bit more respect than they did against Unicorns.
Well, as a throwback to yesterday's game, this was the game where Fnatic pulled out the Anivia. Trashy, you wanted to say something about the bird?
I just don't want to see Anivia again.
Deep analysis.
I want to see Caps on a playmaking champion. I think I've said it too many times. I don't want to say it again. So that's what I want to see. And then, I mean, I just want to, honestly, if Doublelift is going to pick Ashe again, I just want to see those arrows hit. I think he pretty much, I've never seen a guy carry a game so hard on Ashe before. So I think that was really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I want to see the monster that is awake actually show up in the game.
I think you have to specify what you mean.
Caps kept talking about, or he tweeted out, you know, that the monster has been awakened and Fnatic are going to have this big, you know, comeback. And I definitely want to see that from him because I was super hyped up to see him at Rift Rivals, but been a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I think Fnatic has to put him into more favorable spots. Like, I think their 1-3-1 kind of forced him to pick wave clear champions mid lane. And I think that's not something that, like, a mechanical player like Caps should be on. I think he's extremely good at playing carry champions and actually getting his team ahead and getting individual leads. So I think if Fnatic drafts that way, we'll see the Woken monster in Caps.
Well, the big issue here, or the big question mark we also have in the draft is, will like a Corki AD carry come out? If that's preferable when the cannon gets banned out, so then you're picking yourself into a hard zone as Dylan Falco if you allow that to happen, right?
I don't think the AD carry pick is going to be the determining factor at all because Regulus has shown that he will pick whatever he feels like he's going to play and he's just going to go with it. And usually he actually does well. Like, it's not like he's playing bad or anything.
No, I'm not saying it's because of the pick. He never does bad on the pick specifically, but is the influence on the rest of the draft that sometimes is
I agree with that one. I think that the Ken pick, especially now that it's been nerfed, doesn't put up as much pressure as it used to. So it basically puts your team in a hold where you have to wait a couple of 20 minutes basically in order to get the Ken teamfight ability up there, and then you have to play towards him. And I think that basically puts his team in a tough spot. Source has to play tank champions top lane, Broxah has to carry early game, and Caps is set on a wave clear champion mid lane. So maybe if Reckless is like maybe picking more Ashe, maybe picking more Varus, he'll put his teammates in a better spot.
It will never happen.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. But I think for Fnatic, for their players, I think it would be a bit better, and especially for Caps, who's a player that thrives on confidence, and allowing him to play comfortable champions would be good.
This is an interesting one, and I would love to get your predictions as well. Kobe, TSM or Fnatic? Oof, do I even want you to? I know what you're going to say.
I can't right now bet on Fnatic, but this is kind of crunch time where this would have to be the one for me where they show up, even though it would still technically be possible for them to make it into the finals if they lose this one. With the way that Unicorns are performing right now, I think that it's kind of right now that Fnatic have to show it.
So that's a Fnatic vote?
I'm going to say TSM right now because they haven't shown it yet.
I think it's going to be Fnatic simply because they will learn out of their mistakes so far.
As an EU fan, I really want to say Fnatic, but well, from what I've seen, I have to go with TSM.
Wow, 2 times TSM and once Fnatic. We'll see what happens. A very important fight here on day 3. Dracos, what do you think is going to happen?
I feel like they're going to pick Kennen. Like, pretty much definitely. Unless it's banned away, and I think they might pick Corki AD carry again. Now,
if it's not Kennen, then it's Trist. If it's not Trist, it's Twitch. If it's not Twitch, it's Corki.
We have a flow chart for Reckless picks. We didn't draw it, so I can't actually show you anything, but it's there.
I just said it.
I know. People like visual representation, Jen.
Yeah, agreed.
But I think that, I mean, the question really is, Amazing brought up, he feels like they're going to adapt. And that's really the big question for Fnatic. Are they going to adapt in this game? Will they show us something new? Or are they going to go for the same strats? Because, well, yes, they did win that game with the Corki AD carry. It didn't feel like, oh, Fnatic, top team in EU dominating the scene. It felt like, well, Fnatic taking advantage of P1, who maybe not as experienced in a lot of those hidden areas.
Yeah, I'd like to see more from Fnatic. They are considered right now on top of Europe alongside the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns have had the stronger performance. Now it's time for Fnatic to step up and do Europe proud.
Well, now it's time to take a look at those lineups, and we'll start with Fnatic on the blue side. Coming in the top lane, it's going to be Soaz, Jungle, Broxa, mid lane, Caps, a little bit of Fisticuffs, Reckless AD carry, and Jez's support. Reckless doesn't smile, folks.
Yeah, Reckless plays his game his way. And it's not about smiling. They're going to be going up against TSM, though, who have Hauntzer in that top lane, former EU player Sven Skaren in the jungle, former EU player Bjergsen in the mid lane, Doublelift as the AD carry, and Biofrost as a support.
And I feel like TSM definitely fair to call them the favorites in this game. They've looked pretty consistently good. They did have that loss against Unicorns of Love, but they've been showing us really solid performances otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, based off their record, 3-1, they have been the strongest team at Rift Rivals. If you just look at the past 3 games, it could technically be Unicorns there because they've won the last 3 in a row, and that's how much variance we have at this tournament. They're playing 2 best-of-1s per day across 3 days, so we never really know who is going to be the stronger or weaker team coming into it. So if you look at pre-tournament expectations, yeah, this is still anyone's game. But if we looked at just the games that have been played so far, you would call TSM the favorites. We know anything can happen, though.
Well, and a lot of that is going to be decided in the draft phase. What are both teams going to opt to go for here? A lot of support early focus coming in. Tahm Kench Braum taken off the board. The Elise, the early game impact champions, taken away from Broxa on the side of TSM.
And the thing is, one of the strategies that P1 took against Fnatic was let's ban away all the AD carries, force Reckless onto something that he might not be as comfortable. He brought out the Corki, and while his individual performance was not that bad, we talked about how as a composition, it was not the strongest, and Fnatic were put at a huge deficit against P1 until they found a massive team fight where they were able to just immediately end the game. TSM are not going to give you that kind of opportunity. They're so much more better at controlling the map, and they're more than happy to play conventional AD carries. Last time they met, this Ashe from Doublelift was fantastic.
This is really clever by TSM, though. Fnatic didn't ban Caitlyn. TSM has the Reckless flowchart. They know that Caitlyn does not exist in the Reckless flowchart, so they're not going to pick it. So there's actually the Caitlyn totally pickable right now for TSM.
Caitlyn is available, Galio is available. There are a lot of solid picks up and online. Fnatic, for some reason, prioritizing the Rek'Sai. We're going to have to see if that will pay off for them, because...
So for the first time in this tournament, the ban phase was very unique. Pretty much just junglers and supports banned. 3 junglers, 3 supports, which leaves so many of your A or S tier picks in other roles available. Fnatic saw the pinch happening on jungle. They said Rek'Sai was going to be the best available for Broxa because even if Sven Skaren plays Lee Sin, he thinks Rek'Sai can counter it since you just right-click. I really want to know what TSM does here.
Have to see. They're going to go for the Kha'Zix, but...
Stay away from Lee Sin.
One of the few times that Shen has been left open and available for Fnatic. Usually a focus to shut that down. We've talked to Fnatic so many times over the course of the split chat, and the one thing that they constantly say is if you give us the Shen and the Kennen, we will find a free win. So maybe
put
Fnatic,
it to the test.
Yeah.
And now I'd love to see Caps take the LeBlanc for himself, right? So much hype has gone around this mid laner from Europe that I wanted to see him on a playmaker. We heard the analyst say that he wants to be on a playmaker. He is going to go for the Syndra, which is a perfectly fine alternative option. They were able to win with the Syndra yesterday, and I feel like it's a very lane-dominant champion, but it is going up against Bjergsen, one of his best-performing champions throughout the North American LCS. It's just, he was the guy that brought it out in the first place. You're kind of going up against the OG, I'm sure, is more than happy to bring out all kind of answers.
And when he played against Perks' Syndra on day 1, Bjergsen pulled out the Galio in the mid lane. They played that with Jarvan, they tried to snowball the game, and they were successful at it. Also for Fnatic, that Camille can very well be a flex pick, especially with the multitude of support bans we've seen here. I think it's going to be the, I mean, unless we see the bans here, of Shen and Kennen, those are almost surely the picks Fnatic would go with to close out their draft.
Interesting that they are still banning out supports because I feel like that this is almost guaranteed to be a support Camille. We could see a Morgana come out as an answer to it. The spell sheet is very effective at shutting down a lot of the CC, and it would work quite well against the Syndra as well, especially with all of these supports banned away. But also, like, TSM have so much option in their draft too. The flexibility of the Galio, the flexibility of the Camille from Fnatic. Still a lot of question marks as to what exactly is going where.
Of course, J4 are going to be taken away from TSM. Do not want to give them both the Jarvan and the Galio here.
And I like that ban, especially against Syndra, who wouldn't really be able to disengage that initiation. I think that's one of the best combos you can do with the Galio.
I feel like they're forcing.
They're pushing them into it.
They're saying, please take that champion.
Not only do they know Fnatic's preferences of the Camille, Kennen bottom lane with like a Shen top, they're almost daring them to do so, which is pretty interesting.
Well, and every time a European team has taken that approach, they have learned very quickly why people ban the Shen and the Kennen away. But TSM, one of the few teams where we suddenly feel like they can push Fnatic into their style and still maybe take a win here. And so far, they have so many powerful picks in the draft, as the Bard is going to be the final ban on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the big questions we have. I mean, I know that Kennen is pretty much the pick for Reckless, and we all talk about it's the only champion. He's the only one who could win on it. But it's also all 3 of Fnatic's game losses within the regular split as well. So there's this potential hole there. And I've talked to a lot of people. They think Reckless on Trist is actually better than Reckless on Kennen. So interesting, the TSM is almost calling that Kennen bluff and saying, pick it if you want.
We're waiting, kind of bated breath. They do.
And then it's got to be Shen last, right?
I mean, coming in, and then we just see the Camille support going down into the hands of Jesus, just Fnatic, all about their style. But TSM know it. TSM have walked into this, and if you're Fnatic, you have to wonder, are these guys nervous? That they're getting so much, that they're getting everything, and TSM is just sitting there with grins on their faces, happy to go through this draft phase.
Fnatic have gotten the classic Fnatic composition. They have the Shen, they have the Kennen, they have the Camille. They have so many ways to force action happening down in the bottom lane. We talked about how Morgana could be used as an answer. If TSM want another way of engaging, they could go, we talked about the Morgana rather, they could, if they want another 4 engage, go for the Alistar, but instead, they're actually going for the Lulu, and I think this is a bit of a gamble, because while Lulu synergizes nicely with Kate in terms of being able to push, harass, and the peel that she provides, like in terms of the actual 2v2, there's a fair amount of kill threat with the Kennen and the Camille. And one of the reasons why we shifted so much towards melee supports was because of the nerfs to Lulu meant that she was that much squishier in lane, and she was at risk of being all in.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm just really excited to see these team compositions play against each other, because we heard about this Fnatic playstyle that they had been perfecting, and then you never got to see them play Shen. Everyone banded against him. You wouldn't see the Camille support, but then all the support bans that came out, all the jungle bans that came out, TSM daring Fnatic to go with it, and Fnatic saying, we do not care that you know we're going to do this. We are going to play it anyway because they think they can win with it. Sets up a hype matchup.
It definitely does. This is, I feel like, the quintessential NA versus EU. This is arguably the strongest European team, Fnatic. Least expected coming into this tournament, playing their signature style, their signature composition. TSM knows it, and they want to go toe-to-toe with it.
And teams have challenged this Fnatic style before, and they have failed in the past. People do not expect the amount of time that Shen and the jungler just spend in the bottom lane. Like, so much playmaking will happen in the bottom half of the map, and we have to keep our eyes on it as we gear up for the rematch of Fnatic v TSM.
Fnatic versus TSM. Last time, TSM took it quite handily. This time, Fnatic gets their hands on everything they want. But TSM has planned it for the start. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Fnatic versus TSM. Ever eager to make it to the finals. Is this going to be the finals preview? We will find out.
Yeah, and there's only 4 games left in the group stage, including this one. No one has clinched that final spot yet. The only team eliminated so far is G2, so wins are at such a premium at this point to make it to that final.
Fnatic now grouping up, looking for an opportunity to find an early advantage. It's not just the bot lane that they're willing to play around, both teams grouping, looking for the early jungle vision. Moving around the corner, Hanzo, that's not what you wanted, the chain CC, the exhaust, it goes down. That's going to be first blood, and Fnatic, they're starting strong.
What is Hanzo doing? I mean, he's getting the cheeky poking onto Shen, basically saying, nah, you're not going to start taunt just to kill me? Because they didn't have vision of anyone else on Fnatic. Classic Fnatic play, doing a creative level 1. They sneak people behind. Soaz is cheeky. The ultimate person you want to kill is Soaz. In League of Legends, it feels like, and everyone gets baited by it. Hanser, the next victim.
Oh, man. He had absolutely no idea that Fnatic would be lying in wait, but now TSM, they've set up a plan of their own. Can they get the reverse? Oh, the laugh from Jesus.
Did they
Did they spot it?
I don't think they would. I just think they know.
Well, they were all top, so this is why TSM did that. If everyone on Fnatic goes top, that means they didn't get wards in the bottom, but they don't get any picks off of it.
Well, now it's going to be the aggressive start on the Raptors for Svenskeren, taking at least a little bit away from Broxa, and a bit different in how they're going to divvy up the map. He's still going to be fine, though, taking away the blue buff. Svenskeren not going to get the leash onto the red for the full start.
Yeah, the thing is, Broxa's more than happy to just trade top half of the map for the bottom side. It will allow both Doublelift and Biofrost to just keep pushing in this lane. They already have the range advantage in this matchup, but now they know that they have the jungle support too, so they can look to be as aggressive and look to trade as often as they want.
Yeah, they have the map side, but they don't have the item advantage. Reckless is the one who got first blood, and he went back for a dagger. So as far as a pushing matchup, the attack speed does have a fairly large influence over who can do that, but I agree with you that they can't do that until they have Broxa on their side of the map.
I'm surprised too, because I can't quite see on screen, does he have 3 health pots or does he have just the 1? Because I think that's why he would go for the daggers.
3.
So there you go, he's picked up the 2 additional health pots as well. As,
Broxa potentially in trouble here. Leap back, that's the Justice Punch. That's going to be the kill back for TSM. And just excellent punish on the aggressive pathing from Broxa.
So Bjergsen did a great job there of taking away the blast cone. And I don't think Broxa was expecting that hitbox to hit him as well. Beautiful setup from Bjergsen, and the rest of TSM getting the collapse and getting themselves an early return kill.
And that's just a product of the vision that they placed earlier, warding out their own red buff, seeing that it was going to be the trade on the map. And we thought, hey, they're just going to divvy it up top and bottom, and TSM ready to take advantage of that assumption.
Yeah, a lot of times, League of Legends is all about patterns, and pro players have to break those patterns or find holes in them, and that's one thing. Did not want to just straight up trade. Gives Svenskeren the double buffs.
Oh, really good use of the Storm Raider Surge there from Caps as well to be able to get away from the taunt. The bonus movement speed, extremely valuable as the pressure continues to be exerted by the TSM bottom lane. Overall, still a healthy start for TSM, even though they lost first blood in the top lane. The fact that Svenskeren is going to get a 4-buff start means that he will have the early jungle advantage. And Broxa on this Rek'Sai, he really does want to try and utilize the early strengths that the Rek'Sai does have and see if he can snowball some of these lanes in Fnatic's favor.
Definitely wants to, but he got destroyed in that exchange. The buff taken away from him now has to go back to his bottom side where so many camps are already cleared out. Maybe he's hoping to contest against Svenskeren, but that is a double buffed Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and it is a dangerous invade with the duo lane being so close, but if he can get a gank and Kha'Zix doesn't see him, he would be okay. Broxa now on the run.
Kha'Zix sees him. A little bit of the taste of fear, just a bit of damage down. TSM not looking to overextend or take any risks, but Broxa spending a lot of time not doing anything.
I note the respect from the TSM bottom lane as well. They stop pushing in to Reckless and Jesus. They allow the wave to push back so they can get a little bit of a freeze. This gives them the opportunity to put more harass down, but it's also a lot of respect shown towards Broxa, who may have come in from over the wall to try and get a cheeky gank off and relieve the pressure from Reckless and Jesus.
Yeah, and one thing that Fnatic has done so well in the summer split here is when they have these lanes that are getting pushed in with the Kennen, if they're up against a Caitlyn, they just gank the Caitlyn over and over again until it doesn't matter, and Reckless is ahead because they have kill pressure with Camille. But in order to do that, you need to win the early game. The Rek'Sai has to have pressure, and the mid lane, Syndra has to have pressure, and then obviously the Shen can come down as well, which generally can't be matched by the other top laner. So for the first time, all Rift Rivals, they have the champions with which to execute that style. We just have to see if they can do it.
And I actually, thinking about it more, the fact that the Galio was also picked for Bjergsen means that they too have an answer for if Shen tries to make a play down bottom, because even if Hauntzer doesn't have the TP, not only do you have a TP on Bjergsen, but it's super easy for him to just ulti down to the bottom half of the map. This means that Doublelift and Biofrost don't have to lane swap once Shen gets level 6 to avoid him making that cross-map play.
Interesting too, because Jesus brought up how difficult it was for Fnatic to play against that Galio, how it mitigated so many of their mid-game playmaking options. Now in the past, they were able to play through it to find a win, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. And this feels like the draft of TSM starting to take hold a little bit in terms of how it's going to interact with what Fnatic want to do. And you can already see in terms of the CS numbers, especially on the bottom side of the map, how they're starting to win out on some of these lanes.
Yeah, and in this game, if it gets late, Doublelift has to be the one to carry TSM, because unlike the last game where TSM had Galio, there's not a good reliable Galio initiation system like the Jarvan. So The Galio's then put into a more defensive role, and that requires Doublelift to carry really hard on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, there will be a lot of emphasis on Doublelift in particular, but one of the players I really want to highlight is the man Caps, the mid laner for Fnatic, because there was a lot of hype around him coming into the tournament. A lot of fans were challenging me, being like, oh, why isn't Caps in your top 5? You know, why isn't he in your OP5? Why have you got Bjergsen there? And I think one of the big things is like the experience that Bjergsen has, but also like Caps really has struggled this tournament. Like his KDA has been extremely low. He's been shut down very often in lane. His kill contribution with the team has been fairly low. And while his damage percentage has been fairly high, he's had a lot of Corki games and he's had a lot of Orianna games. So I feel like a large part of that is tied to his champion pool that he's been playing in this tournament too. So while there's been a lot of hype, right now, Caps really has not been able to live up to it.
He did say Monster woke up. He unfortunately had to play Anivia right after he said that, so didn't get to see it. But maybe now on the Cinder we'll get to see more playmaking. But TSM just begun to try to mitigate it with the Galio. Bjergsen potentially ready to flash over the wall if they see the engage, but giving Fnatic the respect and no option for Caps to outplay right now in this matchup.
And TSM have to be careful because Soaz is level 6. And it's not like Hauntzer is smashing that lane in any way after giving up first blood and actually being out-CS'd by Soaz's Shen. So both teams have ways to dissuade the enemy from making plays. Meaning we could have a fairly farm-heavy early game, and I'm expecting if we do see fights, it's going to be the extended parties in a lane where everyone finds a way to join.
And everyone will have a way to join. You can see Jesus ready to go at a moment's notice. The level 6 for the Fnatic bot lane could be the big crux, what they're waiting for before they look for those engages. But you can see Biofrost and Doublelift playing a lot more back than they were in the first few levels, respecting the potential there.
Now, I won't give any guarantees this game, but often when you look at Fnatic, you do expect, like, maybe they'll play a little bit more of a slow laning phase, maybe they'll just hold on to the reins for a little while, but you can never quite expect what Fnatic are going to do, and whenever they have a Shen Kennen in that bottom lane, they're always going to fight. It's Soaz in danger.
Getting pulled back, Meganar coming in nicely. Shield comes in from the Shen passive, and Hauntzer is going to have to back off, but not quite the trade that he wanted.
And remember the last time these two top laners met, Soaz got that beautiful outplay underneath the turret down onto Hauntzer, who hasn't had the strongest of performances this tournament, but Soaz, he's the one now under pressure. The Gnar with the range advantage, able to pull a lot of poke out, taking advantage of the movement speed from the Phage 2 is always keeping that Shen at arm's length and making Soaz's life difficult. And the pressure that he has up top also makes it harder for him to TP down to the bottom lane and help Rekkles and Jesus if they want to try and make a play.
Yeah, Shen teleporting top for the lane pressure while Caps is down to try and get some river control. Not the worst thing because the Shen obviously gets the extra jump. And this is kind of why we're now seeing Rekkles and Jesus push Doublelift and Biofrost in, because Camille 6 plus Kennen 6 plus Shen plus a Cinderhoof and River is all of the kill pressure you're kind of ever going to need. So the fact that the Caitlyn from Doublelift and Biofrost didn't even take the turret below half, didn't grant more than a 10 CS advantage, I think is a win for Rekkles' Kennen and Jess's Camille.
And notice how Biofrost is always standing behind Doublelift too, because he realizes that if Fnatic are to all in, he is going to be the target. Lulu is so squishy in the early game that they want to try and shut him down as quickly as possible. And because of the lack of utility and really early game damage, Doublelift won't be able to turn it around. So he has to sit on the front line. He will be shielded and he'll be given the extra utility. But they are always playing around the respect, or they're respecting rather, the possibility of this all-in from Fnatic.
In a difficult spot now for TSM to be, not sure maybe when to pull the trigger against this composition, but later and later they go into the game, the less and less the Kennen's going to feel like a huge impact, and the more, or the stronger rather, Doublelift is going to get. So for now, maybe both sides content to keep farming up, just waiting for Fnatic to kind of pull the trigger on what their composition wants to do.
So the gold is even 10 minutes into the game. Bjergsen looking for a little bit of harassment down onto Caps, and unfortunately this mid lane matchup, not quite the most exciting of ones, as Broxah, he has just found Sven.
Moving forward, Broxah potentially
a lot of damage.
That's going to take him down. So much damage coming in for the Kazakhs. Now Bjergsen moving forward. Cap's definitely going to be in trouble here if he's not careful. Soaz on the way forward. Bjergsen, will he get taken down right here? Blocking out the auto attacks. Bjergsen running for his life. Soaz with the flash forward, but Svenskeren does so much damage, and Soaz has isolated himself. Svenskeren just going to grab that one. Disaster striking for Fnatic because suddenly the bot lane is getting so aggressive. No more Shen means no more threat. Bye-bye, Jesus. Doublelift coming in clutch.
Across the map, Fnatic lose lose every single fight. Broxa thinks he has Shen in his back pocket. He does not. Svenskeren isolates him, kills him. Soas didn't ult. Then Fnatic try and take a fight in the mid lane and the bot lane simultaneously and lose both.
This is so fantastic for TSM. They are playing this early game beautifully. They don't fall prey to the all-in play from Rekkles and Jez's. They don't lose anyone as the Shen ulti comes into the mid lane, and Svenskeren gets the solo kill down onto Broxa. They get the first Our Blood 2, add to that the first Drake of the game. They have just blown this into a 3,000 gold lead in just under a minute.
And Vedius, I don't get it from what Fnatic did there. I don't know why they tried to all in that bottom side. While their Rek'Sai was dead, their Shen was ulting, and Caps was fighting in the mid lane. That is not the advantage you're trying to play around. So we're going to see this unfold once again. Clearing the Raptors, and Svenskeren with his empowered Q is just going to kill Broxa, and he immediately jumps in. The Shen ult goes to turn, and I was wondering why Haunter didn't teleport in earlier, which is why Fnatic tries to go aggressive. The big surprise, though, to me, is the bottom lane fight.
Yeah, so what happens down in the bottom lane is they identify that Biofrost walks into the river to try and put down a ward. And Fnatic is thinking, if Galio is too engaged to make anything happen, then they can just shut down Doublelift before he has an answer. But Doublelift, he just does not get bursted down. He positions extremely well. He gets a trap down onto Jez's too, and both Biofrost and Double just turn the focus onto Jez's, while Rekkles doesn't really get involved in the fight at all. They get themselves up a kill in the 2v2, and they just add to the early game lead of TSM.
Right, and for the experience that Rekkles and Jez's have on Kennen, Camille, knowing when to all in, I'm just so surprised that that failed so much. They didn't get anyone below half health, and Doublelift just stood there and tanked it. So, I mean, TSM definitely outplayed them there, but some questionable engages there by Fnatic.
Absolutely the case. Not respecting the Kha'Zix in the case of Broxa, in the case of Soaz. Not going to make that mistake again, however, but things looking very grim for the Fnatic lineup. We expect that to be the explosive point where Fnatic find a lead, but it's TSM who just punished them so cleanly everywhere on the map. And it was TSM in the draft that were clearly challenging Fnatic. They were saying, we have planned perfectly for what you want to bring out. We have an answer for everything that you want to try and do. So if you want to take the bait, then fine. But be warned, we will dismantle you if you do. Fnatic say, you know what, we've done this time and time again. We've been challenged and no one is yet to do it. But TSM have demonstrated that they could very well be one of the first.
Yeah, and once Galio has the freedom to roam towards the top side, you can threaten the three-man dive on the top lane. That is a play that TSM has run to much success before. Jez's, though, is getting poked out.
Not going to take a whole lot of damage here, but Fnatic now starting to push in the mid lane, maybe a bit more focus there. Of course, Cloud Drake for TSM makes it a bit easier for them to move between the lanes, but nothing major. However, Svenskeren so incredibly strong on the Kha'Zix right now. Caulfield plus the Warrior enchant this early in the game. You saw Soaz giving him respect earlier and backing away because realistically that Shen cannot stand the fight, but can't continue to trade with the Mininar under his tower.
Yeah, Svenskeren off to a very good start in a game where I feel like he needs to prove himself. Everyone has been calling him a Lee Sin one-trick, I think for good reason in the summer split, because that's the only champion he had found consistent success on. This game, he takes the Kha'Zix over the Lee Sin. His top laner dies at level 1. Svenskeren is pushed into an odd start to his jungle, finds Broxa, gets first blood, also is the catalyst for the big fight in the mid-game that gives TSM the lead. Here comes the dive.
Oh, and Soaz getting collapsed on. There's the hero's entrance. Rekkles on the way in. Bjergsen potentially in trouble. The chain CC coming, but Svenskeren's on the way as well. Soaz going to have to respect the Kha'Zix, but he doesn't see it coming. Stealth up, goes in, takes him down. TSM. And this is another classic Fnatic style where no one really expects Rekkles to randomly appear in Soaz's lane, but TSM, they still get the turnaround. They have 3 members up and ready, but Fnatic, they're trying to get some kind of answer by taking down this mid tier. And it's a 4K gold lead at 15 minutes, but Jez is going to try to change that. He's instantly exhausted. Caps can't really go in. Biofrost is still alive. Out comes the ultimate. Block a little bit of damage from the ace in the hole, but Bjergsen's there as well, and Haunter's going to get the top tower. TSM are destroying Fnatic.
Yeah, 5,000 gold now at 15 minutes by TSM, and yes, you don't expect Kennen to be there, but even if he is there, what really happens? Because it's still a 3v2. Fnatic is just not backing up the plays the way I feel like they did in the regular season, and some of that could just be TSM is applying pressure, or they're just feeling very ready for it.
And you can see there,
Soaz does his best. I feel like he identifies the dive is coming, but he's more than ready to make the play because he knows that Reckless is behind him. They then overcommit, and I feel like they're not ready for Svenskeren to also join the fray because a great knock-up coming out from Bjergsen with the follow-up damage from a 3-0-1, now 4-0-1 Svenskeren means that they get themselves another kill, they get themselves another tower, at 5,000 gold, 16 minutes into the game, 2-tower lead in favor of TSM. This is a beautiful early game going in the NA favor.
And we were wondering after that Unicorns Love defeat if this would be the wake-up call for TSM. Well, it certainly looks like it is, and at this point, Fnatic are the ones who want to wake up because this is a nightmare for this team. This team does not do well from behind when all of their plays, the standard Fnatic playbook, I feel like everything that we've seen from them has failed so far, and now a Rift Herald as well. 4K gold lead continuing to grow, and Fnatic really running out of options so quickly.
Yeah, and item power spikes coming through as well. Adaptive Helm was buffed on patch 7.13. Have to run some numb to see if it is the best item against Syndra still, but it definitely makes him fairly resilient to that ultimate. Infinity Edge completed by Doublet, only going to be scaling up from here, and Caps just doesn't seem to have much pressure in that mid lane with Syndra. We haven't seen him make any successful roam plays.
No, and you saw the hover of the LeBlanc coming out from TSM. They decided not to go for an early mid lane champion. They instead would rather give Bjergsen the counter. And we have to keep saying it because the draft from TSM was just so impressive and they're executing upon it fantastically. Now, the Dragon is going to be spawning soon. Bjergsen, he's going for a play on a Caps.
And all of TSM are here and ready for the collapse. Mega Gnar on the way for Hanser. He's going to get an auto. We're not even going to need the kill because Svenskeren is there to wipe it up. And now TSM, they're just moving down the mid lane.
Yeah, and they get both summoner spells out of Caps right there to now show 5 strong in the mid lane. Do they have, where's the Herald? Did they already use it somewhere? They just summoned that. Yeah, and that's going to be a continuation of this push.
Caitlyn's so strong at sieging these towers. They have a strong Hanser continuously throwing out the boomerang blades. A level 7 Camille support, a severely underfed Broxa, the only defense left. And TSM, double tower, a kill, and now a dragon as well.
Just such clean League of Legends from TSM. They start off by taking the tier 1 down in the bottom lane after a misplay from the Fnatic bottom lane. They take the tier 1 in the top lane by making a great roam with Bjergsen and Sven. Then they don't even need the Rift Herald to take the mid because their priority is just diving Caps, who cannot do anything against this 3-man unit.
Yeah, and Fnatic is trying to set up the side lane so they can pull off the Shen and Kennen plays, but they have no pressure on the map in doing so, and Caps is still trying to clear the mid lane. This is the side lane play they're trying to set up. Can they get anything?
Oh, beautiful Wild Growth. Flash out, still getting the knock up despite it. TSM, they give up some resources, but they're trading back so more on the side of Fnatic because meanwhile, Hanser is just split pushing on the bottom side, completely uncontested.
Yeah, and where's the answer going to be from Fnatic now? Because they burned the Shen ultimate and the Shen flash and still didn't get a kill out of it. Yes, they got summoner spells in the Lulu ultimate, but they only get so many tries at these plays, and TSM is just so ready for it.
And honestly, we just have to keep saying it. TSM playing so incredibly well this game, and Fnatic just feels like so set into their style. They did not expect to be outplayed like this across the map. They were not prepared for the sheer level of, I don't even know, brilliance, counter picks, intelligent play.
I think it was just flat out disrespect from Fnatic. They said, we have perfected this style. We, time and time again in Europe, have demonstrated that if you give us these champions, we know how to crush you. And TSM have said, well, you know what? We see a massive flaw in your draft. We have identified that your style is too limited, you're too narrow-minded, and we are going to prove why you need to fix this because TSM are dismantling everything that Fnatic stands for.
Yeah, I think it's a bold draft by both teams because from Fnatic's perspective, when they get their champions, they win all the time. And they are going to continue to do that as long as they win. But for TSM, they think Caitlyn is good. They think Galio is busted. They're just doing the stuff that most of the world thinks is optimal. So they're daring Fnatic to try and beat them. And at least in this game, it's not even close.
TSM just going to move in, try to take down this tower. Bjergsen being the front line has to give him the respect. Can't afford to take the risk. Can't afford to give up anything else. And you're right. This has to feel, you had to feel good in the draft phase of Fnatic. You got all the pieces you wanted, and for TSM, the confidence to go, hey, we've seen you destroy every European team with this. We don't care.
I mean, even thinking of the second phase of the draft where Fnatic already had Camille locked in, and then TSM bans Blitzcrank. Are they playing coy? We know what's coming from Fnatic. It's going to be Kennen and Shen.
You can just ban Shen.
You'd be like, ooh, we're going to trick them with the Camille flex pick, boys. No, you're not. They know it's going to be coming. But I'm just really interested to see how it's playing out.
Good so far. Double going to grab Bread Buff on his way to that Baron pit. Setting up vision for TSM. It's only 20 minutes, but they have a Mountain Drake. Double going over the wall.
Oh my god, they're just going to do it.
I mean, he's level 11. Look at Sven Skaren's items. He has a Hex Drinker, a Yomu. There is no tanky stats, and he doesn't need them. They are ripping this Baron apart.
That's gone.
That is one isolated Nasher, and Fnatic are completely unaware. They're busy setting up a play on the bottom side.
Really good call there from TSM. Haunter, though, he is alone.
They try to get out of this one, but it looks like Fnatic are going to at least fire back with a kill onto Haunter. Are going to take him down. No. Galio coming in. Bjergsen now committed to the play, but he's in the middle of 4 members of Fnatic.
Here come TSM.
Can the Chain CC come in? Biofrost is here. Sven Skaren is on the way. Jesus needs to play safe, but Fnatic are going to back off, only getting the single kill in exchange for the Baron.
Yeah, Haunter does save the turret in the meanwhile, but that's... If we're talking about disrespectful plays, the level 1 play where Haunter died and that are the disrespectful plays. TSM just did Baron. Where could Fnatic be? Right? they were definitely not in the Baron or on the other side of the map. So walking into just probably wasn't thinking that much about it because they've been on autopilot since being up so much gold. But he gives up TSM's second death of the game.
Yeah. Completely agree with you. Bit of a lapse in judgment there from Haunter, but regardless, overall still worth it for TSM. They get the objective. They only have to sacrifice their top laner for it, and I
think definitely worth it.
5-0-1 for Sven Skaren right now, as he is
10K gold lead. That is 10K. We are 22 minutes into the game. Sven Skaren, full AD, so is a little bit vulnerable. Has the Hexdrinker shield, but with a Caitlyn powering up very quickly, getting to 3 items, almost. It could be 25 minutes when this Caitlyn has 3 items. This is insane, and this is, as you can see, the largest deficit at 20 minutes in Rift Rivals 2017.
8,554 gold.
That's
at
a big
20
one.
Minutes. Yes.
Fnatic still yet to pick up an Elemental Drake at Rift Rivals, so it's not like this game is necessarily an aberration for them. They have been able to squeak out 2 victories, but they have been struggling all week for whatever reason, and this game is definitely a continuation of that.
And so as he's trying to delay the minion wave from getting there, but Haunter, he's already got one. They've got a Baron, but
already got minions.
TP coming in, that's how it's going down.
Not a lot of options left. Caps throwing down a bit of damage, but can't get close enough to Sven Skaren to throw down that ultimate, and the shielding coming in from Biofrost would deny the kill anyway. TSM just going to take this inhibitor. Fnatic maybe hoping to find a way in, but Bjergsen threatening with the taunt there. Just constantly denying any engage opportunity for Fnatic.
The thing is, like, what answers do Fnatic have at this point, right? Because if they try to engage, Sven is extremely fed. Doublelift is already at 2.5 items. I don't even know if Fnatic have the damage to be able to kill them. When you think about scaling, do Fnatic really outscale? Like, it's a Caitlyn. Like, Caitlyn's late game is immense against a Kennen who's going for Blade of the Ruin King into Phantom Dance. He's going for like a side lane dueling kind of build. Yeah. And I feel like Fnatic, they're extremely limited on their options right now.
Exactly. Add the Ardent Sensor into it, and TSM is actually in the midst of a very big power spike, which is why they're just blowing through this mid lane turret and almost daring Fnatic to fight them.
So confident they pick up the QSS as well, and now Cap's taking so much poke here in the exchange, so as Stun, but does buffer the taunt, so will make it out, and TSM just going to take their second tower. Fnatic are powerless to help them. No one there to body block for Caps, but he's still going to make it out, and Jesus slowly walking away. TSM not taking any risks, not going for the aggressive play, just sieging down each and every one of these towers and closing hope against Fnatic.
And TSM, they couldn't be playing this any better. They've got perfect vision setup in both sides of the jungle. They have plenty of windows for Haunter to TP to. Bjergsen can ult in if he wants, but they're not even bothering. They're literally just grouping as a 5-man, taking advantage of the Baron. They took down 2 inhibitors, and now all they have to do is group up top and siege. And against the Caitlyn, with no vision for Fnatic to try and flank, like, TSM are well on their way to just closing out this game with Fnatic being able to do anything and really adding a lot of question marks to where is this Fnatic style.
And let's look at the 2 kills that Fnatic have gotten. 1, Haunter Disrespect. 2, potentially Haunter Disrespect. Both of the kills that they have gotten have been Haunter moving a little too far forward, and that's not criticism of Haunter. That's claim to how well he has been playing. Not important. Because they're just
there we go, they got another one.
Ardent Sensor Biofrost should not be in the front there, so that is Jess's getting the pick off, and that's what you were expecting to see so much more of this game from Fnatic, with the ability to create side lane pressure. But do they try and come back in the 3v5? I mean, they have the Gnar in a different lane, And they have to imagine there's 5 people from Fnatic near.
All they have to do, though, is stop the backs, right? Because Nar can just gradually hit onto the tower. Fnatic's going
Flashing over the wall, double lift, tries the QSS, but it may not be enough. Galio coming in, trying to save the day, but no Lulu there to stop him. Fnatic ready for the turn, but Bjergsen is just so tanky. Svenskeren now coming in on the front line. That's a Hanser. He's well on the way to Mega Nar. He has the flash. He's going to move in right over the wall. They're just going to delete the opposition. Double kill for Sven.
I mean, if you don't win that fight as Fnatic, you're not going to win a fight because they already killed the support. They get the instant kill on double lift where they jump over the wall and get him with the Cannonball. And it was pretty much 5v3, but Hanser gets his teleport to come back in there, and they still clean the floor of Fnatic there.
As you rightly said, Jack, perfect setup for Fnatic, and TSM just said, no, you are not coming back into this game. We are not Phoenix One. We are still going to dismantle you, destroy you, eviscerate you, and we are looking to take your third and final end hit.
And now they're backing off, still giving so much respect over. A minute 34 on the Baron. They see 1 inhibitor left, no towers to protect it. They know they have the game won. They're not giving Fnatic any opportunity, whether it's in that last fight or here as they back off and give Fnatic a brief breather before what we can safely call an inevitable end.
Yeah, we might wait a minute and 20 seconds for that next Baron. Watch this one more time. Great job by Reckless. Hiding in the brush, jumping straight on double, and then they burst him through the Galio ultimate. But from there, this is, at this point, after the fight, an 8-kill Svenskeren, who still gets to join in that fight. Hanser then gets Mega Nar at the right time, decides he doesn't want to split push that turret, will instead join to pick up 3 kills, and the teleport's definitely worth.
And I feel like one of the biggest things was the fact that Caps got shut down so early on in the fight. Svenskeren, you know, you look at this Caitlyn and you think, oh, Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Rapid Fire Cannon, that's the main damage here that you got to kill. But Sven is like, yeah, I think I do a little more damage than Caitlyn. And he just rips through the back line, and he is a big damage dealer that Fnatic always have to respect as well.
Yeah, it's 10,000 gold lead problems, right? When the team is up 10,000 gold on you, almost everyone is a threat.
Yeah, I think the BF sword as the 4th damage item in the inventory of the Kazakhs is a pretty clear sign that this game is not going well for Fnatic.
It's a defensive item. He's going to build it in a Guardian Angel. Clearly, he's going
Clearly, I was kind of expecting a Dusk Blade
so
at this point, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he is so far ahead in this game, and I think the BF sword is the right buy in these circumstances because TSM's got such a massive frontline. Whenever you fit in a full tank Galio in your team, you kind of solve your frontline problem, so everyone else is free to build much more offensively.
Now setting their sights on their second Baron of the game. Fnatic on the way in, it would take a miracle, and I don't think they're going to get here in time. Auto attacks coming in, Caps throws down some Dark Spheres, but just poking him, just tickling.
Yeah, popped his Ghost. He's hoping to catch a pick.
They know. Damage coming down, Svenskeren leaping forward, has to back off though, of course, very squishy. The defensive BF sword buy not coming to fruition quite yet.
And I feel like Fnatic need to use this opportunity to get some vision back in their own jungle, because best case scenario for them is they can find some kind of flank off. If they can maybe get a shutdown onto double, or maybe if they can get a shutdown onto Sven, then they can turn a fight in their favor. But it's really clutching at straws, and the best that they can hope for is just to delay TSM for as long as possible so that they can get to some kind of late game point, and then like, you really are just grasping.
Exactly, because the Gnar and the Caitlyn and the Lulu and even the Galio are all pretty good in the late game based on the team composition. TSM going to walk it up, I feel like. They can even get supers coming in the bottom lane if they go finish off that 3rd inhibitor. And then they're actually just going to set up a siege for the final Nexus right here and dare Fnatic to fight them, because TSM knows they have the disengage power with the Lulu and the Galio.
One last fight for Fnatic. May take a miracle for them to win it, but they're not going to give up hope quite yet. TSM well on the way to victory. Just going to clean up those 2 inhibitors and wait for those super minions to make their way in. Mega Nar, big opportunity for Hanser to engage. Maybe something Fnatic can punish, but once again, just grasping at straws, just looking for any opportunity to make their way back in. Can't even connect the stun onto double lift. So as off to the side, maybe hoping to buy a bit of time. TSM not going to pay him any attention. Just going to set their sights on that mid lane once again.
Yeah, so as a top performer there, not only did he shove the wave out, he also pushed Svenskeren out of the fight. And since Svenskeren doesn't have that defensive item completed yet, he actually has to kind of back away. This does delay the TSM push.
Still endlessly grim here for the side of Fnatic. We're waiting, we're hoping, if you're an EU fan, for an outplay. But if you're an NA fan, you just want to see them close the gap. Tighten the new threat, that was what I was going to say. I thought that might be wrong, but definitely accurate at this point. In goes Jez's. Fight's going to kick off. Double lift now, having the Galio to come in. They don't even do any damage to him. Finally going to take him down, though, in the end as the cooldowns come through. Caps in trouble as Bjergsen moves it down mid, but this is going to be the TSM win. No hope left for Fnatic.
TSM with an extremely clean game, an extremely clean fight, are going to dismantle Fnatic and take the victory over the EU counterpart.
Not concerned about the Fnatic style. Maybe too strong for Europe, but not too strong for NA.
Yeah, TSM felt like they had something to prove coming into this game, giving Fnatic pretty much everything they would want.
Yeah.
Shen, Kennen, a strong mid laner for Caps, the Camille support with all the tank supports banned away, and they still dominate from start to finish. Aside from a few little trips by Hanser along the way, they crush Fnatic in this one.
And that, I mean, that's the consolation prize for Fnatic. Hey, you got the first blood. Hey, you picked off Hanser, but every time TSM fired back, whether it was the interrupt on Broxa, trying to split the jungle in a different way, or the Baron traded for that second kill, it just feels so insanely, it felt impossible for Fnatic to do anything in that game. And with this TSM win, Cloud9 are now eliminated from contention for the final day, and TSM well on their way to securing that spot for themselves.
Yeah, and that guy Svenskeren right there does it without Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He knows he can play multiple junglers, but it takes a lot of convincing. Otherwise, Bjergsen also second big-time Galio game in the mid lane this tournament. If you have the Cinder up, he's going to take the Cinder, but he's now counterpicked it twice very effectively with the Galio, and TSM showing off a little bit of their team play here at Rift Rob.
I just think that this was a very clean game of League of Legends, and I am so impressed with what TSM were able to do, demonstrating why they are a top team from North America.
Definitely have to agree there. Well, TSM came out on top here against Fnatic. Let's send it to Shox and the guys to break it down.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And I think this is the most convincing I've seen Fnatic beaten when they get the Fnatic composition that they've won so many games with throughout the split here in EU. So I want to take a look at picks and bans and kind of ask you guys the question, as I heard Vedius say in the game. I think it's too cocky from Fnatic to be picking this composition. In my opinion, if you won with this so many times before and you know it works, why would you not pick it? Trashy, what's your opinion on the matter?
I think if you're Fnatic, you definitely go for this kind of composition because you know it's kind of what you are built here in Europe, that this is a style you want to play. So obviously you go for it. But I think TSM had really good strat around like level 1, level 2 of shutting down Broxa early, so he couldn't impact the lanes, and therefore they just played really controlled and actually had control of the game throughout.
Well, Kobe, you were also bringing up the fact that outside of isolating Broxa, even though they had a hard-winning matchup in the bottom lane, it was about not pushing the lane as much as possible.
Oh yeah, they kind of touched on this a little bit in the cast there, but the Caitlyn and Lulu lane, early on, they're pushing and they're trying to abuse, right, and use their advantage. But once Shen hits level 6, then they back off. They play very defensively. They don't let Fnatic pull off the types of plays where you're talking about. They've had success on this type of comp so many times before. It's been seen. So they know that they want to make a play on the bottom side. They know they want to use this Shen ultimate. And so Double Lift and Bifrost just played defensively. They didn't need to, try and abuse that lead.
That seems simple enough. Why haven't other teams done that?
We're just not good enough, I guess.
Apparently so. I do want to take a look. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I do want to point out, though, I think TSM was playing really patient and was just looking to abuse if Fnatic was like overstepping a little bit. And then instantly when they actually made a mistake, when Broxa died in the 1v1, then we saw how it just exploded, because then they can take the fights because they're actually stronger to take them. So
we clipped that out to take a look at it once again, because I was wondering how it was so decisive that TSM took so many advantages all over the map, but this is how it happened. So first up, Broxa gets picked up.
Yeah, there must have been a lot of miscommunication. I think that Broxa probably expected the Shen ultimate to come in, but at the same time, Bjergsen kind of escalated the fight in mid lane, so Source had split targets to go for. Like, they overreach, and just overall, the communication coming in here and all relying on the Shen ultimate is something you never want to have happen. You always want to play for one lane and one lane only, and don't want to have multiple trigger points where the Shen has to decide between the targets. And especially this 2v2 is beautifully played. Like, you see the initial knockup basically knocking Reckless back, and him being polymorphed too means that his CC is not going down as fast as it should be, so they cannot combine the CC and lock their target down, which results in the 2v2 kill.
Yeah, because Fnatic's ingredients to success are often drafting around the AD carry, which they do here, and then trading. So trading towers and trading kills, but here they just misplayed, or to TSM's credit, they play it so well that Fnatic is not able to get a trade. They just end up at the disadvantage, and that's where we have to credit TSM for pulling the trigger at the right time and never letting up and just cleaning out the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think patience is kind of the key for this game for TSM, and it really paid off, especially for Svenskeren. It's such a good feeling when you're getting these early kills as Kazakhs and you get to build, very offensively, and the assassin, really comes to fruition.
Yeah, definitely fun to play Kazakhs. You have 10 kills, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, very fun to play Kazakhs like that. Fnatic is not out of the race yet in terms of getting to the final, but mathematically it's going to be very, very difficult. So it's looking more than likely that the Unicorns of Love take that spot, and TSM is not locked yet because P1 can still jump over them. But would you want this TSM to represent North America in the final, Colby?
I would be very proud to have, this version of TSM.
As he grabs the Phoenix One fidget spinner.
But I was just about to say, that Mike Young factor, though, they still have games to play.
All right, from the side, then turning the question around for Europe, would you be more happy to see Unicorns of Love take to the final in this case?
I actually would. I think that Fnatic right now in the state are so focused on their singular playstyle that it almost forces them to pick losing matchups in every lane in order to get their playstyle going. I think that's not going to bode well against better teams, and we've seen that so far in this tournament. So in the best of 5, this is only going to increase, and it's only going to be worse for them. Where TSM, if they make it to finals, for example, are just going to keep up what they've been doing, counter pick every lane, play patiently, don't give early kills, and win the game later.
And I think we have also seen that Euro actually has punished TSM for some of the mistakes they do in the mid game, where the other teams like Fnatic, they seem to be figured out by TSM. So right now it looks like Euro is the team who can possibly beat TSM.
We'll see if it also is possibly TSM. They are now only competing with Phoenix One for a spot in the final, as Cloud9 now have no chance to take first place whatsoever. So that is unlucky for them, but Phoenix One or TSM can be moving on, and Unicorns of Love or Fnatic, even though it's looking very heavily in favor of the Unicorns of Love. And we're going to have more info in just a second, because after the break, Phoenix One and the Unicorns of Love face off here at Rift Rivals. Very important matchup, don't go anywhere.
Playing around both teams grouping, looking for the early jungle vision. Moving around the corner, Hanzo, that's not what you wanted, the chain CC, the exhaust, it goes down. That's going to be first blood, and Fnatic.
Kill the Inter, kill the Inter. Kill the Inter.
Striking for Fnatic because suddenly the bot lane is getting so aggressive. No more Shen means no more threat. Bye-bye, Jesus. He's Svenskeren now coming in on the front line. That's a Hanzer. He's well on the way to Meganar. He has the flash. He's going to move in right over the wall. They're just going to delete the opposition.
Are going to dismantle Fnatic and take the victory over the EU counterpart.
welcome back everyone to the matchup between Phoenix One and Unicorns of Love. We have swap cast the round, so I'm here. I'm David Friturli here with Isaac, Azael Cummings-Bentley, and Martin DeFicio Lunga. How y'all doing?
Pretty good. Very happy so far with Unicorns of Love's performance. Yeah. Some of the other European teams maybe not looking too hot.
Yeah, I mean, UL's doing well. And if they win here, they will lock in their place for the finals.
Yep. Meanwhile, Phoenix One, if they win, they can keep pace with TSM to keep their own spot. So certainly spots in the finals on the line. Unicorns of Love, though, as you mentioned, Officio, looking a lot better. A 3-game winning streak for them. Their early games have been reasonably solid. When Exile's not killing himself, they've gotten a very high first turret rate, for example. And when they get through the early game, their team fighting looks good.
Exactly, and it's what we see in Europe so often, where the late game team fighting, very few teams can deal with it. Oftentimes it is obviously focused around the mid lane. Teams are not really playing disciplined enough to just kind of play around it. And it's just benefiting Unicorns of Love. And I actually believe after Romar, the manager, shaved his head, they are now undefeated. So that must have been the way forward.
There you go. Well, they have the shaved head. P1 has the fidget spinners.
There you go.
And P1, speaking of early games, they're one of the best early game teams, not only in the tournament, but in North America. Since getting Mike Young, they have been very, very strong in the early game. And it's going to be kind of a contrast of styles if UL is trying to play slowly, get to that team fight stage. We'll see if you can get that taken advantage of by P1.
And tell me the funny thing about P1 and Mike Young specifically, of course, a guy we talk so much about, because he is so active in the early game. It's not really the lanes like solo killing people, it's him joining in. And then, of course, when you get that advantage, suddenly Xpecial is roaming around the map, as Zig is leaving his lane on a Kled, and a lot of kills will happen very quickly. And that is what P1 also used to beat Unicorns of Love day one. So that's going to be, it needs to be a change here from the Unicorn side.
And I do agree, while maybe Ryu isn't getting his own advantages as far as the start, once he has them, he's extending those advantages incredibly well. He's been extremely dominant on Corki, had a great Kassadin game earlier. Arrow and Xpecial are actually performing very well once they're out of that phase in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, Ryu's having like 30% damage share on the team. He's doing very well for himself, playing some really solid games overall. And I want to point out Phoenix One have picked blue side for themselves here to start the game out, which means you're probably going to see a Zach ban come in, and just kind of curious to see what styles do come out. Because when we look at the previous game these two teams played, it was Exile going 0-8, and you can kind of forget about that. He's back on form here. He had that great Vladimir game yesterday, for example.
I'm also really interested to see if any of the European teams are finally going to drop the Nidalee ban, right? We've seen quite a few good games from Mike Young on Elise and Lee Sin and some of these other picks. Do you actually drop that off the pick ban phase and try to open up to counter some of the other styles? Because we've been seeing a lot of effective games on Corki and other picks too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the Nidalee ban is going to start dropping. Coming into the day, it was only banned in 2 of the 4 games against them, so it feels like the teams are realizing you don't have to do it quite as much, and it's kind of going off the priority. Mike hasn't played it at all so far this tournament, so I think, yeah, you free it up. You look at the Corki's a big deal. You look at the mid Galio is a big deal. You look at Xpecial with a bunch of amazing Thresh games as champions I think you'd want to remove.
Yeah, and obviously we also talked about Exile before and how he's no longer dying as much in the early game. I think Unicorns of Love, they figured, let's try and play the old champions, the Kassadin, the Vladimir, that he used to have success on if we go just back, before the summer split started. And I wonder if some of these teams are going to now start targeting that and say, you know what, that Kassadin actually stops us from having this great LeBlanc performance. So that could be a first phase ban suddenly into an early LeBlanc pick. And what's his answer? Is it the Vladimir then into LeBlanc? Is that as effective? I could see teams really try and shut him down now, because it's some of these specific champions you normally don't see banned right now, but he's doing well on them.
I mean, I want to see Ryu pull out Lucian to beat up Kassadin. I think it's a pretty good matchup overall, right? Physical damage dealer, very aggressive landing phase. Problem is they need Zig to play a real magic damage tank, because right now all he's played is 3 games of Renekton and 2 of Kled. So you can't run Arrow on like a Caitlyn or something, then play Lucian mid, then play another Renekton in the top lane. You run out of damage types really quickly there. So I would like to see both Zig and Ryu just kind of in champion select allow themselves to counterpick.
Maybe that's where the Nidalee comes in, bringing the Nidalee,
the only magic
Zyra,
with 0 tanks. Great.
Got a Zyra too, no problem.
Okay, we'll bring out Zyra randomly for Xpecial.
And we also need Exile to blind pick Kassadin for that to happen. So.
Yeah, which doesn't happen when you're on red side, generally speaking.
Yeah, most likely not if you are, of course, Unicorns of Love. But just a lot of questions for both teams in terms of how do you really optimize your draft now? P1 technically can do exactly what they did in day one against these guys. Early aggression, focus on that. It's on Unicorns then to show that, again, they have changed a little bit. And I just want to see what Exile gets to play.
And it's on Unicorns to not pick Ryze anymore, because Ryze has not been working out. He did play it last time and had a tragic game.
Yep, he had fallen quite a lot when he picked Ryze. It was a bit ironic, but we are here into this one as Phoenix One continue their train of Shen bans. And they're going to put on that blue side Kassadin. And again, I think it's actually because P1 are blue that Kassadin gets banned on the side.
And the Kassadin ban here, it kind of
does force Unicorns of Love to either deal with the LeBlanc or abandon the way themselves. I definitely see that as something that is pretty first pickable here.
Well, right now they're banning 2 junglers, and none of them are Nidalee so far. Or Zach. So they could actually just ban Nidalee with the last one if they want to, then see if Mike Young wants to take the Zach.
Yeah, I mean, he'll certainly take the Zach. So right now, it's kind of looking like they are trying to really target Mike Young. They have left some of the split pushers up in top lane. You know, there are priority picks such as the Gragas, such as the LeBlanc. Things like that can be pretty powerful early on.
Yeah, Gragas and Thresh are my 2 nods here. Thresh is going to be the pick here for Special. Very good at the champion, obviously, and that's it.
And I think actually Unicorns are pretty happy with that because they like to play Tahm Kench, which is a good answer to Thresh. And we know that Gragas has been such a high priority pick for them. It is available right now, so they can actually get 2 of those champions that fit their playstyle very well and also will do well against the pick from Phoenix One.
One question
P1,
with,
Phoenix
with
One,
taking the Gragas this early on, especially if you are going to go for like Gragas Gnar or something like that and obviously put it in the jungle, is that you do open up for a Kha'Zix, which is something that a lot of people have liked as an answer into that Gragas, and we've seen some of the North American jungle system very effective games on it. Contracts yesterday carrying against Twin Scare and just coming off of a very strong game as well.
We'll see if that comes through here as well. Mike Young, of course, happy to play the aggressive junglers. Hasn't pulled out the Kha'Zix just yet this tournament, but Gnar picked as the blind, and again, seems to have decent matchup to both the Renekton and the Kled, the champions that we're seeing Zig play over and over and over again. That's the blind top, and they'll wait for Unicorns to get a safe pick at the end of this round.
And if you're obviously Chachi, like, you can keep picking this until someone actually beats you, you know, with a specific counter pick. He played the Aurelia himself, so obviously that's a matchup he will know. We've seen Riven as well, which was not as effective due to some ganks also against it.
This is it's something where I'm waiting for more of kind of the solo queue counter picks to come in. Yes, Aurelia is one, but I mean, I'm waiting for someone to bring out the Quas special. Swain actually smashes Gnar in lane. I think that is a very good matchup. Not a lot of people play those sorts of champions, though.
I mean, you can also play Cassiopeia top, Lucian top, Jace. Like, these kind of champions will win the matchup. The problem is then once you're kind of out of the laning phase, you don't always offer that much value, and Gnar with his Mega Gnar can still be impactful in some of these team fights.
Yeah, Skorker picked up there alongside the Nidalee, so magic damage certainly in here for Phoenix One. And just to talk about your point with the Swain, though, I agree, I want to see it, but you've got to react to the metagame. You can't just learn Swain hoping everyone else learns Gnar. You've got to say, okay, Gnar's here to stay, people are learning it, now I will practice my counter pick, so you don't waste practice time. But I would love to see in a month, Swain comes in as a counter pick.
Yeah, and we have seen some more of those kind of specific solo queue counter picks and stuff coming up in NA. We've seen Pantheon brought out. We've seen Jax into Camille, which is traditionally a very good matchup for Jax. I'm expecting to just see Kled again, honestly, because it's something that Zig is pretty confident on. And if he can get put ahead with this Nidalee, then you can look to all in the Gnar, and you still will have the utility of the powerful engage.
So what we saw here was Corki being locked in by P1 after they banned the Kassadin, which is a matchup some of the European mid laners have taken, at least playing the Kassadin against the Corki, because after level 6 you can kind of all in him. Actually leaving a lot of the normal S-tier mid laners open, like LeBlanc. Exile, when he joined the EULCS last year in the summer split, it was LeBlanc and Yasuo he played a lot. LeBlanc was actually very successful. The Yasuo was really terrible, it was like 0-10 performances. But that LeBlanc actually looked very good, and he's, once again, for him going back to a little bit of an old school, but we've obviously seen a lot of LeBlanc in the current meta.
And we have to remember how dominant the 2 Corki games that Ryu has shown us have been this tournament. Both games he absolutely smashed. He was deathless in one with a lot of kills. The other he had 11 kills, I believe, so he has been very dominant on this pick. And also the support, you're not going to be able to take up, the Tahm Kench. And I'm surprised it's not the Braum, it's actually the Rakan that they're trying to target, perhaps trying to deny the Xayah-Rakan duo.
We've seen a lot of Blitzcrank being picked after Thresh as well, and then you just gank the bot lane and you actually hook the Thresh. And we see the Twitch obviously from Samax, it is his preferred champion. With it being left open, he can obviously lock that in. And I'm still looking at a Blitzcrank from Hylissang coming in when you see these bans here from P1.
Sure, I think it's pretty likely. I do think the LeBlanc is somewhat unlocked here, though. We talked about Ryu having some good games, but the rest of these games were all with Mike Young playing a hard crowd control jungler here. Ooh, it's going to be Draven for Arrow. Draven Thresh into Twitch and something. This will be fun.
And this is one of Arrow's specials. He is known as one of, if not the best Draven in North American solo queue. He plays it a lot. He's an extremely lane-dominant champion. When you bring in Draven with the Thresh, this is a very powerful duo.
And I want people to look at his current summoner spell.
Exhaust. Ignite Exhaust aggro lane.
I really hope he keeps it. He swapped it back to heal, sadly, but I'll tell a little story in-game about his Draven experiences here in Europe. But the Blitzcrank is being hovered by Hylissang, as we talked about before.
Yeah. I want to point out, though, this Renekton pick right here. Blitz gets locked in. We've seen this one before in the matchup, but I think Renekton is a weak matchup into Gnar. We've seen Gnar be the counter pick into the Renekton, and it's Zig now, who's only played 2 champions the entire tournament for them on Renekton. Like, I wonder if this guy has a champion pool anymore, or if it's dried up and he just will only play a Black Cleaver top laner.
I mean, part of it is you want some sort of a front line, you want some sort of a tanky pick. What do you pick into this that is actually going to match up well, right? There's not a lot of tanks that actually are performing in the current meta in top lane because they have such bad matchups. So even though this is not a favorable matchup, it's one that you can survive and hope to have teamfight relevance, because the game is not going to be about you. It's going to be about snowballing this Draven and the Corki.
Yeah, I just say if you're going to play for teamfights, then, you know, pick the Gallios of the world yourself. Play a real tank who can actually just say, screw it, TP into the teamfight and actually frontline. So I don't know if I love the Renekton here. He's supposed to be lane dominant. That's kind of his major strength, and it's a weak lane.
I mean, right now with Mike Young on Italy, normally you see like the Elise pick with Renekton, you just tower dive over and over, and that's how you get your big advantage. Like a well-executed Italy obviously can go to a lane like that and also execute a tower dive, but it's not normally what you pick Italy for. You don't pick her as a massive ganking jungler. But Mike Young has obviously shown some very good games on this champion where he's actually managed to get super fed, and we need to see if he can do that with this draft, because they're putting a lot of focus on him by early picking his champion as well.
And I mean, one of the unique strengths I think about Nidalee is how well you can actually pressure turrets. If you come to a lane, you push someone out, you know, if you gank mid lane, you force the LeBlanc back with your heal attack speed boost, your red buff, auto attack damage on turret, in addition to the marksman being there as well. Like, you can knock down these turrets incredibly fast.
We'll see if they can do that when we are getting ourselves into the game. And this might just be the last one that either of these teams play here. Phoenix One must win to keep themselves in the running for playing in the final. Unicorns of Love lock in their spot if they win this one here. And we'll see which of these squads can make it happen as we get ourselves in the game.
So Arrow gets his Draven here. Really want to see what he can do on it, because just when the P1 arrived to Europe, I'm not going to name the team they played against, but they instantly got some scrims against European teams. And the first thing that happened was they faced a Draven with Exhaust. And Arrow wrote in the old chat, he was like, Draven with Exhaust, lol? Like, what is that? Level 2, he got first blooded. So he instantly learned, okay, let's see. Sadly, he's not running Exhaust this time around. He's giving it to Xpecial, but I want to see a good Draven performance.
And it's going to be very exciting. I mean, Draven is often very hit or miss. This champion snowballs incredibly hard, but you know, if they can get down there and focus it, because Draven wants to play pretty aggressive, you can turn things around on him.
Let's see what happens here. Quick invade by Unicorns of Love. Going to put a Trinket ward down to spot a blue buff for Gromp. Start by Mike Young. Of course, no surprise he'll begin with Raptors, but if he gets topside, they'll know in a bit.
I'd also say I feel like there's a ton of pressure on Hylissang in this lane matchup, because if you're not hitting effective hooks on the Blitz, the Twitch is going to be pressured so ridiculously heavily by the Draven Thresh lane. Blitz adds very little if you cannot actually hit your proper hooks.
I mean, obviously the same for Xpecial, right? He also needs to set it up for Draven. Like, back in the day when Draven had, you know, his passive, there was a bleed effect. He was a massive lane bully. Even early game, you could just all in level 2 and you would win the trades. After we obviously changed it a long time ago when he was stacking up, you know, for gold instead. He prefers like a lot of farm lanes very early on, but once he goes back, you know, and you get that first AD item, then suddenly you start hitting like a truck, and you can really destroy squishy targets like the Switchy. But obviously, especially if he lands that good hook, Samuels is kind of left on his own.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see which build he actually goes for, too, as Death Dance Draven is a solo queue special. That's something that so many people are frustrated playing against. Death Dance into PD, even these sorts of kind of like semi-tank builds with tabbies, can be so ridiculously hard to actually burst down the Draven, while you can still go even things like, you know, the rapid fire Shiv, IE, pure DPS builds too.
The old school rush BT Draven for as much AD as possible. The Ghostblade Draven. There's actually a lot of different item choices you can go for. Exile taking a trade in the mid lane.
Good chunk out. I primed it with the Q, lands the W afterwards, and they're trading blows here. Corrupting Potion stacking versus Ryu regenning off the Doran shield, so temporary health deficit for Ryu in the mid lane. Mike Young, we saw from the earlier camps, was a full camp ahead of Xerxes based on the early leashing going through, and the fact that he was Nidalee in the first place. So we'll see if that turns into more later on. Rest of the laning phase looks pretty standard. Equal CS across most of these spots.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee has such a fast clear already. You know, level 4, pre-3 minutes. Going to be able to get out there and actually, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, Xerxes is actually down 2 levels. He will hit 3 soon, though.
He's afraid of Nidalee invading. He did Raptor's Red Rush to blue to make sure he doesn't lose his entire map. And you know, Nidalee's just kind of hard farming, can take Krug's way if he wants to, and look at this gank to the bot side.
Yeah, they are looking to set this up. I mean, if Blitz can hit the hook, they know that P1 has not actually placed any vision. They are playing pretty far back, though, so Xerxes does not want to invest that much time, knowing that Nidalee will be farming, knowing that Nidalee can be out there on the map, and again, Mike Young counter jump.
He's getting quite a big advantage on this Nidalee here. Obviously a fantastic clear speed for him. And he is on the top side, but Vizicsacsi is still fairly healthy. Meganar just popped right down.
And Zig has a Fury bar right here, so if he keeps himself Furied up, he can go for the dive.
Oh, and he used his jump. They're going to go for the all-in here for sure.
Here's the big stun. Wait for Tyre. No, going to go a little bit early onto this one. The damage output's there. Easy. Why bother flashing? He's got the W available. Mykyung gets the kill and the summoner down.
And that's what we said in Champs. Like with Nidalee, you can still go for these tower dives here, especially when you have a Renekton setting it up for you. Very good dive from P1. And the classic Mykyung start, I feel like, on Nidalee.
Yeah, and Mykyung's hanging out here. They're going to see if they can actually re-dive. Vizicsacsi
when he TP's back.
So
it's
steady.
He's
built up Fury.
He's building Fury. He's going to have the empowered. He may make him cancel here. He's going for it.
He leaped away. There's a giant stun as well. Mykyung's going to land the javelin. He's going to land the damage of it. Zig drops the aggro. One more shadow to him, and no! Too much damage taken away, and Chachi gets the kill in a blue buff.
Whoops. Whoopsie,
really nice
whoopsie.
play from Chachi there. That was so risky for him to finish that TP. He saw that the dive was coming. If he dies there, the game is actually over for him. He has 15 CS. He's completely screwed, but he pulls off the play. I mean, he gets the kill. That is just so big.
So this is the first one. Zig coming in, obviously, with a very easy stun onto Vizicsacsi with Mykyung already there, as Freak highlighted. The flash not necessary, but then with the return here, you then gotta ask, did Vizicsacsi know that with the minions dying, he could actually survive the 2v1 or get a return kill, or did he just gamble in the end and actually end up winning on it?
I mean, it's definitely close, right? They started the dive before the last minion had died, so I don't think that played too much into it. I think the Vizicsacsi played it very well to leap away from the Nidalee and delay some of that damage coming in, so just credit to him playing it very well in that 1v2, and that was a critical juncture in the game, because that can be game-ending if you die on the repeat.
Yeah, I also want to point out, I'm not sure if Zig could have tanked one more turret shot or not. He ended with about 200 health left, and if he guessed wrong and left early, that's the reason Nidalee died.
And even if he actually dies the next turret shot, Mykyung probably could have finished off Vizicsacsi and then gotten out, and if you kill him off with the wave pushed in, then you still actually punish him pretty heavily and the trade's okay.
Because before the fight even started, Chachi was like 15, 16 CS down already. Now he has a massive wave coming into Zig that Zig will of course pick up, so it's still an advantage to P1's top laner. Mid lane, Exile is doing more than fine here on this LeBlanc. Not actually been ganked early on, not been under a whole lot of pressure, and just able to farm even with Ryu.
Yeah, and Zig's honestly doing pretty well for a matchup that's supposed to look pretty bad. I think it outscales later on, but he's even got both summoners up, so a repeat gank can look good, and Chachi right now tired, not going to build up Meganar for a while.
And I mean, Chachi has to be a little bit careful, you know, as Zig can be getting closer to level 6. That all-in when you are in mini Gnar is very, very frightening. So he's going to have to pay respect to that.
Looks like it's going to be a quick recall out of the Gnar. You can see the mini-map, the circle, and he's back in lane, or back in base, I should say. So might get one more wave denied. We watch Ryu again in the battle with Exile, but gets chunked under the turret. Pretty nice damage out of this LeBlanc.
And we've seen now a few games of Exile on Vladimir, Kassadin, like two champions that obviously can take over team fights. It is a little bit harder, I feel, on LeBlanc for him, but he obviously lost that Kassadin, and he needed a somewhat safe pick for himself in that mid lane before losing to in the next phase when P1 could start banning him out even more. And I think actually going for a pick like LeBlanc, where it is fairly easy to escape ganks, makes a lot of sense for Unicorns. But P1, they're looking top lane again.
They do have some knowledge of where Mykyung may be, though, because of the really good vision they got actually in the red side of P1's jungle. And they're moving their bot lane up to top.
Yeah, this could be a very big risk. If P1 goes for the dive at the wrong time, they're going to get immediately attacked by Blitzcrank. And you can see that the Renekton's still hanging around, but it looks like Mykyung far enough away. He's already recalled, so no dive will happen. They'll notice the lane swap, and now it'll be a rush for who can knock the turret down first.
And this is a very classic swap from Unicorns of Love. Once they push out the bot lane wave, they like to go back, get that first item on the way, and then just instantly go top and see if you can surprise the enemy top laner and see if you can then get down that first tower. Arrow is now realizing everything is happening, and he's trying to push the lane, but he's alone down the bottom lane, because Special is going top lane to try and defend here with Zig.
It's going to be a bit difficult. We'll see if anyone can show up in time. Mykyung is going to show to help with the push, really help defend.
They cleared out.
Yeah, Zig's going to ult to clear out the waves a little bit. Goes for the early Fury. And yeah, that'll be enough AoE damage. Watch out for the hook. Of course, it's still on cooldown for a few more seconds, and not a major issue. They buy a few more seconds. Now Arrow's going to be alone bot lane, but the question is, can he still outpush 3?
And in the meantime, Xerxes actually went to try to steal away Mykyung's red, but he failed. Mykyung was able to get there in time, take it away. So, I mean, that's a big XP advantage over to Mykyung. Xerxes still level 5 against the level 7 Nidalee.
Tax the lane! Get that
one way to get experience. He needs 6.
Yeah, and Mykyung actually not helping with the push right here. This is an interesting choice to be had, because Mykyung's prioritizing his own farm over ensuring first turret gold.
Also, you know, wants to give the safety if they try to dive top lane, right? He can be in position to respond, being on that top side, and he's trying to take away more and more from Xerxes, knowing he was bot side, he failed the red counter jungle. He can steal away the full top side of the jungle.
I really like the reaction just from P1 here against that lane swap, knowing exactly what to do, especially just... Mid lane. Oh, he's going back in.
He's going to land that chunk, and MikeYeung actually forced to flash away. If someone else was there, it likely was a death, so it's the risk-averse play in case there was a Gnar or something.
But P1 so quickly just adapting to it with Special, just not going back down to bot lane, just instantly go top, knowing, okay, now we can actually defend this one, because obviously there's no one who can really TP in and put more pressure on them, because there's no TP from Exile right now. Chachi was already in the lane, and it actually meant now that Chachi had to share experience and lost the entire wave bot lane that was actually set up for him to be picked up, so he's really far down in CS at the moment.
Look at the scoreboard. It's 1,400 gold difference with an equal number of kills on both sides right here. So it's been a massive farm difference. A lot of that centered on MikeYeung individually. You can see his individual gold lead is up 1,000 over Xerxes.
Thankfully, at least Hillsang was able to push MikeYeung off their own red buff, so kind of defended that for Xerxes, because it does get very important to defend these camps. Your jungler cannot be put too far behind, or Nidalee can just have free reign. You can start farming both sides of the jungle if you really do get too far ahead.
Unicorns of Love once again trying a lane swap just the other way around. They push up the top lane. Recall, Samax is now sneaking on the way to the bottom lane. Zig right now should be aware of this, because what you do as a team is as soon as that dual lane from Unicorns goes missing, you call that there's a chance they show up in the other lane. So Zig is playing very passive for that reason.
And here's the attempt here on this one. Zig might have to get away from the hook. Yep, and it was a nice attempt. Hillsong tried to predict flash, but Zig on land, long enough range away, had the chance to react to it instead and just dodged.
This is going to be a 4v2 though. Xerxes is here. MikeYeung is in the area. We'll see if they can actually survive this.
Go for Zig, getting some shots in as well. Nice wave clear out of the Draven ulti means there's not a lot of safety left for the P1, or sorry, the UOL dive, and he's going to be okay for now. And look at the top lane turret. Take an auto attack, should be first turret in the top lane for Phoenix 1.
Yeah, once again, P1 just in full control. You actually even see Unicorns of Love went in very early with Chachi for that dive here. Obviously no Mega Gnar from him. Couldn't really tank the tower long enough, and they instantly backed away when they saw MikeYeung. So a second lane swap from Unicorns of Love, where P1, they respond really well, and that's why they're so far ahead.
I really like how Zig is actually proactively using the ultimate to just clear out these waves and delay the turret siege. A very intelligent play, but they're TPing down. They're going to go for this dive again.
Flash by another hook back into range, getting some damage in Hillsong, but now it's the autos in for Samax. How much health can Zig have? Not enough. Is it Chachi getting the kill with the boomerang to the back of the head?
I mean, is this even worth it, though? Because P1 never stopped pushing on the top side. They're committing so much to just getting this first turret. They're going to lose 2 turrets to this Draven, and he's going to have so much gold off of this.
Exile's on his way to try and defend, but Ryu is actually following him, and MikeYeung is behind as well. Exile right now going in.
A lot of damage. Special could die for this one. Damage coming across. Good exhaust buys a few more seconds, and thankfully he doesn't have aggro, but finally the shot comes through in Exile. Getting himself the solo kill and a bit of a 1v3 defends the turret.
Yeah, he defends the turret. Very important for the Unicorns of Love. They didn't lose another one. Bot lane tower will fall right now. So Unicorns getting a lot of gold back all of a sudden, and a kill for Exile, who's doing very well in this early game.
Definitely a nice swing.
It would have been interesting to see if Zig actually wanted to TP to one of those minions, because had he actually TP'd to the minion out of range of the turret, Chachi wouldn't have been able to finish the turret there. But it's kind of the question of, is it worth the TP to just delay that?
Speaking of delays, it's Ryu delayed getting out of the mid lane as Samax jumps on him. A nice knockup coming in as well, trying to run away, and will just survive it. Now MikeYeung showing up as well. Ulti out of Draven, forcing the flash out of Samax. And a bit more damage coming in as Zig finds his son, and MikeYeung still in the chase. Javelin, but it's going to hit the tank, so no chase on Hillsong. Out they go.
Ryu playing it very cool in the mid lane, knowing he had backup on the ways. Waited for the hook also from Hillsang before he actually decided to Valk away. We saw the same thing yesterday from Ryu. A man, of course, with a lot of experience playing against these Blitzcranks. And also dealing a lot of damage in return. So Samax had to use both summoners. Ryu only using heal after that fight. P1 still in a very good spot, despite now losing that bot lane tower.
And one of the kind of untold stories here is actually the gold advantage that is being built for for Arrow, plus the amount of adoration stacks he has. So when you're already, 800 gold or so ahead, if you can cash in on a 300 or 400 stack kill, that can be such a massive injection of gold that you can really start to take over the team fights. Because he already has a significant lead, and he has been stacking that up through this whole game.
And he's getting that death stance right now, probably into the PD, so he's going to be super strong on 2 items as well. Ryu getting a bad trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, Hexer's still on cooldown for a few more seconds as well, so he could get chunked out once again by Exile, who's doing a pretty good job in that lane. 1-0 up in farm as well. MikeYeung finds Hillsang, but now to jump away. Gonna get CC'd pretty heavily. He's got no way out. Exile 2-0.
Yeah, Hillsang did not expect to find MikeYeung right there. He was going straight for Ryu, and then suddenly he realizes, oh, there's Nidalee in here. Easy kill though with Xerxes around, so 4 kills for Unicorns of Love. Chachi on the way to mid lane as well.
Yeah, and they're closing the gap nicely. Only 1,000 gold apart. And Unicorns of Love, if they have a reasonably decent early game, we all know their team fighting late game looks a whole lot better. So far, kind of according to plan for Unicorns.
Yeah, and this has been really nice for Unicorns to actually be playing better around the mid lane. This has been kind of one of the major strengths, I think, of the North American teams, playing around mid lane better. And UOL is having a lot of good roams, Hylissang being there in time, and I think they're playing it well.
I think they outscale and have better team fighting too. Of course, Gnar, Gragas, both amazing team fighters here. So Phoenix One kind of have their work cut out for them. They have to, I think, to a certain point, start snowballing this game.
Well, they really want that kill on Arrow that Azeo was highlighting earlier. So might have to just settle for some damage on the tower. Exile.
Oh, nice special! Do they get the shutdown? And it's going to be Ryu who grabs it sadly for Phoenix One fans. Hook almost lands on Arrow, but Special, that hook was sick.
He's been playing so well, man. What a prediction. They're now getting the tower. They're not even leaving. They're actually going for more.
They're going to be flash hooking into Hylissang.
Can this be the cash in?
They have the flay, the cash. No! Ryu, the double agent, never fully left Europe, apparently.
Everyone backs off there to give it to Arrow, except for Ryu, who's going forward trying to get the kill.
Oh, man. Things Ryu says.
Great play from Special there.
Absolutely the case, and it's still cash coming in, so we'll see how much more they can get. 2,500 up, Phoenix One, you can see Zig. And now this matchup has turned, even though the first blood came through. You can see Vizicachi able to easily push that Renekton around.
It's just such a crazy, big amount of gold if you actually get that kill on Draven, because it's the 300 or so gold for the kill, plus the 360 now from his stacks. And here is the hook. Beautiful prediction from Special.
And funny enough, Exile didn't actually even try and dodge anything. Like, no one actually shot a skill shot towards his current location, so he had to jump back. But Special was just kind of waiting for that correct moment and then lands the prediction. Let's see actually what happens after, because Hylissang starts recalling right behind the tower. And then Special just gets him with the long-range hook. Hylissang not able to juke it.
Yeah, he had flashed down. There wasn't really an easy way out. I think Ryu could have probably given the kill over to Arrow, but oh well, such is life.
I mean, Ryu will obviously explain to his team that he needs the gold to be the big carry, because he doesn't have a Trinity Force at 15 minutes, and that normally is, you know, not a good thing for Ryu. So
early extra double Sork shoes. Okay, you right-click twice. It's fine. We're good. You can undo. It's not a big problem. Sheenan.
It is a problem if you leave the well, though.
Yes, it is. He didn't, though, so it's fine.
You have 2 feet. You don't want 2 boots in League of Legends.
Nope. Just puts it on the bottom of his Rafflecopter.
His Rafflecopter?
Yeah, it's actually what it's called. Reconnaissance Ordnance Frontline Copter. The O might be wrong, but it's Reconnaissance something Frontline. I promise you it's true. Look it up.
I believe you, Freak.
I'm glad you do.
Let's see if Arrow can get that 1 kill, though, because the Unicorns of Love have now lost 2 of the outer turrets. They are, once again, down about 2,000 gold against P1, and reminds me a little bit of the game we saw day 1 between the teams, but not as bad for the Unicorns of Love, because they were really far behind at that point.
Speaking of far behind, Zig now pushed back towards his bot lane tier 2 turret. Chachi getting a lot of pressure in here. Now he will show up for a team fight at some point. Exile jumping in, finds himself a flight. Nice hook over the wall, finds Special as Hylissang looks to make that one happen. The Ignite is on. Looking to still burn him down. A couple more shots will do it. Explosive cast comes in. Exile getting 1 kill picked up. Arrow not yet into the fight, but a little bit of a slow coming in from the package thanks to Ryu. Still escape coming in. Oh, Exile killed himself off the javelin. I think he tried to dodge and couldn't quite do it. Mike Young picking up the kill.
Oh, he's trying to make the big plays. Now he's getting some early kills. Bot lane, we also see a trade, but looks like Chachi.
No, it's larceny, dude. There's no real trade. Zig just running out of health right now. Has to flash away from the Mega Gnar stun.
Yeah, just really well played by Chachi. He's starting to take over in this 1v1. Ryu is coming down, but I mean, Chachi is very healthy. He's in Mega. We'll see if he can actually pull off the 1v2.
Is he going to find it? Yep, flashed in a stun. Looks for the kill onto Renekton, but Summoner heal from Ryu saves his teammate a little bit more longer, and that should be the kill picked up. Yes, flash down. Kill still comes through.
Yeah, I think Zig stunned him there. Moment Chachi actually flashed in and then knocked Zig into the wall, so he couldn't do any follow-up damage right away, and Chachi ends up dying and using that flash. Ryu, this time around, only gets an assist, sadly for him. Got denied a few more kills. P1, though, once again, winning out.
Yeah, and Ryu is getting very strong. He's taken over 2 games in a row on Corki. He's looking well on his way to this third. You know, being able to pick up all these turrets has helped out P1 quite a lot, too, and they're opening up this lead. Mike Young is behind Exile. If he commits too much, he could be in trouble.
Some good damage coming through. The chains are back in, back and forth. Finally pops the Hex Drinker, and Exile still feels pretty comfortable. Ryu got to jump back. Gets a Lantern, has 100 health left in. He's got to be very careful. Gets a quick kill from Nidalee. Stay alive for now.
Mike Young, I think, was thinking he was going to distort back, but he just fully committed to that. So being around on the backside of the fight actually did nothing for them, and Ryu has to run away.
He's not making that mistake again. He tried once. He died for it. This time he just stays.
Just never distort back again.
Yeah, never go back. Just stay in. Well, he actually went back here and died as well. So twice he's gone back and he's died for it.
The third time. You never get the third time.
See, let's see this fight here. So Special, he ends up dying. Meanwhile, we actually have Ryu coming from top lane. So he's not here. yet to join the team with the package. Joins in, Exile jumps out, and he's like, no. Oh, he takes the spear and then jumps back.
Yeah.
At least jump back and dodge the spear.
That's what I was saying. I think he tried to dodge and was late on the play, or just realized a bit late that it was hitting him. I'm not sure
which.
Even
if you dodged it, I think you probably go back and die unless you have the RW up to get out. But
yeah.
Risky play at least.
Yeah.
Risky, and clearly it does not pay out for him. So down he went, and that was his second death overall. We look back at the mid lane siege, though. Unicorns of Love, as they would do, of course, staying in the mid lane. Nice dodge there, gets away from Phosphorus Bomb. Double chain is in, and Ryu. Hexdrinker's on cooldown, though. It could be good for Exile. Mega One's going to miss. They got to be careful. The cooldowns are back up, but Chachi actually found underneath the turret. The box slow is in, and yes, Arrow cashes in for huge dollars.
1,050 gold on the cash in there. He just picked up over 1,300 gold on that kill. That is so big for Draven snowballing. He can complete his next item.
He's 2,000 gold ahead of Samex right now after that one kill picked up by Arrow. P1 will also get the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, bot lane, we still saw some trading happening. Well, right now...
It's going to despawn in 30 seconds. Okay, they've got enough time.
Samex and Hylissang and Xerxes actually on the way, but will be too slow. Actually, they're tipping in as well. They're going to fight now.
Looking for the play, got to smite it away. They're going to grab that marker, and here comes the team fight as Ryu's far enough away. Nice hook in, pulls in one. Mike Young forced to run through the spray and pray the damage is there. They're going to be Samex picking up a special. Chachi TP's in to continue the fight a little bit later.
If P1 can get out, though, with just the one loss, it's not a big deal. I mean, that's 2 TPs coming in, and they still secured the Rift Herald, so they just want to disengage now. Zig, pretty far up, though, does need to show the respect to UOL as they were in the area.
Looks like he's fine enough. Finishes the wave clear off, and they're okay for just a little bit longer here on this one. You can see that Rapid Fire Cannon is now in the mix for Arrow, making towards probably Quicksilver Sash. Maybe it's a Hexdrinker, but knows he has to respect some magic damage, some hard CC.
Yeah, a little bit of a defensive build. You know, pick up a bit of MR here, and you can actually move forward in these fights. You become very, very tanky, and here is the cash-in. We didn't get to see the start of the play. We'll see if Chachi gets caught again by a hook. Xpecial has just been on fire this game.
Yeah, so good from Xpecial. Actually, multiple games at this tournament where he's been shining. A lot of guys obviously talking about Mike Young specifically, but Xpecial, a guy at the community especially picking up on here, also is doing well.
And how crucial in that fight that Ryu was in bot lane right there. You saw Mike Young. The rest of the team stopped hitting Chachi so that Arrow get the last hit. We all know Ryu would have grabbed that one as soon as he could have.
Yeah, there was a Ryu package into like a long-range missile getting that one kill.
Tried.
This is mine.
He would have tried. We all know it. Mike Young going to solo the Cloud Drake, and North America continues their chain of picking up all the dragons.
Did you guys see Fnatic got a Drake in the last game they played?
Wow.
Oh, did they get one? I think they got one. I don't actually remember. They might still be on 0, which would be very impressive, but obviously not playing this game. Still, North America getting the Drakes. Europe doesn't really want the Cloud Drakes anyway. Nah.
It's not important yet in the group stage. They're just sandbagging. They're pulling an LPL. They're gonna make sure everyone miss.
You just gotta win the final.
Exactly. And it might be Unicorns Love. If they win here, they're going to the final.
UOL, the tanky of the turret just gonna be sieging this one up. Should be able to take it down, but I mean, Ryu is coming over.
We'll see if it comes through. Exile a bit low on health. Ryu waiting around to the side. Package is down.
I feel like we keep seeing these 2 mid laners fight each other in the side lanes. Zig is left alone, though.
Yeah, and I mean, Zig is actually getting a fairly significant CS advantage in these side lanes because Chachi is trying to group with the team. They're trying to force, and the P1 squad is actually playing well around that, not committing to the fights and allowing him to get some advantages. And really credit to the whole P1 team, who seems to be doing well across the board.
This is, again, the classic Unicorns game where you feel like the other team has figured it out, you know. Don't just run 5-man mid lane and take that big team fight. And when you then start hyping it up, suddenly in 5-6 minutes, you get that big fight in the mid lane and everything just goes wrong and Unicorns will win the fight. But maybe not this time around. P1, as you said, are doing really well playing the side lanes, and Ryu once again want to fight Exile.
The play on Exile, pretty good damage down. His cooldowns are missing so far, so Exile can't do much except the chain. Gets a kill from Mike Young. Seems he's just fine. Trinity Force then means plenty of damage.
And you know, if that big team fight breaks out, you know, you will need to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit here. They don't want to be giving up too much gold because if you're down, 5, 10K when that fight happens, sometimes it doesn't really matter how well you perform in it. They're already down 6,000 gold, looking to crack an inhibitor with this Rift Arrow.
I get a fight, though, with this Rift Arrow being popped because Unicorns are here to try and defend.
No BT from Chachi, though, and he's on the bot side. Zig does have his.
Half HP on an inhib turret. It will respawn, or sorry, I should say regenerate a bit slowly over time, but it might mean more later on. But you're right, Unicorns Love was there to defend. There's only 1 minute left on the trinket, so they said better half HP on something than nothing at all, and they chose to get a little something out of it. But again, that cost them a kill to even go for Rift Herald. So 1 kill for half an inhib turret, maybe is not the trade you really wanted.
But if you are P1, you got that top tower before that, and you had some good vision in the jungle as well, and kind of been able to avoid the Unicorns of Love team fighting. But funny enough, Unicorns there right back in the mid lane. Chachi's coming in as well. This tower is still alive, but I think if Unicorns are going to take it down, they need like a pick first. They need that 1 hook from Hylissang into a kill that can actually get them that mid lane tower. We might just get a lot of plays around Baron at this point, where Unicorns of Love are currently sitting a little bit far back, and they have to find that one opening.
I've got to commend Zig a little bit for his build here. I think that not going into the Titanic Hydra, not going for a second damage item makes a lot of sense here. You have 2 marksmen and the Nidalee to dish out a lot of damage. He just needs to stay alive in the front line and kind of soak that up, because if you can be that sponge to absorb the blitz hooks, then this Draven and this Corki can really get a lot of work done.
Absolutely agree. Very smart to be more of a tank here. Now, were you going to be a little bit attacked? Valkyrie's waits a bit quicker, but here's the flash hook is going to land on him. Maybe he should have taken the lantern after all. He's going to be taking so much damage, should be killed off. Hylissang sadly steals it away. Samix would have loved that gold.
But that was that one hook. We just talked about how Unicorns of Love are just looking for a play in the mid lane with Hylissang. They're trying to get this tower down now. Arrow is still here with full HP. Hylissang looking for more.
For the hook, he could find Arrow. Quick lantern, and this one he gets out from.
You've got to say the hook was easily avoidable, though. Take the lantern, then Valkyrie, and you can't even follow with the flash. He also had his flash available and did not use it, so Ryu, definitely some mechanical errors there, some decision-making errors to get picked off. It's a good move for UOL, but the fact that they didn't get any more kills means they couldn't go to the Baron.
Because also Hylissang with the flash down now, meaning he can't look for that exact same play as we saw just before here. Still only 1 turret for Unicorns of Love down the bottom lane. Mid lane is very low at this point. Top lane right now is pretty healthy, so Unicorns really just want to get that one mid tower so they can push deeper down in the mid lane and start setting up for Baron. But they have to respect the fact that 5k down. So if they take a fight right now, I think P1 can easily win it.
Totally agree. 5k down. Their scaling on champions is a bit different, of course. Draven, I think, not the best team fighter, but Twitch is amazing. So you got to see what kind of situation they get themselves into. P1, not the best assassin. Samix should be pretty untouched, as long as he can keep building up. Looking now for more of the mid lane. Arrow gets tagged, a little bit of damage. And that's going to be a bit out of falling. Nice job, Unicorns of Love, with the Devastator getting it back a little bit closer here.
And we have seen how effective Chachi is in these team fights on the Gnar. If he can get in there and actually, CC up some of these marksmen, I think certainly the Twitch can take over the fight. But that being said, we've talked about all the team fighting strength on UL. LeBlanc, it's actually pretty hard to team fight. And if you go in, you get CC'd up, you will get burst down by this double marksman composition very quickly. So there's strengths and weaknesses on both these teams in the team fights.
Yeah, and Exile really is building here for poke. You jump in with Distortion, you have your active to use from your Gunblade, and then you also have a little quick auto attack with Lichbane just to try and get as much poke damage up front. But it's not the greatest build for pure all-inning.
Yeah.
So he's very much focused on just trying to find, again, one guy caught, maybe left alone, and then suddenly a chain into a hook. That's a combination that is hard to avoid if you get locked down in the first place.
Yeah, and if they can actually get to the side lanes, utilize their Gnar and their LeBlanc in this 1-3-1 style, they can buy a lot of time for the Twitch to scale up.
What is a side lane?
It's somewhere you can go to get additional
It's where
farm.
Chachi TP's back to the mid front.
Right, yes, exactly. So Chachi can go get some farm there. You're only allowed to actually push the other side lane to around the river, and then you have to step away.
No man's land.
Back to mid you go.
Yeah, then you have to go back to mid lane. You can't stay away from mid lane too long.
Of course not.
It's always calling.
Spoken like a unicorn of love. Well, we'll see what comes into this one. Arrow gonna get a red buff. Fake Foot's on his side of the river. He's allowed to be there. It's okay. He's not breaking the rules just yet.
Hey, those rules only go for unicorns.
It's only Unicorns of Love.
He can go where he wants.
All right. Well, Arrow's going to walk mid lane anyway. So, but he went past the river, so, there's something for him. 1 kill up for Unicorns of Love. 3-2, both these teams' scorelines so far in the group stage.
See, we're back in mid lane.
Hook's not going to land.
I think at this point, P1 is saying, we actually want that fight. Like, we are fine taking the team fight. Chachi, though, he's making plays bot lane.
He's got a teammate in here. A lot of chain CC. Mike Young showing up as well, but how much can they get onto Zig? Gonna land the javelin. Can he dodge flash? Beautiful out of Mike Young. Gets the heal as well. Zig now forced to run with 2 more autos will kill him out. Flash done to buy some time. The Q to heal. The double kill for Mike Young, showing up in time and saving the day.
The rookie with the big plays there. Zig did a great job delaying. Mike Young able to come in, execute Exile, and now they can go to pressure the Baron. That's 2 down.
Exactly.
Or UOL, but they do have their TPs when they respawn.
Well, they have TPs, but that's still now 25 seconds on Exile, 28 seconds on Visit Chachi. There was no vision in that brush from the Unicorns of Love. They did not see the spear flying from Mike Young. And P1, they're starting the Baron.
Zig does have a chance to seal this, though, and Xpecial's going to look to zone him.
He's going to try to zone, but he's in a 1v2, 1v3 as Semic shows up as well. And how well is this going to happen? He's waiting around the wings. Xerxes waiting across the side. The chase over the wall. Arrow wants to get a kill picked up. And they're still trying to find someone to attack. Spray and Prey means a lot of damage. Flay's gonna miss. Box comes up, 1,000 health. Here comes Xerxes. Can he make it happen? They're stopping damage. They're going for the kill. They come up. Mike got him. But now he can go for the smite. They have the damage up, but they have this one. They're gonna pick it up. Baron going over to the Phoenix one. The TP's got canceled.
I love the execution here from P1. They know as soon as Xerxes gets in that Baron pit, just stop DPS on Baron instantly. Do not let it get low enough so he can maybe get some damage on it and a smite. They just make sure that he's going to die first. X-Special standing outside of the pit almost the entire time, trying to avoid Unicorns of Love and their members getting close enough.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done to actually pull off those
plays.
That's
hard.
If anyone has a split call there, that can get the Baron low enough. But here's the initial play. Zig, good job actually avoiding the wallop, but then does get stunned up.
And normally you should be able to dodge like a max range Nidalee spear, but they don't have any vision in this brush.
And he's stunned.
Oh, he's actually stunned. Okay, so there's really nothing he could have done, even if he saw it. And in the end, so with that play from P1, they get the Baron as well.
And Azale, you were talking about it was so smart for Zig to build tankier. He survives those few seconds because he's stopped. Didn't go Tiamat, got more tank stats, and did survive it.
And here's the Baron again. Arrow decides he's going to go over the wall as Twitch does get hooked up, trying to go for the kill, but Samek's going to be able to get out, and now it's all about Xerxes. And P1, really good job as soon as they go in to be able to stop that, take down
Spoiler,
Xerxes.
they got the Baron.
They did get the Baron, now they're sieging.
Sieging with 8,000 gold lead. Ziggs finds a stun here onto Hylissang, knocked up into the air, has a lantern to come to safety, and no harm, no foul. Exile forces a joke away. Gets a chunk and Zig down to 2,000 health.
Mike Young can heal him back up, though, especially with the Roa. He's going to have a lot of extra mana there. Going to be able to heal this up. You want Zig absorbing those Blitzcrank hooks. He's the man that it's okay to actually get hit by that. They have the Lantern to get him out. They have the double marksman to back him up.
That's always the key thing, especially in his positioning with the Lantern here. He's always going to try and stay a bit behind his teammates so he can pull them all the way out of a potential fight.
Yep. And P1 have several long-range skill shots. Nidalee Javelins, Corki Rockets, and X-Special's Thresh Hooks. And any one of those can land on a priority target and meaningfully change the outcome of the resulting fight. We'll see them continue the siege right here. It's a pretty good comp for P1 here on this. And more attacks on the turret come in. One more shot will do it in. And there we go. Mid lane tier 2 has fallen.
We also have to remember Samek's no Infinity Edge yet from him. We've seen a lot of gold in favor of P1 the last few minutes. Xerxes going in.
And they're going to silence some of this. Now the hook's onto the jungle tank. They're going to get the kill on Xerxes. Mike Young unstoppable here on this. Ulti comes across, finding a bit of chunks down. Samek's at a 1k HP. Chachi low as well.
They have the Ocean Dragon, though, and they have the Nidalee, so they're going to heal back up. They're staying around for now. We'll see if they can continue the siege. Arrow can heal back up off the next wave, and I think they're just going to keep going.
With Xerxes dead, they should. Still 1 minute on this Baron buff. Here comes the next attempt for the middle inhibitor turret. It's going to fall rapidly. Stealth coming out, but there's no ulti for Samek, so the team fight's not going to be won easily. If they even try a 4v5, Chain's going to land. Ziggs in the front line, damage into Chachi, forcing him back. Look at Arrow on the chase. But he's not going to go for much more. Inhibitor falls, and out goes the retreat. Right before the respawns come in, 10 seconds still till Xerxes in.
And everyone from P1 trying to back away. Chachi did manage to get a slow and special.
Righteous Glory popped, it looked like, and Hylissang not going to find his opening. Maybe he still looks for this one. Of course, there's no TP for a jungler, so out they go.
Everyone disengaging from P1, so they get that inhib. Actually, never mind. Some of them are still staying around. They got that red buff. Mike Young trying to get some jungle creeps as well.
It's a little risky, but he's going to be safe enough.
Yeah, Lantern as well from X-Special pulled the Draven back out, and suddenly everyone is gone. Unicorns of Love not able to get anything in return, and we're really just looking at Samek's and his late game impact, but he needs that Infinity Edge.
He can afford it. He can afford it now. He's got enough money, so that's going to start pushing in on this one. He went for the Ruin King early to make the lane a bit easier, but it did delay that big crit power spike. But now he's really online. With Spray and Pray available, Samek's belts out insane damage.
He is going to be really strong. So big item buys have come in to kind of match that strength, though. Arrow completing his Infinity Edge, has a Rage Pot here. The Void Staff's done for Mike Young. So their poke is going to become that much more powerful. And the actual all-in team fighting is quite strong from this team here, too. There's two big marksman threats.
Exactly. P1 here. When you sit with a Corki on your side against a LeBlanc on the other side, you favor the team fights for yourself. The Corki damage, of course, is fantastic in the late game.
And we also have to remember, I mean, if Samek's gets too aggressive with his ultimate, he does not have a QSS. He does not have a Thresh to protect him. And if he gets stunned up, he can get burst down so fast by this Draven Corki combo.
Yeah, we might see Zig just simply flash straight onto this Twitch and just try and stun him instantly.
Flashless.
Yeah, even if you die as a Renekton, if you're bought enough time for your double 80 carries in the back to kill the enemy front line, you should win the fight.
Or the Nidalee just hit one spear. I mean, we've seen how fast Mike Young can take them down. We'll see if they can go for it, but they're setting up the siege again, and their siege is so powerful with this comp.
10 seconds left on Samek's flash. He needs to wait for that one, but he has Spray and Pray otherwise, so he'll be reasonably safe as long as he's not chain stunned for it. But all the summoners are available for Phoenix 1. Every single one, all 10, Same situation for Unicorns of Love, so it's all available. It's just the gold difference, the item difference. XL jumping back over. You can see the damage he takes from those spinning axes. More shots towards that inhibitor turret. They're going to try right here, but maybe Unicorns Love defense. They get the knock-up ulti coming across, and ooh, look at the knockback. Really nice by Xerxes, but of course they brought in the tank, still enough to get the kill, and they hooked in Arrow. Thankfully, just barely able to grab that lantern, but a great pick from Unicorns.
That CC chaining, though, was actually fantastic from the Unicorns of Love. That everything on Zig, that the chains from LeBlanc, that, of course, the plays from Hylissang, and also the nice ulti from Xerxes.
And Xerxes standing directly on the lantern, so he could not actually be clicked. He moves over after Zig is knocked away, so track Zig in this fight. He gets knocked in, the lantern gets thrown out, and now watch Xerxes just move. He stands right on top of it. He's able to get over there, so he can't actually get out. No, the lantern was actually a hook he was standing on.
It was that big Gragas bot you saw. Can't click on that either, though.
I don't know. I've auto-attacked plenty. Gragas is my day. Works out for him.
Good for you, Freak.
Yep, I've attacked and auto. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Zig, 10 seconds on the respawn here. Phoenix 1 gonna reset, and thankfully for them, there's no major objectives available. Unicorns of Love did not upgrade their turret count so far, so it was just a reprieve bot, some time, and now a second Zeal in for Samex. And again, that's gonna be the champion I'm watching. He's gonna be the carry in these fights. His 4th Twitch game of this tournament, and he's done well on it.
Yeah, and it's kind of the fantastic story with Samex, because when he joined last split, a lot of people were kind of questioning why. You know, this guy used to be a top laner for Giants in Season 3 in the LCS, and then he started playing AD carry after, and no one really knew what to expect from him. It was more like a role-playing AD carry on Unicorns of Love, but this split he's just become like a massive late-game carry. For the many, many games we've seen Samex be the man winning late-game teamfights for Unicorns of Love.
And it does just take that one team fight. If Unicorns have proven time and time again, I mean, so many of these matches, it's felt like they've been losing the whole time, but they're getting their critical items, and if Samex can get the right angle, can find that correct team fight, they can make this
find
game
the tank. He's got Ninja Tabbing and Randos. Look at the damage up there. They nearly take down Exile. And it's overall a health bar trade in favor of Phoenix 1. The flash stun's going to find the jungler. Xerxes flashed away, staying alive a little bit longer, buying a bit more time, but now it's 2 chunked out.
That flash being gone from Renekton could be important for the Unicorns of Love, because now Samex can feel a bit safer in the back line. Mike Young and P1, though, they're going straight for Baron.
Yeah, Xerxes chunked out. He doesn't have flash to help him try to steal this, so it could be tough for him to get in. UL are moving over, but they do not have vision.
They don't see Xerxes on that side of it. Here comes the TP in. It's going to be Exile rejoining the fight.
Samex with the ulti as well.
Can they make one happen? It's going to miss. Thankfully for Phoenix 1, the spite lands in. Mike Young gets it.
Samex
finding arrow. Samex going to get a lot of damage across. Spray and pray across. Free exhaust by some time. Knock up in a trade of kills so far. Thresh down for Gragas. 4v4 now. Zig low on health. Gets a stun. Looking to kill off Exile. The Javelin's going to do it. Double kill for Mike Young so far. And out he goes over the pit. Now Chachi might find from Orbit. Satchel Plant buys a bit more space. The Sonia's come in. A double kill. The third one going to come in. The full ace is in. It's a full house. And Phoenix 1 going to knock down Unicorns of Love with a push down towards mid.
Yeah, that's the game. The inhibitor is respawning, but it doesn't matter. You have the Baron minions there. They can just walk straight down mid. It looks like they're maybe hesitating a bit, though. They're going for 2 inhibitors, so they may decide to not try to end the game.
And it means that there's still more to be played in the group stage here. Unicorns do not secure their spot. Phoenix 1 are still in the running to be the team instead of TSM to represent NA in the finals. And what a great run for an 8th place team to be 4-2 against Europe's best here at Rift Rivals, hoping to represent North America in the finals. GG to Phoenix 1.
And I think this game was so well played by Phoenix 1. It started early on. We saw some plays around top lane, obviously trading 1-for-1 in the end with Chachi. But then you also have to look at Rio in the mid lane. Like, Azel, you highlighted this man coming into the game. Also on his cork, he's saying, like, he's actually so often able to just get extremely fed on his own and then start taking over games as well. And he had another great performance.
I mean, it's just fun to see them playing their style and succeeding at it. I mean, in Italy, first time it comes out of this tournament, extremely dominant performance here from Mike Young, but the fact that Arrow has the confidence to bring out the Draven here, the game was not about him, but he still played well.
He got that 1 kill, he got the cash in.
He did get cash in. He had a lot of stacks, I imagine, by the end.
Absolutely the case here. So smiles and handshakes there across these guys. Scumbag kill steals from the squad, but it certainly worked out. And even if Arrow is not to play another match here at Rift Rivals 2017, he got to bring out his trademark Draven, got to take a win, and got to keep the tournament a little bit more interesting. We still have to wait to see if TSM beat G2. They'll be 5-1 and they'll go no matter what. Phoenix 1 had already dropped 2 games. That can still be decided. Of course, Fnatic must beat Cloud9 to have this sort of tie break alongside Unicorns of Love. So the last 2 games are going to determine who actually represents in the final tomorrow.
Would be a weird story if the struggling G2 takes down TSM, sends P1 to the final, and then suddenly...
And keep in mind, Fnatic actually 2-0'd Phoenix 1 during this group stage, so if that's the matchup, Fnatic have categorically won that.
G2, it'll just be like MSI all over again. G2 knocking TSM out of groups.
It's all about G2 then, all of a sudden. But obviously, Fnatic next game, they also have to win. And they didn't look too hot earlier today. I think this game, though, P1 once again showing that they are much better than the current standings in the North American LCS. Or North America has 8 teams that are just really strong.
I like option number 2.
Oh, you guys like number 2?
That one sounds good to me.
I'm going option 3, which is that they're 3-2 with this lineup in North America, and they're 4-2 here against Europe. So it's a lot more even here in this one. Either way, Phoenix 1 found themselves a victory here against Unicorns of Love. So let's check in with our analyst for more in that game.
Thank you very much, Freak. Indeed. Fantastic. What are you giggling about?
Yeah, he made a good point. Phoenix won.
Are you laughing at my crutch word?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. Definitely so. But moving on, let's take a look at picks events. Trashy, you were not too happy with the first pick, Gragas, if I recall. And what about the rest of the plan?
I mean, I think it's in 9 out of 10 situations, it's solid. But with the 3 bans they do in jungle here from UL, it's pretty obvious that he's gonna pick Nidalee, and I think there could be better options. Like for example, Kha'Zix could be a better option into Nidalee because you can win 1v1 against the Nidalee super easily. So I think they could have done better in the drafting phase, but the game was not decided in the draft for sure.
I think it was. Mike Young got Nidalee.
Well, it's really awkward, as Trashy was saying. You know, the 10 out of 10 situation is you're playing against Mike Young and you're forcing him onto Nidalee into the Gragas matchup, which, to be fair, it used to be a lot worse for the Gragas. It's still bad, especially with super leashes coming from blue side, though. So, yeah, I was definitely a little bit
flabbergasted. What does it mean?
How the matchup is being played is like Nidalee pretty much has the freedom in the early game to do whatever she wants, and she has a lot more pace in the jungle. So he pretty much has a free game to do whatever he wants, and we saw that in the early game where he was up in CS and he was snowballing the top matchup, so he had the freedom to do whatever.
Yeah, I think the whole idea would have been different if they actually like played with a different top lane matchup, but playing the Gnar into the Renekton is, or like picking the Gnar blind and having Renekton as a counter pick is actually pretty volatile, and that enables like top lane solo. But here as we see, like the Mike Young Nidalee coming in and actually like getting the poke down. And them just like getting catches on mid lane is what their comp wants to do, and they execute it perfectly.
They did, and Unicorns of Love didn't have any answer. Although some fights were pretty scrappy, but in the end they were too far ahead as well. Who's the best Nidalee in the world? And is it Mike Young?
I mean, it has to be Mike Young.
I think it's the only Nidalee in the world right now.
That's
but
how Trick plays it. He played it once.
Okay, that game we don't mention. We forget it.
No. My scrim Nidalee is really clean too, but...
Is it? Right.
The world will never know.
The world will never know. Well, here we see him absolutely going off as well, and it wasn't enough for the Unicorns of Love. We're going to take a look at the deciding fight brought to you by Acer, which also still makes that Phoenix 1 is still in the race to make it into the final tomorrow. And here, well, it was almost all over. Well, although Samuel Fernandez in the back, he's shooting hard, but not hard enough.
Yeah, I was screaming during that team fight because I actually thought for a second that Unicorns could win it, but here we see the CC going down on the LeBlanc, and then we see Mike Young jumping in with the Zhonya's, and that's just a really impressive play, like for a rookie jungler to make and actually like have the balls, so to say, to actually do that play.
You know, when you pause before saying a word like that, it makes it
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. Phoenix won. They kept their final hopes alive with a clutch performance against the Unicorns of Love, and we're going to send it over to Quickshot, who is ready with their mid laner and their jungler. Woo!
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Shocks. And first and foremost, congratulations, Ryu and Mike Young. Mike, dude, they gave you Nidalee. Did you think that was going to happen here at Rift Rivals?
I had a feeling that ULL would disrespect the Nidalee and open it up for this game today.
And I heard you saying just a moment ago, you had a good feeling going into this game. You end the group stage 4-2. Keeps your hopes at finals alive. Is that what you expected when flying to Berlin for the tournament?
Not at all. I was expecting to possibly get 1 or 2 wins in the tournament, and even that already exceeds the fans' expectations for us.
Well, definitely blowing fans' expectations out of the water, Mike Young. Ryu, returning to Europe.
Yeah.
You've played against all of these teams in the past, and now you're maybe going to the finals to represent North America. Is that exciting for you? What does that mean for you while playing in the studio you've competed in the past?
If we go final, I think it's pretty exciting for me. Yeah. I mean, I just feel good now. Yeah.
I'm very happy to hear that. What do you think of G2, Fnatic, and Unicorn's performance after it's been a while since you played against them?
Actually, I think before I came here, I think about they are good, like better than this situation. But I think they are downgraded a bit hard from last year.
Well, there we go. Downgraded from last year. Mike Young, what's your experience been as your group stage is now rounded up? And we don't know if you're in the finals. It's up to the next 2 games results and then some tiebreaker rules. But what's your experience been playing against these EU squads on what is an international stage?
I don't feel that necessarily NA is like the style is necessarily topping the EU teams. Like I'm coming in here, it's like it's really easy to play against these junglers. I think that we do have a really intensive focus on jungling in NA because we have so many NA talents as well as like all these famous players like Lyra that we always have to play against. Since like last weekend, I had to play against Lyra, so it was really exciting then. So coming into this, I had some confidence because of our win against Envy as well as our win against Xmithy. But overall, I feel that we just improved as a whole during this event. Like we weren't necessarily very good beforehand, but we improved during the flight here. Somehow something clicked and we learned how to play together.
Ryu, it's really good to have you on the desk. It's really good to see you smiling and enjoying your games again. You've had a very good tournament. Is this something that you can attribute to, bonding with the team and growing like Mike Young was just saying, or is this just Ryu's tournament?
What's the question?
Why are you playing so well right now, Ryu? What's the secret?
I don't know. I think we just play better as a team when we came here. I think we just improved it here.
Which team of the European finalists, it's either going to be Unicorns of Love or Fnatic, would be easier to beat in a final?
I think Unicorns.
Unicorns?
Yeah.
Final question, Mike Young. Will it be Phoenix One or Team Solo Mid representing North America tomorrow?
Well, I have a really good feeling about TSM's game today, or the last game, so I'm actually rooting for them against EU.
Well, NA versus EUs, it is what Rift Rivals is all about. Congratulations for blowing everybody's expectations out the water, guys. Fans and Mike Young here in the audience. We're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, Cloud9 versus Fnatic.
They're going to go for the all-in here for sure.
Here's the big stun. Wait for Tyre. No, going to go a little bit early onto this one. The damage output's there. Easy. Why bother flashing? And here comes the team fight as Ryu's far enough away. Nice hook in, pulls in one. Mike Young forced to run through the spray and pray the damage is there. They're going to be Samix. Going to land the javelin. Can he dodge flash? Beautiful out of Mike Young. Gets the heal as well. Zig now forced to run with 2 more autos will kill him off. Flash done. To buy some time. The Q to heal. The double go for Mike Young.
Give a P1 the last few minutes. Xerxes going in.
And they're going to silence some of this. Now the hook's onto the jungle tank. They're going to get the kill on Xerxes.
I go heal up. Get the...
Looking to kill off Exile. The Javelin's going to do it. Double kill for Mike Young so far. And out he goes over the pit. Now Chachi might find for more, but Satchel Plant buys a bit more space. The Sonia's come in. A double kill. The third one going to come in. The full aces. And it's a full house. Hoping to represent North America in the finals. GG to Phoenix One.
Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017. We are geared up for Cloud9 versus Fnatic here. Now, the European squad Fnatic are fighting for their chance to play in the finals. They're currently 1 win behind Unicorns of Love. They can tie them at 3-3. We get tiebreaker rules after that. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Hope to make that happen for themselves. You can see the scorelines right here.
Yeah, so Fnatic, as you said, needs to win this game here. I think last game they played, you know, we saw the very standard Fnatic draft. We had some Kennen, some Shen in there. Sadly for Fnatic, I feel like, especially TSM, but also some of the other North American teams have really just figured out how to draft against them. You know, strong pushing lanes, a mid laner that can leave the lane. Like a Galio was super, super effective. So we got to see changes from Fnatic here.
I mean, even in one of Fnatic's wins, you know, against P1, I thought that targeting Reckless's AD carry pool really did show kind of like a weakness there, something that could be exploited. The fact that he fell down to the Corki AD carry, which most people are not considering to be really a top AD carry in this meta, was a bit concerning, I think, for Fnatic.
Interesting to see right here. I'm just going to talk about the points of this game right here. Fnatic had side choice. They chose blue. They wanted a first pick. Also, Cloud9 have subbed Impact into the starting lineup, so he is back in for Ray. Cloud9, of course, sitting at 2 and 3. Haven't had quite the same tournament as the other North American teams. Hoping the Impact can make that a bit better at the end.
Yeah, and I feel Ray has actually performed pretty poorly here at Rift Rivals, so I think this change makes a lot of sense. I even thought it might happen earlier, but Impact obviously looking to make a change in the top lane.
I mean, part of the problem is neither of them have been performing that well in the NALCS this split, right? That has been the weakness of C9, which is kind of strange because nothing changed on their roster. They were coming out of a very strong spring split, but going into summer, Ray and Impact have struggled, and that is why, you know, people have not had as much faith in this Cloud9 roster. Even though they have some high highs, it's generally when their top lane is performing, and they haven't been consistent.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually been just kind of weird overall watching C9 play also at Rift Rivals because they have some of those brilliant moments where you're like, wow, okay, this early game is snowballed, it's looking really clean, and then they make like a massive mistake towards the end of the game. We've also seen contracts go like 10-0, 10-1 on a Kha'Zix and really look fantastic. And then some of the games, he didn't manage to get the early success. So it's been very inconsistent overall from C9, and they're probably going to stick to trying to win this early mid lane and then use that to really snowball the game. But they then got to be able to actually finish the game.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the problems is that a couple of these games they've had, you know, Jensen on LeBlanc, they get him a bit ahead. Yeah. But if the team groups as 5 and pushes and forces team fights, he cannot necessarily get these picks they need or get to a side lane where he'd like to be. So perhaps having him on more of a team fighting champion like Orianna or Cassiopeia or something like that, he can take that lane advantage and turn it into team fight advantage.
The pick and ban phase here, and a lot of the games from Fnatic, they have banned Tahm Kench and Braum, and I think that's actually a bit of a mistake from them because it really limits what other champions they can remove, specifically champions that do well against Fnatic's playstyle. I'm looking at things like Caitlyn, we've seen the Galio mid lane, if you want to play that Syndra. So Fnatic needs to, in my opinion, really change up some of these support bans, and they are once again, though, banning the Braum, and I assume the Tahm Kench will follow.
And if they do go for the Tahm Kench, they are either going to force out the Cloud9 ban of Caitlyn here. I don't know if Reckless would want to go to that because, you know, Kennen is already off the table. We'll have to see. I mean, they could just be looking to try to trade Tristana for Caitlyn. That's something that Cloud9 may be pretty happy to do.
I think you definitely do not ban Caitlyn if you're Cloud9 right now. He hasn't shown that he wants to play it at all. There's 0 plays from him basically for the
Then I think you ban Tristana. You know, I think that you can take Tristana away, and if they're not willing to take, you know, Caitlyn themselves, then you have a very big advantage already in the bot lane.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think you give them Trist and you just outlane it with Caitlyn. Trist is somewhat of a weaker laner. She's come up because there have been weaker laning phases, and you just play Caitlyn and win the matchup outright.
Also have to look at Elise at this point here. It is available for Broxah if he wants to play it. Zac obviously being banned away by C9. Yeah, Galio, Elise, Thresh, like a lot of these high priority picks. Caitlyn, of course, for other teams would have been considered a very strong first pick as well, but it is the Thresh here for Jessis.
And I feel like if you're going to commit this heavily to support bans, and you're going to leave the Tahm Kench up, then you completely wasted your first 2 bans. Like, what is the point of taking away the Blitz and the Braum when you already have Tahm Kench there that they can just grab and have a very effective bot lane, a great answer to this pick.
And C9 should just take the Caitlyn. It is such an effective pick against a team that likes to run scaling AD carries. Caitlyn will almost always be able to win that lane, and that means a support like Smoothie can actually start roaming with his jungler, potentially go mid lane and put pressure on Caps, and then suddenly Fnatic have multiple lanes losing.
I really like the Elise here early on from Contracts 2. That is a bit of a contested pick. You can always grab the Tahm Kench as your last pick of the first round if they do decide to go that way.
Elise going to be picked up alongside that one, so 2 pretty aggressive early fighters, and there's the Caitlyn, or sorry, the My brain's not working. Sorry, I got frustrated and flustered by the fact that Caps is jumping around in his chair so much.
Unleash the monster!
He's unleashing the monster of Tristana, doing his own rocket jump version here in this one. Again, I think it's
Tristana mid.
AP dude, it's actually pretty dead now, unfortunately, but now it's time for C9 to maybe counterpick or blind a bit and get some bans out.
We've also seen Orianna being picked when LeBlanc and Syndra have been removed, because again, you're kind of guaranteed then a strong lane matchup, but we might get something new here.
Right, it's a slightly better laner here. Instead of playing a tank support, they're playing two good bot laners. Bard, Caitlyn should smash this lane right now and keep Ruckus from getting any farm, keep him from having any lane pressure, and Sneaky can snowball.
And this is one of the advantages of having a support like Smoothie. I mean, this guy literally plays everything. So targeting with the bans aren't always going to be the most effective. He's a very good laner on the Bard. Bard is something that he has always loved, actually playing in solo queue. It's something that he has a lot of experience on, and he has confidence playing this champion too.
Obviously looking at top lane for Fnatic, we normally have tanks, Gragas, Galio, Shen as the three. In this case here, Shen now being removed. Both Gragas and Galio available for Soa, so I actually don't think he cares too much about losing to Shen. I think the other champions are just as valuable for him.
Yep. If you're Cloud9, I think you definitely need to draft a hard tank, though. I don't want to see a Renekton or a Kled in general. I want to see a Galio top or even a Galio mid.
They do have the Elise, though.
Well, and here's the thing. You can actually ban out two of those tanks and pick away the third, right? Like, that's something that you do have as an option. So it's not going to be that, as Camille is actually the target there. But that could be, at Jezz.
I mean, is Camille like really good against Galio? Well, I mean, Jezz is playing Thresh. Well, he's playing Thresh, so that's not going to happen. But
right.
if Camille's good in a Galio, again, that points to you playing a hard tank in the top lane, which, again, you've got Caitlyn. She's the queen of bot lane. You've got a winning lane matchup, just like TSM did when they picked frickin' Lulu bot lane just to make sure Double F could carry, which I thought was a great comp. When you get this champion, she's worth building around. I just think you build around this champion and you're safe.
Well, C9, we're still looking at Orianna or then one of those safe tank picks. They're also looking now at Jarvan
not bad
for impact. Obviously, Jarvan, though, is a champion that opens up for a lot of different carries to be picked on the other side. Jarvan is very good against Gragas specifically, so if Source is playing a tank, it would be Galio, but they actually instead going for that carry, as just highlighted before here, saying from Fnatic's side that with the Tristana Thresh, despite being against a strong lane on the side of C9, they probably feel a little bit more comfortable than with the Kennen lanes we've seen kind of get pushed into tower 24/7, and feeling like they can actually play around Source a little bit.
Maybe they can. And in the mid lane is going to be Corki as the blind pick here. So double marksman is in. A nice mix of damage types overall. And Lee Sin plus Thresh plus Kled, all not bad together holding the front line.
Well, I mean, Orianna still available. Cassio is available there as that team fight power. And if they do dress for the Cassio, I mean, this is an incredibly strong team fighting team with two scaling DPS kind of marksmen. It's obviously kind of an AP marksman here in Cassio and the AP marksman there for Caitlyn.
Also, Cassiopeia with a good matchup against the Corki in the mid lane. You can actually try and go for some of these all-ins if you have the jungler around you. And if you are C9 with the Bard pickup, they're saying, you know, we can push this bot lane with Caitlyn. We can tell Smoothie you can now start roaming. And a Bard, especially after level 6, moving towards a mid lane. We know how effective those kind of plays can be with his ulti. Paired it up with an Elise, and you have a very, very good 2v2 skirmish comp from C9, just jungle support. Funny enough, though, a lot of teams actually also really value the Thresh in these situations. And Elise in with, of course, a lot of damage at level 6. So Fnatic, in many ways, can try and match what C9 are doing. We also have two hyper carries or late game carries on Fnatic's side, just like with C9. I actually think this team comps are matched in a lot of ways.
They are.
And I like this Fnatic comp a lot more than the one we saw earlier today, where TSM obviously got like counter picks in every single role.
Yeah. Totally agree. It's going to be a fun one to watch for then as we get ourselves into what could be the final games for both these teams. Cloud9, we know, are not making the finals, and Fnatic themselves must win to match with Unicorns of Love if they want to represent Europe in the final, taking on either Phoenix One or TSM based on how that other game goes as well. The lineups on your screen, frontline plus double marksman in a sense here for both these squads. But I want to see how well the Smoothie Bard goes. I think it's a champion that is a treat to watch. So much fun to come in here. Impact only playing his second game of the tournament. It was Ray who was playing all throughout the rest of this one. And we'll see, as he's only taken on Fnatic so far this tournament, he'll hope to make it a 2-0.
And while Kled can act as that frontliner, I do think that J4 actually performs kind of the frontline role better because of the interactions with Stoneplate and all the HP that you build up, the scaling of your shield from your W, also interacting with Stoneplate. You can get very tanky and offer some pretty powerful engage.
And the funny thing about both top laners is they actually both really like to use the lane advantage to then leave their own lane and then say, I'm going to find a fight. You know, Jarvan fantastic mobility into his ulti, keeping people in check. Kled ulti, we've seen that multiple times, used to engage and catch people who are slightly out of position. So both top laners also kind of looking to play the same style. I just want to see the junglers early start, because I think there's so many explosive lanes here, and especially top, obviously. Yeah. Early gank from both these guys could be impactful, but it is a bit harder for Elise on red side to do that, because she often does Raptor red and then goes down to take her own blue buff.
It certainly is, but when she does go up there, J4 offers some of the best gank assistance in the game, not only with the knockup, but also the slow from your W, so that is very, very powerful. And, you know, going for this Grass the Undying style, you're kind of trying to play the lane slowly, just poke them out with your Qs, utilizing your passive, and just short trades with that Grass the Undying.
And it really is just mid lane not offering a whole lot of CC when it comes to setting up early ganks. Cassiopeia will need her ulti for that first of all, but her miasma is very good to deny, of course, the Valk from Corki. Bot lane though, you got supports with CC. Top lane, you got both top laners trying to keep the guy in check, and then you can set up that gank for the jungler.
And if the CC does hit, Caps is not playing with cleanse. So, you know, at level 6 for the Cassio, if you can hit that ultimate followed up by the Cocoon or vice versa, that's something that Caps is going to really struggle to actually avoid.
Meanwhile, looks like they're going to walk into the brush, gets hooked in, but they're damaging the support, so the time is to go for Reckless, and they get him to half HP. Q's going to land as well, and Cloud9 winning that trade pretty handily.
Reckless with the Doran shield, so we'll get a bit of HP back, but I definitely like seeing my support take all the damage with his extra potions compared to my AD carry.
Especially when this is not a Warlord's Bloodlust AD carry. He's actually playing Fervor, so with that Fervor, I'm expecting him to build into Lifesteal. Something like a Blade of the Rune King first can be pretty typical when you want to go for this style of build. When you're going for the Infinity Edge, double Zeal items, you're generally going to go for the Warlords to kind of get your sustain there.
And you can see the way they're playing this lane. Reckless already knows he loses any further trades, and C9 doing the best they can to deny further farm from him. You can see he's going to miss his third melee minion here. He's getting XP, but no gold, so a bit denied off that early trade, exactly.
Yeah, and really odd all-in from Fnatic, also forcing you there to start with the hook from Jess, obviously not providing any additional damage after you just connected it onto the support, and then you're kind of stuck there now shooting into the wrong guy with extra potions, as we highlighted before here. Broxah is doing a full clear on the bottom side, maybe into an early recall for a longsword and then go straight towards top side. Contract's obviously getting his blue buff as well, but no early ganks top. Impact is on his way in to actually place a ward.
And he knows the pattern now. He knows that had to be a full bot side clear.
Yeah, so that gives them a lot of information. This may actually cause Contracts to want to head down there, try to get the scuttle, protect their bot lane a little bit more, because Broxah can be around there, and we know Thresh, especially at level 3, provides a lot of gank assist.
It's true. If they can reset the wave in time to get back on this side, then Cloud9 can stay safe down there. We'll see what pattern Contracts goes for. He's not going to be able to steal camps away. He's on the wrong side of the map for that, so we'll see what comes in. I think Contracts is just going to full clear, and Broxah is going to get his longsword and walk top side.
So again, we're really trying to follow the junglers, where they're going early game. A lot of lanes here with some of these champions that can set up ganks, as we highlighted before. But then also, we got to look at Smoothie and Jessis, if these supports can actually roam, because the European teams are talking about how North America came in and they kind of showed bot lane push into support roam is a very effective way to then get control of the map. And I want to see if Jessis is going to adapt that style as well.
Contracts also knows that the blue is still not taken, so if he wants to actually go over there and try to pressure Broxah, he has cleared out the ward in the river and does have the ability to do that. Broxah kind of delaying this blue quite a bit, perhaps a little bit nervous, and that's actually to stop Contracts from being able to blast cone over and try to fight him at that buff.
But now he's been spotted looking for this top side right here. Can Soaz juke the Cocoon? He is going to. And Connor's going to lose a few seconds. He could have been killing Drugs this whole time. Doesn't go for it just yet. Raptor spawning in a few seconds, though. Needs to go there soon.
And Contract's not feeling confident going for that fight against Broxah, because his own mid laner was also stuck on the tower. Jensen pushed back early by Caps here on Corki, so it would have probably been an unfair fight once Caps joined early. Reckless, once again, taking a lot of damage, so is Jessis, maybe getting to tower.
Good hook, good damage on a Smoothie again. They trade back on a Reckless. This will be a lot of damage on this Bard, though, down to about 200 HP. Nice juke on the net. Reckless would have lost another 200 health right there if that 90 cal net hit him. The automatic headshot would have hurt a lot.
Gotta also remember the Bard does offer some healing in the back right there.
Yeah, Thresh. Not a ton of mana, but...
Ton of mana, that's very true. Can go for a little roam and get some of his mana back, but obviously Jessis is just trying to last it with the Relic Shield, which is one of the funniest thing to see in solo queues when you support Thresh is trying to last hit these minions. He doesn't get the extra bonus because he's a ranged champion.
And I mean, Smoothie actually had a lot of his little Cocos stacked up to be healed back up. He's pretty healthy now. and does still have a potion available. So yeah, sitting at a pretty good spot right now.
And Reckless, to be fair, has never had to use his potion at all. He's sustained backup just from Regen and the Doran's shield, so that first trade didn't hurt him that badly other than the CS that was denied, which, hey, to be fair, is relevant, but he's within 3 CS now, so Reckless, props to him for doing a great job surviving in a rough matchup, and especially off how that level 1 went. So many players would have just gotten smashed in this lane.
Good old Doran's shield.
Certainly helps, obviously.
Definitely helps for himself, even after we nerfed the cost on it. It's still such an effective item in itself.
What's funny is the basic Regen is actually not that much better than Lifesteal because you're getting 6 health every 5 seconds. And that's like what you get off of autoing 2 to 3 minions, which you can do every 5 seconds if you're going to kind of fight for lane control. So it's not that different Regen-wise. It's obviously great against poke. Otherwise, though, it's just been a nice holding pattern here. We can see that actually Cloud9 are up about 200 to 300 gold from the laning phase. 15 CS top lane, certainly a big part of that one. Otherwise, it's been a pretty equal spread elsewhere.
We're still kind of waiting for that first big jungle gank. We've seen them, you know, look to top lane from the side of contracts. Source just jumped away from that one. Broxah was just down bottom lane, but didn't go for the gank. Jessis is now maybe trying to fake a potential Lantern play, but Smoothie, he doesn't buy it. Goes straight in and starts trading with him.
Safe enough, grabs a chime, walks right back out. He's doing okay for himself. And Satchel puts Jessis back down to the bot lane.
And so Soaz actually, because his buy was so much later and he was pushed in, he's going to have to lose his teleport to get back there. He can't allow Impact to just freeze up this wave. It would deny too much experience, too many of those minions, and he's already behind. So Impact will have the advantage to try to look to make a play elsewhere on the map.
And bot lane as well, you see the first backs from the AD carries. Reckless always loves to just go straight for tier 2 boots here, return back to lane as fast as possible, get that extra attack speed, and just play like this AFK pushing style. Sneaky obviously just getting a BF sword on his first back. I mean, you can't be much happier as a Caitlyn because now you are sitting in a very good spot.
Yeah, Tristana's normally a great pusher, but against BF Sword Caitlyn, I think you can't contest the wave nearly as easily, and I'd expect to see that Reckless wave back under turret. And because he didn't buy attack damage, it's actually harder to last hit those minions under the turret.
And you also struggle in the trades against Caitlyn specifically. Smoothie hitting level 6 soon. One of the key moments we talked about before was him roaming, leaving that lane, and then trying to make a play maybe against Caps in that mid lane. But if you are C9, you can also try to look to just play against the bottom lane 2v2. You have a dive set up with Elise and, of course, Bard to maybe deny the tower damage, and then suddenly you can go for kills against Fnatic's 2v2 lane.
As the ward goes down, they get a little bit more safety to Contracts, letting him look for a jungle gank. Ultimate's available to both the junglers, meaning rank 2 are for Contracts, and the kick actually up for Broxah. We'll see if there's fights to be had still. Right now, it's been still that fairly passive game, but the gold difference actually slightly growing for Cloud9. It's 400 up for them now. Some of that being top lane getting even better for Impact. He's actually really doing amazingly well substituting in and fighting off against Soaz.
Yeah, I mean, top lane's going very well for him. You have to say, even though Cassio and the Corki are relatively even, the fact that Cassio now has all these amount of items, you're on the tier, you're on the Lost Chapter, you're going to be starting to get a lot stronger in lane. You can start to push out, you can start to trade much more heavily.
See the graphic on your screen right now. High lane Fnatic's early game here at Rift Rivals, not been great at all. On average, down 2.2k gold at 15 minutes.
And a lot of that is because of the turrets, right? Their opponents are taking the most turrets of anyone against an opponent.
Rocket jump in. Hook almost landed. They wanted to set up for Broxah. If that hook landed, yeah, he was probably going to go down. Good flash by Sneaky to stay safe.
So Caps roaming down in case they needed him. Top lane is a little trading between the two guys.
He's going to try to hit back and forth, grasp the Undying. Jensen now in a trade. Big chunk out thanks to Caps, though. Look at the damage output. Forced a Valkyrie away.
And it's so hard when you're already losing a trade like that against Cassio, because if you turn back to try to trade again,
you're just dead.
You're opening yourself up for the ultimate as well, right? And if you get caught there, you do not have cleanse. So Jensen taking over this lane a bit now.
Now we have to see, though, if the junglers are looking bottom lane, because Jess has used his flash with that big play before. He has Sneaky also used his flash, so that normally is where you want to go then and return gank, both for Elise and Lee Sin, especially with that Lantern setup from Jessis.
And here he comes. There's no camps down here, just the Krugs, and he's going to hit them for now, but Contract spotted, actually, so this gives a bit of safety to Fnatic. They know what he's doing. He's waiting around mid lane. Caps smartly backs off the wave.
Impact actually roaming down a bit, at least threatening that dive onto Caps. There's good vision from Fnatic, though, so they're well aware of where everything is.
And I think that point is super important because we saw Fnatic in some of the earlier games really struggle with that early vision, and they got ganked left and right, and, you know, they would die multiple times early on and, you know, get so far behind as we saw there on the graphic before. This time around, though, they're really respecting the Elise and actually getting that early vision, as you highlighted again. And it's allowing them at least to stay alive, but they are now fighting for this dragon.
Hook's not going to land just yet. It's going to be a reset on the Drake, but still, there's no jungler around. Cap's going to look for something. Nice smite away, and Broxah Just going to ward hop right back out, so no harm there. But Jess is running out of health. One more shot will do him in, and First Blood comes into Sneaky. A bit of over-aggression for the Fnatic bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Jez is flashless there. They wanted to try to make something happen, but not only does Cloud9 get the smite, they get the First Blood, and they're able to gift it over to the correct target, giving it right to Sneaky.
Yeah, Fnatic was never really able to fight anything because Reckless was still in the bottom lane, Caps was coming from top side, and Broxah was just trying to steal the dragon away. Never really in a position to do anything, so Jez is just completely overextending, his team not following. Broxah will give the move up over to Caps though, and top lane is still heavily in favor of Impact. Not seeing any of those ganks, other than that one gank from a contrast. Now they're on the way.
Yeah, but he juiced the bear trap on a rope, and so it's not going to burn the ulti to go for it. So package used by Caps to get back to the mid lane. He got a blue buff, didn't find the roam for himself, and he'll walk back in a mid. And Cloud9 just having a great laning phase, and a 10-minute Ocean Drake makes laning phase so easy as well. They have infinite regen here in this point. Impact happy to trade against Soaz, and I don't think he has the damage to all in him again. He's out of mana until the Ocean kicks back in.
Yeah, just about delaying that base, trying to set up for this lane swap. They're bringing 4 or 5 members top, actually, and they're going to try to make a play on Soaz here, and they get first turret.
Such a good swap, because right now Reckless is recalling. He hasn't gone back to base yet, so we see C9 being really far ahead.
Remount, bear trap on a rope lands, gets the stun to buy some time. Contract's going to land Cocoon as well. They can make Scar run away, but now here comes the repeat. The ulti coming across. There's no health bar left. Sneaky with another kill.
And it all actually starts with C9 getting that dragon and killing Jessis, allowing then Sneaky and Smoothie to push out their lane, go back to base much earlier. Reckless still didn't recall. He actually canceled before, so he's sitting with just boots against the BF sword and boots on the side of Sneaky here. Massive disadvantage for Fnatic's AD carry, and it's allowing C9 now to get a kill top and first tower.
Yeah, they get the first tower, and they aren't going to decide to push, so they're going to have Impact shove in the wave. They're going for the Rift Herald instead, and likely going to send Sneaky back to bot.
And that's again why you just got to go back and question, you know, Jess is walking in, looking for a potential fight around that dragon, the rest of Fnatic not really nearby, and then you end up losing your support. And those kind of things that really matter, because it can be 5-6 seconds just in favor of the enemy team with an early recall to a swap, and then suddenly they are ahead on the play.
And it's so much about that tempo that they gain from that play, and they're able to really utilize that very well. And here is the top lane play once again. Impact had already got him dismounted. Soaz was able to remount, but then Smoothie and Contracts layering their CC very nicely. The binding into there, and then they're able to just take him down very, very easily. No real chance for Soaz to fight back because of the crowd control layering and the ultimate coming from Caitlyn.
And a very sick bind by Smoothie, to be clear. Like, that was inches away from not landing at all. Maybe he then dodges Cocoon. Maybe he gets away from at least far enough. Maybe he's not in range for Caitlyn anymore. And so many what-ifs if that bind were, you know, 2 degrees off to the right, it hits nothing.
And after C9 took that tower, they didn't stop. They went down, took the Rift Herald as well. It's currently sitting on Contracts. So again, once you are ahead in that play, you can suddenly get more. Yeah. You might trade tower for tower, but you still have about 5 to 10 seconds to play with, and they can use that to then take that one objective that they can then use now to maybe get a mid lane tower.
They've also been in a very desirable position of gifting the kills over to Sneaky. Both of these kills have been in a position where they know that they're going to get the kill, and they can allow the Caitlyn to be the one to last hit it.
Taking it.
Jess is one of the flash landed someone in. Look for the play. They're going to hook up Smoothie, who has ulti available. Is going to buy some time with it, and Satchel is going to do nothing at all. Explosive charge does 0 damage. The re-engage. They killed off Jessis. Sneaky cutting away. Fair top rope is on. Though the flash get away. Jessis, or it's actually, sorry, Soaz still on him, but no, he cannot find Sneaky. Pocket pistol not doing enough, and the kill will come through off the Satchel, and Impact actually getting it.
Another play from Fnatic where you just have to question it. It's so aggressive. It feels like the rest of the team are just not able to follow.
Yeah, it's going to flash forward, look for the chase on the Reckless. Nice juke, but the stun against the wall is still there, and Smoothie going to pick up a hard-earned kill for himself.
I mean, Reckless avoided a lot there. Now Jensen chasing down Caps. He hits the Q.
He's too fast. He's going to be able to chase down Caps. It's a flash to the wall. Will he chase? Yes, he is. The flash R, the damage is in, and Jensen going to clap Caps.
6-0 now for C9. They still even have the Rift Herald. They're going to get bot lane tower as well. Fnatic just for some reason decided they wanted to all in on that fight no matter what, and it cost them a lot.
I mean, C9 is getting everything. They get the turret, a huge wave top built up for Jensen to pick up, so much going well, and Jez is going through this. I mean, how is this ever going to work? I mean, he has to flash just to avoid the trap, and you're starting in such an awful spot.
Yeah, it's so weird, because it looked like he actually wasn't going to do it. He was just kind of waiting around, but then
really
in the end, they have to TP in with everything, and, you know, Reckless and Brox are trying to do what they can, but this Jarvan can just keep them in place, and never really a way for Fnatic to win that fight, even with also Jensen actually roaming first down the river, you see there, in case the fight had been closer. Reckless, too much CC to dodge.
Yeah, and especially because the summoners are available, right? Like, Flash is available for Smoothie, buys time with his ultimate, then able to land, Flash away. Sneaky had both of his summoners, so he's able to use those to survive against Soaz. And if those weren't available, maybe the play makes a lot more sense from Fnatic, but they were, and that's not the situation we were in.
It's just a bit of a rule as well when you play against Bard, like, don't click his portal. Because you know what's going to happen. As soon as you go to the other side, you're going to get stunned. Or in this case, you're forced to use your flash just super early in the fight. They're fighting against though.
Package in. They're going to actually find him this time. Smoothie actually going to be cremated. He's gone for one. Now Jess is on the chase. Looks to take down Sneaky. Can't find any more CC. But at least Fnatic finally getting a kill on the board.
Hey, they keep up. Eventually, it does work out for them there. They get a kill on the support. And they're on the board. The Dragon going to be coming up here soon. So maybe he can establish some vision control and look to take an objective.
Well, maybe they want to look for another fight. Jesus and Reckless hiding here, hoping Sneaky is greedy for some minions. Come on, Sneaky, you want those minions.
He doesn't want them, Martin.
No, yeah, he wants them minions.
You knew enough. You knew enough for this
What's
game
wrong with him? An AD carry not farming? Sick or something?
Yeah, he's down 11 CS. Reckless clearly the better player. As we all know, CSD the only stat that matters in bot lane, so 6-1
and KDA. Never forget
You're right,
KDA.
and KDA. Hey, Reckless is pretty good. He had that one game where he chose to stay stealth instead of going for the spray and pray to save the Nexus. He's going to lose anyway, but still. Cloud are going to go over, and Fnatic are going to get their first streak of Rift Rivals! Woo!
It's all about the little thing.
It really is. And it's a Cloud Drake, it's the best one.
You gotta celebrate what you can.
Oh, they're fighting. Oh, the kick into the turret, though. Pretty sick by Braxa, but it doesn't matter.
See,
2 kills go over Cloud9.
This is why Fnatic doesn't want the Drakes. You instantly die right after.
Because they're winning so many games before.
I mean, come on. This is why they don't want the Drakes. Now they lost 2 guys in mid.
Oh, and Impact fancies a fight here with Soaz.
Oh, misses the knockup. Really nice by Soaz, juking away from the Flag and Dragon. Now looking to keep winning this duel. Bear Trap on a rope is up again. Ults in for a bit more damage. And Impact running out of ways to live. The Flash Cocoon, though, he found that one. The dismount comes in, Scar runs away, and Soaz falls down.
I mean, the wheels have just fallen off for Fnatic. It feels like they're a little bit desperate here. I mean, they're just trying to make something happen because they're losing on all sides. But they need to remember, you have a well-scaling comp. You can slow down, you can take a step back, try to let Tristana and Corki have time to get something done, but they're looking for these fights, they're looking for these plays. This is a really nice kick from Braxa, but just too little too late as Caps is already gone.
Jensen and Contracts doing some work together right there, and then rudely interrupting the 1v1 top lane as well, killing Soaz.
Never a fair fight.
Never a fair fight.
Just bringing the allies, and Cloud9 looking pretty good on this
Where's
one.
the honor? Come on.
Yeah. Where's the honor?
That was clearly called as a 1v1.
Not in the client. I don't know, man. I mean, they're playing a 7-13. It's in there. Just they're not going for it, sadly. Oh, well, GG Heart maybe is going to come out the end of this one. Cloud9 hoping to keep it moving forward. Blue buff going to go over to Jensen.
You never use that one.
That's when you say, see, great teammate right there.
The GG Heart is really just like so facetious.
Because it's the most used now, though. Everyone uses GG Heart now.
Yeah, because it's passive-aggressive, and that's what everyone likes to be.
I don't passive-aggressively honor people. That helps them get key fragments. I don't want them to get better off. Well, GG Heart, the Janna, who actually ulted me with one time.
Fnatic, they want to kill Impact after losing that 1v1. Jess is here flashing for everything.
And doesn't even bring a lantern, just they're going to jump the wall. Impact's going to run down. Now, the thing is, he can't TP away because Jess can CC him. So he's not going to pull a Soaz just yet. Flag and Drag goes over to Reckless, dodges away from the Q, flashing back, looking for a bit more. Meanwhile, Soaz himself going to run out of life. That's 1 kill picked up. Sneaky on a rampage, 4-0-2. And Impact will, in fact, lose his life. Braxa getting the kill.
It's a flash from Reckless, though. Quite a commitment there to get that kill in the 3v1. And C9 is pushing mid. They are pushing top as well. And Contract's looking for another killer into Caps.
Well, he's going to juke the Cocoon. Nicely played by Caps. Gets in, knocks down some Spiderlings, then Repel to get away from this one. The flash chase in. Not going to ground him quite right, though. And Caps going to get away with it.
Actually, Jensen ended up shooting that miasma behind Caps, who then stepped forward into Jensen, knowing that, okay, he's going to put it behind me. Yep. In the end, though, Contracts and the rest of C9 will get a tower, but really, is League of Legends about towers? I think it's about kills.
I think it's about Nexuses, actually. But turrets to get Nexuses. Here we go. That's Jess's rooted up. That's going to be an easy Cocoon, easy trap, easy everything kill once again to Sneaky.
Hit the hook, though.
Impact's TPing in.
And it's going to find some damage there. Look like Sneaky going to have to run away from this one. Nice shutdown comes through. Smoothie wants to flash over the wall. And again, they find a bit more. Nice double stun comes in. The dunk is in. And Impact brings the NBA with them. But Soaz running away with a pocket pistol. One more hit will kill him, and he will, in fact, fall. The rest of the backline is still here. The portal, I should say, as Reckless wants back in. But be careful. There's still a Cassiopeia wants to kill you.
Contracts just dodged like every missile from Caps and stayed alive as well.
Yeah.
Caps now, he might be in trouble.
Ooh, maybe he's trying. He's going to be attacked by Broxo. One more hit will do him in. Rocket's going to go from downtown, and Caps gets one back. First kill of the game.
The snipe from Caps there. Fnatic able to get something out at the end of it. A couple kills go their way.
Yeah, I think they went 2 for 2 overall. Yeah. I'm pretty sure was the score on that. So, you know, nice to get some shutdown gold for a little bit. As Sneaky went down, that's a 5 kill spree dead.
And at this point, if you're a Fnatic, I guess it is really just trying to fight your way back into the game. Yeah. Because you're so far down, you can't really defend the Baron unless you're going for aggressive plays. Jess obviously again used his flash earlier. Means that he's a very easy target for Smoothie and C9. Luckily though, he lands that hook. Not sure if it was actually impactful, but he did hit it, so worth highlighting. Sneaky ends up actually going down right there. A lot of damage from Caps. And look at her contracts here to the right. Gets the one big one on him, and then one more. Surely he's dead, right? Nope. Dodge that one. There's another one coming. Dodge that one too. Caps
Cocoon gets away.
Didn't get the kill. So he just kills Impact instead.
At the same time, Jensen missed the miasma, missed a couple of Qs onto Broxah. So Broxah able to get out there. So both junglers able to dodge away and survive. They do eventually get the kill onto Impact, though. Caps has been good, to be fair to him, at actually avoiding a lot of the CCs in these fights. Some nice little movements and just hit the rocket that counts.
Good job, buddy.
Buff.
It's true.
Broxah played it well, too. Of course, landed some damage, safeguarded back out. So the two of them certainly played well for themselves, and we'll see if a giant comeback can come through Fnatic. They certainly had one before. They did it against Phoenix 1, where they were down a fair bit, but found the way to teamfight in the end of it all. Certainly this is a larger deficit, but we've seen comebacks come through before.
Well, let's track if C9 can set up that Baron play. They do have the Bard ulti, which is so fantastic when you are baiting around and the enemy team has no vision. They don't actually know where they can face check, and then suddenly either a binding or an ulti from Smoothie lands, and then you are just caught there, because once one guy gets CC'd, you're gonna get trapped, you're gonna get cocooned, miasma, you're gonna get knocked up, like everything is gonna hit you.
So this is another game where I'd actually prefer if the tank for C9, if the top laner just went pure tank. I don't think you actually need to go for the Titanic Hydra in this case. The Cassio is fed, the Caitlyn is fed. You can just play utility.
I think they're throwing maybe too many stuns. I don't think you need to cocoon the guy who's got miasma and a cupcake on him, but either way, the kick's gonna put him right back into the mix, and the squishy or impact is gonna fall at the start. Reckless gets a great kill.
Jensen just uses ulti as well. Fnatic pushing forward. They want that tower in the mid lane. They only got one so far down the bottom lane. They want another one, and C9, they're out of position, and then the Bard portal.
And mid lane gonna be under fire right here. Fnatic first to the play, and of course Tristana worth plenty of damage herself. Now 4v4 support hitter for top laner is the advantage to Fnatic here, so they are slowly but surely clawing their way back in.
I mean, Broxah has had some really good plays in these little fights, some very, very good kicks, and that is kind of allowing them to get some of these kills. I mean, kicking him back into the team, separating Impact out.
Oh, second Drake.
Oh, but C9 might want the big Drake.
It's not a Drake, it's a Baron. It's a
weird looking Drake.
It's a Nasher. It's got no wings. Cloud9 not going for the play just for vision control just yet. Oh no! No! Oh, already gets it. And double Drakes for Fnatic.
They're going to be so fast.
Oh my gosh, they are so quick.
They can actually run faster into the fight, and then obviously won't join the fight.
And then lose the fight, or win it, whichever.
Well, see, so far they've actually been going even the last few ones, so Fnatic not going to stop, but Jesse's flash is ready. We're waiting for him to use it. No, normally he doesn't keep it for long. Got to get over some wall somewhere and then try and look for a big play.
Well, I mean, Fnatic are kind of eking their way back in. The top lane turret is almost dead from Cloud9. You know, that's something you can knock down as well. And they're sticking around. They do have good scaling.
Yeah, it's actually impressive that C9, who had before a lot of control wards around the Baron and were looking in a really good spot, then managed to once again go 1-for-1. They invested absolutely everything on killing Jessis, and then Impact got kicked back in under the Fnatic tower. Like, if you're this far ahead, you should not struggle to set up a Baron play. It should be very easy to force the enemy team to blindly face check you, and you can then turn around with plenty of engage.
And it is feeling like a little bit of overconfidence from C9. I think they're just happy to take the fights because they are ahead. But you take too many fights like that, and your lead can start to slip away. I mean, they have very powerful sieging. You can't even just look to set up with that. When you have this Caitlyn, when you have you know, such a powerful tool in that, they don't need to necessarily risk these jungle fights all the time.
Yeah, and speaking of playing smartly right now, they need to make sure they recall at appropriate times. Cloud9 not using their entire gold lead. Sneaky is 100 gold away from finishing his next like rapid fire cannon, but he's sitting on Brawler's Gloves right now. So he's the same item as Reckless, but he should be an item ahead if he just recalls, and that's like a timing window Cloud9 must use.
Can't give up on it.
They were actually spotted right there. Risk Scuttler obviously dying earlier, but C9 not in a position to start the Baron because Sneaky was killing the top lane wave, and he's going back to base now. So Fnatic getting a little bit more time. Obviously, C9 will get quite a lot stronger from this, just based on Sneaky getting that second item or third item. Edge completed for Caps as well, so while it's only 2 items, it's 2 very expensive and big ones for him.
Speaking of big ones, yeah, Corki can do plenty of damage. We'll see. As the 80% crit build is in for Sneaky, he's got some control wards as well, so it looks like the play is going to be for that Baron setup for Cloud9. See if they can do it.
And there's not a lot of armor yet on Fnatic. I mean, a Deadman's Blade is being built up, but Sneaky does not have a lot of kind of resistances that he has to punch through.
There's a Chain Vest and a Cloth Armor. Those are the only armor buys in the entirety of Fnatic right now. Sneaky will do immense damage if left unchecked.
And I mean, a lot of that's going to be up to Broxa, up to Jezzus and Soaz. See if they can find those engages. See if they can actually make a play onto him. Because if you can take Sneaky or Jensen out of the fight, with a great kick or a great hook, that can even up the effective gold very, very quickly.
Ulti means almost nothing. Broxa, nice safeguard and takes it himself.
C9 doing the first step of the Baron setup. Always push out that mid lane, and then you have a very easy path.
They're going right to
passage into the Baron. They're actually going straight for it.
They do have a ward, but it's turned off by the control ward, so it is technically dark right now for Fnatic. And look at the damage output there, just the DPS so high. 80% crit, Caitlyn, Baron picked up, Cassidy of course helps as well. Here's a dunk on a Caps, ulti traded just for the Valkyrie, and a flash, not quite needed. I think he was safe, but did not want to be tempered fated.
And I mean, if you do go down to that tempered fate with the Baron just picked up, you're going to lose so much. So Caps needed to play that safe. C9 going to be sieging immediately, though. So as heading bot side, but I don't think he's going to have a lot of time to push out this wave because C9 are here, and they're going to be on the inhibitor turret momentarily.
Yeah, you can just keep going right now. They have so much damage on the turrets as well, and I love the play. Push out mid straight in towards the Baron with the portal from party.
It's gone too.
Just rush it down.
I think the call is to give away both those turrets. Fnatic, I think, don't feel like they can fight for it at all. They've already been down 10,000 gold. Now they're down a Baron buff as well, so they're just going to hide away and hope for a much later game.
I mean, this is really tough, though, because the minion wave is already prepped topside for C9 as well. And Soaz, sure, you can get this outer turret, but you've already lost 2. You've lost 1 inhibitor. And at what point is it too much to give away? I think you have to fight at this second inhibitor.
Yeah, they got to figure out what those slender margins are. At least it will be a trade of turrets, so something at least for Fnatic with Soaz pushing.
He's going. Right. The game could just end before he gets back. C9 going to go for the second inhibitor.
Here we go, inhibitor turret under fire, Soaz still not going back to the base. He's going to try to trade inhib turrets, and best scenario, Fnatic can trade equally. They've been doing it in the team fights before. And there we go, top lane is gone. Now C9, will they keep pushing or will they go for bot lane?
Well, Caps made sure to kill all the caster minions before here, so there wasn't that massive army set up by C9 with the Baron buff. They are backing away, but Soaz didn't kill this one yet.
He doesn't have time. I don't know if he can finish it before he's
it's a Baron
attacked.
recall. He's going to die if he stays now. He needs to leave.
Yep. He could have stayed 3 more seconds and used the ult to get away, but either way, he's going to be fine. So as far as turret kills are concerned, he got as many in bot lane as C9 got top lane.
And if you
Inhib, of course, still down, though.
And if you're
they also lost mid lane turrets.
I think the mid you're going to lose regardless, personally.
They're basically saying we can't really fight because we are like 1.5 items down in terms of our carries. Like, you have 2 items completed on Caps. You had like 3 on Jensen. Sneaky with fully 3. Maybe even had the QSS before the fight.
And it's a really tough call to make. I mean, it's one of those decisions where, even if this does give you a 10% chance to win the game, maybe that's actually the best you can hope for in this situation. So they're making that call. We'll see now if they can actually get the farm onto Reckless, onto Caps, to get them to this point where they can start to fight these team fights, where the gold lead doesn't mean as much. But with 2 inhibitors down and the Baron buff still active for quite a long time, C9 is going to force very heavily to try to close this one out and get the third.
Oh, they do land the cocoon. Don't go all in for it, though. But also, Reckless right here went for QSS, so decided to spend quite a lot of gold on a defensive option. When, if you are Fnatic, like in a normal team fight right now, you're going to lose 100% because you are so far down in terms of gold. I think actually you can't really afford going for any defensive tools in. You have to almost try and all in and getting that Infinity Edge as fast as possible, and then have to play that 10 to 90 almost team fight, where you just rely on your individual skill to try and come back in the game.
So I was going for an aggressive build as well towards Guardian Angel, BF Sword in his inventory. Looks like a Zeke's Convergence in for Jess, I believe, as well. Fnatic hoping to stay alive in this tournament. Another duel on the top side of the siege. As honestly, Soaz getting decent damage out of it, but Impact tanky enough and has reinforcements soon. Single Ocean Drake helping with the siege game as well, as Jensen looks for a bit more damage.
And they still have the Baron for 1 more wave, so C9 can look to try to step up aggressively. They're going to try to knock down this turret. It will go down, and now Fnatic, I don't even think they can defend their inhibitor. I think this might just be pretty much it.
Triple inhibitor down. He said, maybe it's going to be too risky, and here comes the nice kill on a Thresh. It's a trade, though. His Impact's going to fall, so once again, 4v4. Broxton jumped on, attacked. Cassiopeia might get the damage. Quick Tempered Fate buys a few more seconds, as Jensen's very, very low on health. Gets attacked a couple more times. Will stay alive. Here comes Caps looking for more. Can't quite get it there with the package. Needs the snipes on the backside of this one as Brox has already fallen. Soaz next up, can't quite get it. And here's the attack as yes, Caps picks up one, takes down the Elise, and one shot will kill off Jensen, but there's too many minions, and Cloud9 looking to close it out, looking to kill off the last few buildings, but first, they've got to kite away from Soaz, the threatening Kled. Jensen healing back up by attacking poison minions.
Yeah, Caps is trying to get around and hit him. Soaz as well going in.
Soaz just bounced. They're going to look for Reckless. Can't quite get Sneaky though. Reckless back up.
They're going to end the game.
Minions going to try to close it out. Sneaky the same as Jess wants in. Can't get the Flay. 2 more attacks will do it, and Cloud9 will in fact take down Fnatic 2-0 in the head-to-head. And it means that Unicorns of Love, I do believe, are now guaranteed to represent the European LCS in the final.
So the early game right here where C9 got the big advantage ended up being almost too much for Fnatic. We saw a lot of aggressive plays, flashes forward over walls, taking apart portals, everything for Fnatic to try and get back, but actually just ended up costing them more and more because they lost all those early fights. They were down 6-0 in kills, 2 turrets as well. Like, I think Fnatic just made way too many mistakes in the early game in terms of these fights.
Yeah, the question is, yes, they were behind, but were they so behind that they had to force these plays, had to go for these big risks? And I didn't think they were at that point.
Agree.
You know, it's one of those tough calls to make sometimes, though. But when you allow C9 to draft these very strong lanes and they're able to get ahead all across the board, it's so hard to then hold on. The Baron call from C9, so good to be able to help them close out the game.
Yeah, and then in the very end, when you're sitting there, you lost 2 inhibs because you were trading them for a tower, and you're seeing C9 now take another inhib. You have to try the all-in fight where everyone needs to play aggressive to try and win it, and then you see suddenly like the very defensive build with QSS coming in from Reckless and him sitting very far back in the actual team fight, where Caps is trying, you know, to really fly around and actually hit people from different angles. Like, I think all of Fnatic needs to just all in together and not leave members one by one.
And I thought Caps did a great job. He actually did more damage than Jensen did, and Jensen's the winning team on a Cassiopeia. Certainly Corki is poke, I understand all this, but when you contrast the bot lane, Sneaky did roughly double the damage of Reckless, and they are similarly ranged champions, right? These fill somewhat similar roles right here, so I definitely agree Caps did a great job of doing the best he could with a bad situation. So despite his death, had a lot of damage as well. He skirmished quite nicely. But at the end of the day, I think it was a bot lane win here for Fnatic. They gave away the most prized bot laner in North America of the Caitlyn. Cloud9 grabs it very beginning, and they win through there.
It was honestly a well-played game from C9 once we saw the crazy fights happening, and they won all of them. So obviously, this means for Fnatic that they can't really advance at this point.
It's a farewell to both teams.
It's all about Unicorns of Love now for Europe.
Yeah, and it's all about P1, you know, finding out if they're actually going to get to make it in. That is going to be, the fate is going to be in the hands of TSM, though. So that is something going for them. You know, if they do beat G2, then they will be in the finals on Saturday. If they lose, I believe
I think P1 just goes because the first tiebreak is who has the better head-to-head record against the designated team, right? So if both these NA teams are 4-2 with TSM and Phoenix 1, Phoenix 1 2 at Unicorns, but TSM, unless I'm mistaken, did lose a game to them. So the head-to-head is just better for Phoenix 1, which means Phoenix 1 versus Unicorns of Love is the match that we just had a minute ago, and they're going to rematch.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, right?
That sounds pretty good. No, but actually, because I think it's a super exciting matchup, I think P1 has played really well, certainly better than C9, and that's why P1 is sitting with a better record.
And it is just so funny to me that G2 again gets a chance to play spoiler to TSM.
I know.
Another international tournament. Despite G2 having an awful showing for themselves, they can still kind of knock TSM out.
Sure, but just like MSI, Europe will get second place in this tournament. Now with that, let's send it over to the analyst desk to talk about that Cloud9 win.
Thank you very much, Freak. Well, we'll take the blows as EU hasn't been doing that well. And as both C9 and Fnatic are out of the tournament, I do want to take a step back and just look at how they performed to Rift Rivals relative to how they have performed so far in, is it the NALCS or the EULCS? So let's start with Cloud9, a team that is now out that wasn't considered to be a huge favorite coming into the tournament on any means. So do you think they have exceeded expectations the way they played for you, Kobe?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I was talking to my good friend here, Amazing, about they actually look a bit better in the early game than they did in North America, but then in the mid game they made quite a few uncharacteristic mistakes and a lot of people getting caught out. So it's a bit mixed there, stronger in some areas and a bit weaker in some.
I ran it by the stats, and in America or in the NALCS at 15, they're on average up 283 gold. Here, 888 gold, so it was better. So, but what do you? Yeah, what do you put it on? Also, is it picks? Is it winning lane matchup? Is it contracts doing more? What do you think it was in general?
Well, both of those things are connected, right? We talked about winning lane matchups and jungle matchups kind of playing off of each other. Contracts was super active as the tournament went on. So, you know, the first game was a bit slow for him, but then he took off and he was really creating a lot for C9 in the early game.
I think that a lot of the things that they do early game is basically centered on mid lane, and I think in an A, like the control and ward control on mid lane early game is way stronger. Like in EU, you're really unlikely to be ganked early game before level 6 in mid lane, and it's rather towards the side lane. So their control towards mid lane is actually paying off way more against the EU mid laners, I think.
And also, I think the AD carries and bot lane picks in general has been a lot favored in the early game for the American teams, and also that is some of the reasons why like C9 has better early games, because they're generally getting leads from bottom side, getting tower first. So I think the NA teams in general are matching more in the early game in terms of like the bot lane picks. For example, Fnatic is pretty much just sagging the bot lane in that draft. So it's mainly due to actually the EU teams having worse early games, I think.
Well, and there too, Fnatic is a great example, because if we compare their stats to what they usually do in the EU LCS, they're a great early game team, highest gold difference at 15 minutes, most towers taken at 15 minutes, highest dragon percentage of the EU LCS.
I don't believe that.
Two. I don't believe it. They took 2, but like, it's all the inverse here. So why do you think we've witnessed such a kind of collapse of the Fnatic playstyle and of the Fnatic strengths under the NA teams?
I think there are 2 ways of looking at it. Either you look at it at a way where is EU underperforming, or is NA teams just playing better than the EU teams? And for me, it's kind of sad to say it, but I actually think the NA teams are just playing better. They do less mistakes, and the Fnatic's playstyle kind of evolves around punishing the enemy mistakes. And if it's obvious, like if they're not doing as many mistakes, then you're not gonna get these leads. And I think it just props to the NA teams. And I think we as a region in EU, we need to look at this tournament and actually learn from it, because I think we have a lot to learn from the NA teams.
Yeah, I think that like you can see the difference between Fnatic's success also in the series that they played last split's playoffs, where they played against both HK and had so many mistakes happening where HK basically entered down bot lane and they got those plays coming in, whereas G2 was actually way more controlled. And I think the style that the NA teams are playing is way more towards what G2 is actually trying to accomplish within the EU. And it seems to be way more clean on their side than it is even on G2 side.
Yeah, well, where you mentioned G2 is where it, of course, becomes depressing, because G2 is also out and hasn't found kind of any form in this tournament at all, which makes it kind of more dire for the European teams. And on one hand, maybe good that the tournament happened so that all the eyes are open. But you must be feeling pretty good about NA then overall.
Actually, I feel kind of guilty that NA was, are winning all these games, and I'm here with all my European friends. They're all sad now. Everybody's just depressed. It's
yeah. Ooh, whoa, feels so bad. Like
to some of the context about it is like when a team like Fnatic is doing super well in the region, then the teams in the league are going to look at them and well, what are they doing that makes them so good? And some of the teams in the Euro have tried to like copy it a bit. And when we see it at this tournament not succeeding, then you're kind of questioning, is it actually the right way to play the game? And I think the general way of that NA plays the game, which is like super controlled and follow the small steps you need to do in game, actually surpassing the way of the way that EU is playing, kind of shows that we in EU needs to figure out maybe a better way of playing the game.
Well, the Unicorns of Love are in the final, so that is obviously the way we should play the game, Amir.
I wouldn't say so. I think their way of playing makes sense versus the NA teams, though, if I think about it, because the NA teams are so focused on control that the Unicorns are like playing almost like they're okay with being oppressed early game. They're okay with getting behind. They're okay with giving up lane party, and they just pick scale lanes, but in a way where it's more controlled than what Fnatic does. Because Fnatic, for example, if we take like the stock comparison, they sack bot lane every game. They really play like horrific bot lane matchups, and they're okay with those matchups because Reckless plays that way and like the team plays that way. Whereas Unicorns are at least like trying to get bottom party and have their support be involved in the game. So I think that like Unicorns' way of losing almost is a controlled losing, whereas Fnatic's way of losing is unintended.
Wow. Super interesting. Anything to add before we move on?
Yeah, I think it is also so team fight centric that the North American teams are probably going to have a good idea. Whichever one, I guess it's
P1
still,
or TSM,
still up in the air, goes into that drafting for the team fight, being ready for, as soon as laning phase ends, mid-fight, mid-lane team fights to break out. So
also for a team like Fnatic, if you're drafting like a Kinnan AD carry, it's not like you have an insurance. Then the later the game goes, you can maybe actually make a comeback in the team fight because Kinnan doesn't really scale well in the team fights. So that is kind of what Duo has going for them. They usually go with the Twitch that is super strong in the team fights and have like Exile and Kassadin and stuff like this. So they always have the potential of comeback.
Well, a lot of questions going forward for the rest of the split in EU, and a lot of questions also who will be in the final from the NALCS teams. The LCS champions G2 and TSM will fight it out and are getting ready for our last matchup of the group phase. Here we see Doublelift and Zwen stepping up on stage for their last showdown. We'll be right back.
Gets the stun to buy some time. Contract's gonna land Cocoon as well. They can make Scar run away, but now here comes the repeat. The ulti coming across. There's no health bar left. Sneaky with another kill. Yeah, it's gonna flash forward, look for the chase on the Reckless. Nice juke, but the stun against the wall is still there, and Smoothie gonna pick up a hard-earned kill for himself. Cloudra gonna go over, and Fnatic are gonna get their first drink of Rift Rivals! Woo! Easy everything kill once again to Sneaky.
Hit the hook though. Impact's team being in.
And it's gonna find some damage there. Look like Sneaky gonna have to run away from this one. Nice shutdown comes through. He's gonna try to close it out. Sneaky the same as Jess wants in, can't get the flate. 2 more attacks will do it, and Cloud9 will in fact take down Fnatic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rift Rivals 2017, and it's our last game of the group stage, and it still has things to decide, which is great. Of course, TSM taking up against G2 Esports. TSM need to win this one if they want to qualify for the final. Otherwise, they will lose the tiebreak to Phoenix One, because Phoenix One have a better record against Unicorns of Love, which Europe are sending.
And that's why it's again funny that G2 Esports are the team right in front of them, because so far G2 Esports have done almost nothing correct in this tournament, and I don't know.
They won a game. They got that
They
right.
did win a game. That's very true.
They've selected the correct summoners, you know, most of the time.
Probably.
Maybe. We're not even sure at this point.
They had Smite every time on Trick. It's been pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's true.
Well, let's talk about things that have happened, though, so far this tournament. I want to talk about the bot lane matchup of Sven versus Doublelift. We have some stats about how they've been performing overall, and we can see right here that, honestly, Sven's doing reasonably well. The bot lane's doing okay, just Doublelift is actually smashing people.
It just kind of feels like for G2, like MSI group stages, where they try to rely on Sven and he's individually doing okay, but the rest of the team are kind of letting him down as well. Where on the side of TSM, I think almost one of the best things about them is they haven't relied on a single player. Like we've seen Bjergsen play Galio, and suddenly it was a guy like Doublelift stepping up and being the big carry.
And we've also seen him smash games on Syndra and carries like that. So when you have a team that can play that versatile, it's very hard to attack them in picks and bans. It's very hard, you know, to kind of exploit them with some of these strategies. And that's been, I think, some of the issues that Fnatic has been having when they're playing one singular style. It's easier to attack that preparation-wise and in picks and bans.
And I think a guy who maybe underperformed a bit during MSI was Biofrost, where a lot of people were talking about him not doing too well on some of these range supports. I think this meta has fit him really well, and this tournament, next to Doublelift, he's been doing so well. And that's also one of the reasons they've been able to rely on that bottom lane in the early game.
The early game actually is another one I want to talk about here, because we've seen over the course of the tournament, North America is tending to win the early games, but looking at how the junglers are affecting the team, you're seeing that Trick has actually been part of a lot of the first bloods for the squads. You can see that's a 4 out of 5, which is pretty darn nice for the squad overall. Sven, you know, 2 out of 5 is, you know, not quite the same.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's
stats,
actually the same as many.
Yeah,
times
have
two.
some BTS stats right there, Frank.
That was definitely.
I didn't know what my conclusion was going to be. I just realized the number was less, and I was like, Trick's actually having a pretty good early game.
Yeah, he has. He's been picking up these first bloods, but he has not really been able to convert anything off of it, right? There's been a couple times, I mean, where he's picked up some pretty easy first bloods around the top side, but they have not been able to repeat gag and kill them when they come back, or, you know, blow the game open off of that. They're having some good individual plays, but it feels like it's not coming together for the team. It feels like they're not playing as a cohesive unit, and they don't always really have a good plan of what's next.
Yeah, and I was sitting at home kind of thinking about what's gone wrong here for G2 Esports, and realized it's almost too many things to start listing them, because some of it even comes down to just not playing good enough. Like individually, you see mistakes where guys just randomly getting caught in the mid lane, or they fail like a 1v1 fight. And these kind of things are hard to say in terms of strategy. What should you change? Because that's just the player losing focus and then getting caught out. And that's happened so much for G2 Esports.
And it can happen, but as a team, you have to kind of shrug those ones off. That's the stuff that I think you can't get so bothered about, because it's something that you can't really fix overnight, right? You can fix the strategical errors. You can fix, hopefully, pick ban errors and things like this. You can't get too worried about, oh, you missed that cocoon that cost us the game, because there's so many other things they can focus on, like their objective control, like their vision, things that can be improved upon game to game.
Let's see what the improvements end up being here in this one. Is the Zach Caitlyn ban, and it's good to see a European team learn that you should ban Caitlyn against NA. We saw Doublelift absolutely smash on Caitlyn earlier this morning. Syndra away from Perks. They don't want to first pick it here for Bjergsen.
LeBlanc is still open, but Elise or Thresh have kind of been the go-to first picks. Obviously with Orianna Syndra gone, those are some very big mid lane choices.
Instant lock. They think Braum is the most important champion available according to what else is left after the bans.
That's interesting. Also, again, with Thresh and like Tahm Kench and so on available. And yeah, of course, Lee Sin could be a jungle choice. But Trick actually has performed the best on Kha'Zix out of any jungler in the current meta. When G2 Esports were really struggling in Europe, they kind of went to the Kha'Zix and say, okay, now we need a good Trick performance, and they did show up on it. Gragas obviously available is a power pick in the current meta, and I actually think back when Trick also used to play Gragas like a year ago, he was very good on it. So I would like to see that again, but I wouldn't blame him for just going for comfort here with the Kha'Zix.
And of course, they already have a tank in the lineup, and all the top laners that people play are reasonably durable, so you can get away with an assassin in the jungle. But as time wanes down, they will wait on the Gragas. Of course, it can still flex. We've seen it top once in a while. In fact, Expect played it already this tournament, so we'll have to see what that actually comes out to be.
Well, this would actually be pretty interesting. Nunu on 7-13 is exceptionally strong, I think, and we have seen it a little bit here and there. I mean, contracts busted out even in 7-12, so...
This is the NA casters at every international tournament. They show up and they say, listen, official, Nunu jungle. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
To be fair, you're traumatized by solo queue where you have disco Nunu, though.
That's true. See, we're used to it here in Europe.
Yeah. No one's surprised by Trick's performance at the MSI. But honestly, Maokai as well, I've heard some people say it feels pretty good after the changes as well. Not that we're going to see it here, but I saw it hovered, it reminded me. And Kha'Zix's actually going to come through for Sven. Had a very good game on it this morning.
Well, and I think it's doubly effective here. You're saying A, Trick has been performing the best on Kha'Zix, so it's a takeaway. And B, if this is Gragas jungle, as we are perhaps assuming that it is, Kha'Zix is considered the very good matchup into Gragas out of the meta junglers. So this is something that I think is a pretty intelligent pick to attack Trick and maybe put him on something else.
And I want to highlight that Bjergsen also locked in his Cassiopeia blind very early on in the draft here. I think TSM didn't want Perkz to get a mid lane pick and then pinch 2 mid laners as well for a great matchup without anything good to pick then for Bjergsen. So the Cassiopeia blind is probably, he feels confident with Syndra Orianna gone, which are 2 of the very hard matchups for her, that he can take on Perkz in any matchup.
Yeah, and then the fact of the matter is, not that Perkz has really been playing Galio mid, but if you are concerned at all about that pick, then you're forcing your opponents to pick into a disadvantageous matchup. So I think there's some second and third kind of parts to the thinking around a lot of these picks, and I think it's been a pretty intelligent draft so far from TSM.
I also like how this sort of metagame is evolving within this tournament, which is very, very team fight focused. It seems to be much more important, right? LeBlanc went undrafted in this game, and that's unheard of for some teams overall, and said, no, we're going to ban 2 team fighters in the Orianna and the Syndra, pick one ourselves with the Cassiopeia, and we'll see when the 5-on-5s. Let's see if it goes well for themselves, maybe preparing for the Unicorns Love match.
And now Taliyah coming in, a pick we have not seen a lot this tournament. It's been banned a few times, but most of the time mid lanes have gone like Syndra, Orianna, these kind of champions when they were available. Taliyah, though, is the kind of champion where if you actually play around mid lane, she's very good at setting up some of these ganks with her knockback, especially against champions like a Cassiopeia that can't really dash out of it. But it does require Trick then to play around Perkz, and that's a combination we have not really seen at Rift Rivals.
I do agree, but it's also something where you're going to have the push on Cassio early, and you can look to even, if you want to make plays around Expect, if you want to put him on a carry or something like that, you can use the Taliyah ultimate to go up to top lane in conjunction with your jungler and have these 3-man plays, or even setting up the 4 or 5-man plays bottom. So Taliyah is pretty flexible, but I do feel that it's a champion you need to be proactive on, whether it's ganking mid lane or using the ultimate to get the side lanes. You don't want to just sit and farm against a Cassio, or you will be less useful.
I actually would like to see Gnar here from G2 Esports. It's proven to be a fine blind pick.
Yep, there it is. I think Gnar is a great top lane pick right now, and honestly, all we're seeing is somewhat slow melee top laners, and Gnar appears to have good matchups into all of them overall, so Expect going to have a nice one. Gragas will be putting into the jungle for Trick.
We did see Haunter play pretty well, actually, into this matchup, though, on the Kled. He was able to get a couple solo kills. I want to say it was against Vizitachi.
It was,
I believe, playing that matchup back. So we may see Haunter just going right back to the Kled. Tristana is available here. Oh, Kled was actually banned out. Tristana is available here for Doublelift, and this has been a very big pick in North America, extremely successful, and relatively popular throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and with the Twitch ban right there, it actually stops Sven from picking that against the Tristana. We saw him do that earlier. Some of these European AD carries, they're looking for some of the matchups where you can take scaling AD carries like Twitch and then survive the lane, and then you're very impactful later. He does still play other hyper carries, obviously Caitlyn being banned away, but I am still...
Twitch gone means there's like really only Cog to match a Tristana teamfight damage.
I mean, the Korean teams are looking at this pick and ban phase and screaming, where's the Ashe, where's the Virus? Like, these champions are still available. No one is actually fighting for them.
Double played it twice, and he had won both those games, but looks like he's not going to be going for that one here. Actually, I should say he did lose Unicorns with it, but won one of them.
And the J4 pick is actually pretty interesting for me because while you can get kind of passively bullied out by Gnar, there is some all-in potential, especially in conjunction with your jungler. But that being said, you do have to be pretty cognizant of how you're using your ultimate in teamfights, because the constructed walls can actually be used against you by the Gnar. For that Mega Gnar ultimate, you can stun the Jarvan right back into that.
All right, so the drafts are all in here, and we're going to see what kind of combos we can get for ourselves. A gigantic front line for G2, hoping to tank up for Perkz and Sven.
Now, I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Vicio, on the Kalista pick here, to me, because it feels like, you know, a relatively low-range AD carry. If you're not snowballing earlier in the game, there's so many threats that you have to actually worry about, you know, with the Kha'Zix and the Cassio and even the J4 and stuff like it. It feels like it could be very tough for Sven to enter the fights if he's not ahead.
Yeah, it might be something about the matchup against Tristana. Obviously, when they are sitting there auto-attacking each other, they both benefit from that. Tristana mainly from the first auto-attacks, where you can then proc your E, and then Kalista, you know, if you get more and more auto-attacks, will then go in her favor. But I'm actually very surprised to see Kalista specifically from G2. But what I do feel they have is two side lanes that you can play around with the Taliyah. Because with the Kalista ulti, like, you can actually throw Mithy in there to engage onto TSM's bottom lane with then this Taliyah flying down with a wall. So it seems to me like G2 Esports have two side lanes where they feel like we can actually snowball both of them, and then they just have to pick the right one in game.
And they have a ton of CC, a lot of playmaking, but I do think that there is a prerequisite that you must have like great Gnar ultimates, and you must be, you know, ulting people in on Gragas to be able to win a team fight. Because if it's just a straight up 5v5 without any of the carries getting knocked in from TSM, you are going to get outscaled. You are going to lose a simple team fight. You have to make those plays.
I definitely think the TSM comp is much easier to execute, as you just highlighted right there. But if the coordination is on point here at the very last game for G2 Esports at Rift Rivals, well, we're probably going to ask where was this kind of coordination the last few games, but if they can actually pull it off, then it would be very impressive.
And if you get ahead, I mean, this is definitely a composition you could snowball very heavily with.
A lot of engaged duels that can all dive turrets and tank them up. So we'll see what happens here in this one. TSM looking pretty aggressive at the start. Not going to find anyone to really mess with just yet. But just hanging around and talking to some people and saying hi to the frog that lives in the river. And back they go to their side of the map.
Well, for now, both teams going to be able to back off. TSM didn't actually get any wards down. G2 does get a ward on the blue buff, so they will have a little bit more intel that has kind of been gathered from this level 1.
And I want us to look at the top lane matchup. I think this is actually good for Expect to try and keep Hunter controlled. But obviously the thing about Jarvan compared to a Gnar is Jarvan almost has a window all the time where he can look to make a play with the team, with his TP or his roam, where Gnar is so based around the Mega Gnar specifically. Professional teams obviously can coordinate that very effectively, and we might see TSM always use Hanser early on to then force a fight in this early game here, force a TP play to the bottom side, while Expect is stuck in mini Gnar, because that's obviously, Expect wants to be mini Gnar to bully out the Jarvan, but then he can't really follow a good teleport.
A little bit of a different path right here. Sven actually going to be killing the big raptor first. That does limit XP gain a little bit. He'll hit level 2 early on and not get all the complete bonuses, but it'll still be a full clear. Raptor will still be plenty of XP on him, and he'll likely get red next up.
They are going to give up a little bit of bot lane advantage there, though. Mithy and Sven will have the push if they decide to actually go for that. So we'll see how heavily TSM wants to try to fight back for this, or if they're just going to be happy enough to just back off.
You see the fights go back and forth, see what kind of damage they can get. Nice couple of shots on a Biofrost, and then Double is trading back on a Sven, and
really good
a pretty good job at that trade, yeah.
And this is what I mean from champs, like how if you just have like 3 or 4 auto attacks traded against each other, it goes in favor of Tristana with her E exploding on Sven there. But if you start getting more and more auto attacks in, then obviously the rend damage will be higher from Sven. But so rarely in the early game do I feel like you get more than at maximum like 4 or 5 auto attacks on the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, until you start picking up some attack speed, you know, things like the early Zerkeries are sometimes common because of that, because Kalista kind of gets not only the attack speed, but it increases your mobility on that champion.
Yep. See things to watch for here. Nice stun, and Expect just going to trade back and forth with some damage. We're seeing slight lead to him, and he's had perfect CS so far in the lane. Feels good. His Warlord's Bloodlust is in for a double, which means he has a bit more sustain, but he's taking that little bit of poke from Mithy's Qs.
Well, that's always one of the things about Tahm Kench. Does have a little bit of poke to add. Brom's Q, obviously trying to do a bit of the same, but for now, with melee supports against each other, it is rare. We see massive, you know, all-ins early on, especially when it is a Tahm Kench and Brom, or defensive supports on the side. So let's look top lane instead.
Play. Expect is tired, so no Mega Gnar for a while. Jump forward line, plenty of damage here for Sven. The knockup going to be landing as well. A lot of damage, but there's no further tower left to be had. Sven should recall soon enough anyway, but it's free damage onto Expect.
TSM must have felt very confident that Gragas was not near the top lane. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone so deep here to get extra damage on Expect. Obviously, had 2 good wards being placed earlier with the gank, and predicted correctly that Trick was on the bottom side.
Yeah, but Trick gets a bit of something back for himself. Now double of rocket jump again, just for a couple of auto attacks on Mithy. Biofrost using a couple hundred health himself, though, and not sure it was actually a better trade overall.
I want Let's see if Trick can do something on the bottom lane here, because there's no ward from TSM. They might know he's down near the lane, and they're obviously very close to tower, but could look to try and force maybe a flash.
Yeah, they could go for that, but I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen Kha'Zix as well, and if Kha'Zix is pathing down here, it could get turned around. So I think he's just going to take the safer of the options and back off, but still, things pretty even, all said.
Still good to take Krugs right now. You can see G2 with the 200 gold themselves. The roam towards the mid lane, actually. Perkz taking a lot of damage on himself. Flash, but it's a late flash. One more shot comes in, and it's Bjergsen who grabs first blood. Now the repeat gank, though, as Trick turns it right around, kills off the top laner.
Perkz did not expect Hanzo to be there. I think the call from Expect was most likely that Hanzo just gone back to base. He's just going to return to the top lane. Very early roam, of course, with the miasma here from Bjergsen to try and keep Perkz from flashing, and then you can land the knock-up and keep him CC'd in place.
And it was such a good roam from Hauntzer because he had pushed out the wave, he hadn't gone back to base, and he's not really losing much because he still has his teleport available. So really intelligent move to actually get down there and get that first blood onto Bjergsen.
See the play once again. Knock-up missing though from Hauntzer. That is huge. Perkz.
It's still a bit of a late flash. Like, he was off the miasma and came late, but still a nice kill, of course, for Trick.
I think when you see a mid laner just die to that like very last auto attack, it sometimes is a little bit hard to fold him for like not flashing, because it's like he probably felt like, okay, I can survive here. It's like it's so close for when it comes to him surviving. I think Hanzo though needs to land that knock-up.
Yeah, and I think as soon as Perkz saw the knock-up miss, he thought he could get out with just his heal, right?
Yeah.
Blow that summoner spell, get the movement speed, just walk out of there. But Cassio has a massive amount of damage actually early on. You are limited very heavily by your mana pool, but if you actually land your poison, you can get a lot done.
Definitely can, and Hans's looking to get some more done on the top side, but traded right back, and you can see the Boomerang plus Hyper doing plenty there himself. Doublelift might get himself a safe recall, and will indeed do so. Get him after the Zerker Greaves of Sven, and get a BF sword for the Tristana.
We had two flashes used by G2, Trick and Perkz, obviously on the side of TSM. They saved everything, didn't have to use it for the gank top or the gank mid lane, while they picked up that first spot. So we got to see if Svenskeren or maybe Hanzo can actually look for something else. If you are Kha'Zix though, you tend to be very happy just farming to level 6 and then joining your team.
But I mean, that being said, Trick is actually very ahead as far as the experience. He's essentially a full level up. He's actually closing in on level 6 here.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
I did believe. So already level 6 to level 4 of Sven.
Massive difference.
Yeah, he's really got a lot of farming done, plus being able to pick up that gold from the kill himself. Like, this Gragas is at a very strong point, and he can look to make a play with this ultimate, hopefully before Sven can actually get to that point himself.
Difficulty is a summoner spell deficit. Bjergsen has both of his, and Perkz has none to follow, but he's looking at that side of the map. Gonna kill away this control ward. But still, G2 sitting on a nice 200 to 300 gold lead. It's pretty comfortable off Trick's farming.
TSM, though, they're very ready for either the gank mid or the roam mid from Mythic. They had like 2 blue wards being placed on the minimap just above the little walls here near the river, as you guys can see. Making sure they can see any sort of like gank setup or a move from the base if you are Mythic. Because we see a lot of supports in North America go base straight to mid lane and then look for one of these plays.
Now, one place I would actually like to see Trick give that attention is over to the top side, because, like I said, yes, you can actually go aggressively and trade onto the Gnar, but you have to use your escape ability to do that, and Expect they get taken down.
One more auto. Can you get into range? Expect.
The Q is going to be coming back up.
Gets some nicely done by Hauntzer. Solo kill in the top lane.
And due to these wards around the mid lane, TSM, they saw Trick, and that's why Hauntzer can just go all in up in the top lane here. Expect ends up dying. Good solo kill from Hauntzer, and it all comes down to the control around mid, where they know exactly where Trick is on the map.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is very similar to the Aurelia matchup, where this melee character must play super aggressive to actually get an advantage against the Gnar. So I feel like it's something that you want to play around as a jungler, even if it's just getting vision,
huge damage.
Safe, but Perkz in trouble.
He's gone, he's gone, he's gone. Nicely done by Bjergsen. Ults just for the slow at the end of it all. Well played, solo kill in the mid lane, thanks to the earlier gank from Hauntzer.
And not even a summoner spell needed from Bjergsen there, so he still has both those summoners available. He's going to be getting some damage down onto this turret, and TSM looking very good already.
So many small things just working out here for TSM. You know, the gank from Hauntzer earlier, and then spotting the Gragas, so he gets a solo kill top with the Jarvan. Bjergsen go aggressive in the mid lane, also knowing that Trick is no longer here. So a lot of good early vision around mid, and just good individual plays. And that, it was one of the things you said about G2, you know, like, it's hard to just say, oh, it's, you know, your warding or it's your pick and ban phase. Like, some of it is just the players not performing at the level we maybe expected him to perform at.
And at the end of the day, at the highest levels, when you are playing, you know, top teams internationally, you need to have everything. It's not just a good pick and ban. It's not just good vision. You need the total package, because you're going up against opponents who are going to be providing all of those and sometimes more.
See what they can do for the next one. Only 1,000 gold still separates these teams. It is certainly within reach, but G2 have certainly not had the best tournament. The scorelines show it. It's been the opposite of what TSM's done.
And
4-1.
Part of the concern is just that you're going up against a team that has an immense amount of scaling, you know, with the Tristana and with the Cassiopeia. So it's not always just shown in the gold lead. I feel like as you go late, it can be disadvantageous.
And that's kind of a problem for Perkz now because he's 0-2. And his team is kind of looking at him and saying, well, we need you with the Taliyah wall to start making a play either top lane or bot lane, obviously group up with Trick. And that's kind of how you start the snowball. That's why they pick Kalista as well for the bottom lane. You're not picking Kalista for the insane late game DPS. You know, you want them to play around that lane as well. So we need Perkz to get out of the lane. That's just very hard when you're losing because you're going to get pushed under your tower.
And now they're going to be able to look to set up on the top side.
Jump on forward, plenty of damage on to expect just here. Half HP, stealth up for a bit more, but there's no real dive to be had, but it still will deny that wave under the turret, so it means something. For a trade of top lane pressure, it will be Cloud Drake. It's often the least prioritized, so no surprise TSM would rather play for a turret gold instead of this one, but with the Ren stacked up, it should be no problem. We'll see how much time TSM puts top side, though, as Sven would rather take away Krugs and hit this turret for now.
I think you're just maximizing farm here as TSM. You know this tower will fall eventually. Just get a bit of damage on it now and deny the entire wave from Expect because Kha'Zix is still here, but Perkz
he puts him back in. The flash is down. There's no way out. He's going to fall. And Perkz certainly not here in time. The Weaver's Wall there.
Are gone too, though, so this could be a bit tricky for TSM.
If he can get far enough away, the flash to re-engage for a bit more. Looking to make it happen, and no, Perkz will knock down Hanser, forcing Svenskar out as well. Nicely done. Pick that up.
Yeah, good roam for Perkz. Gets out of the mid lane. Bjergsen, though, going aggressive on a Trick here.
Flash for the slow, flash for a bit more, and yes, Bjergsen cannot kill anyone except all of G2.
Oh, that feels so bad for Perkz when your jungler is trying to hold the wave of the mid lane turret. Not only does he die, I think he got the blue buff off a Trick there too, or
probably
perhaps it was his own still.
No, it was
his own still.
He got the kill, that's all that matters right now for Bjergsen. Perkz actually did the only thing he could really do there, try and save his top laner and get that one kill in return. Bottom lane is just the two melee supports kind of poking each other, not really doing a whole lot of damage. Yep. G2 Esports, that's an important ulti gone now with the Taliyah. They might actually try and all in.
I mean, there's some pressure on this bot lane to make something happen because they're losing on the rest of the map.
They are.
TSM is happy to just farm.
Yeah, exactly. Sven does have a small farm lead, so hey, props to them. They picked themselves a good matchup after they saw the Braum and the Trist, and they've got some farm, but the rest of this map, exactly, hemorrhaging gold.
So Perkz was already in position, waiting for this to happen, just in case Svenskar was waiting around, and due to the minions being gone, there's not really a way out here for Hanser, and
he flashed to realign the Q, that's what it was.
And also Svenskar actually goes back and trying to block some damage for his top laner, just not enough. Meanwhile, mid though, Trick, once you place the barrel, I think you just have to leave, but he actually ends up saying, oh, he goes in. Well, he's not even hitting you.
He thought he was going to be attacked. He was trying to predict the timing of it and CC him during the play, but obviously that was wrong. And now into the mid lane they go, and Perkz, he is out of summoners, but it gets a knockback on his Sven to buy some time, and now in comes Mithy. Bringing a team with him as well. Explosive Blast not quite going to land on a Bjergsen, though. That was nearly a kill given over.
Yeah, they are able to get out, though. Bjergsen didn't have those summoners because he did blow them to kill Trick off earlier, so Perkz does get out. Sven looking for Trick, though, and that's an easy duel to win for the Kha'Zix if they can get him in isolation.
And once again, we're in that situation where TSM win the trades, and now they also get all the summoners away from Perkz and Trick, so they're not really a threat, you know, against Bjergsen. He's level 10 as well on this Cassiopeia. Rod of Age is already completed with the tier, so nice and early. You start scaling up, soon level 11. And really, nothing G2 can do to kill him now. They need these summoners back up and then try and all in him maybe. Or you're trying to again, just go away from him. You're like, yeah, you control the mid lane. Yeah. They need something bot lane, the top lane.
Well, here is something that they are going to be looking for, moving their bot lane top, trying to pull off a lane swap. We'll see if they can actually, you know, preempt this play enough faster than TSM that they could get the first turret. That would be a way to start to move back into this game, because Doublelift is by himself now, but Biofrost is rotating up to the top lane to perhaps look to defend this.
See how well they can defend. 1,500 gold deficits, what TSM has put over on a G2 now. The Europeans forcing themselves back on from it. Top lane siege going to take quite some time, though. This Jarvan reasonably tanky and going to wave clear a little bit, few of these minions.
And we've seen this 2 games in a row now. Their North American answer to the lane swap from the European teams is just your support instantly starts roaming to top lane, and you keep the AD carry bot lane. So the AD carry gets a push all the way into the turret, might even take it down if no one shows up. And then now the enemy top laner is sharing experience with his AD carry and support And that simply means now for G2 Esports, they can't actually kill the tower.
Yeah.
And now they just have to back away, and they lose that massive wave bot lane. At least for the top laner, Trick has to pick it up.
I've seen this exact thing before. It's the Gragas walks down to bot lane, and Mike Young takes away his jungle.
Yeah, this is P1 versus Unicorns a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if that turns around soon enough right here, but waiting around as the Gragas are walking back up the river, and Tristana going back down as well as they fight over ward control a bit longer. Doublelift, if he's not stopped, will knock down that turret with one more wave. Get the control ward first.
There's actually quite a lot of vision out here from both sides. I mean, TSM has a really good kind of line of scrimmage with the pink wards up along the river on both top and bot. So they are pretty safe from these sorts of plays. You know, if Perkz wants to kind of roam into the river and make those moves, it's much harder to do so without getting caught.
Lane back down. They haven't lost the turret just yet. The damage itself doesn't mean terribly much. It's that if the turret actually falls, the gold goes over. See if G2 can get control again.
Small opening for G2 with TP on expect, but he's sitting, of course, in mid now at the moment. But they're trying to make a play bottom side. They know that Haunter can't join. Perkz is on his way. So Perkz is actually sacrificing some minions, or at least trying to sacrifice some of the pressure in mid lane. And he's saying, you know, Bjergsen, you can get to push all the way into tower.
They got 20 seconds.
They're looking for Bjergsen.
Flanking in the mid. Bjergsen pops the ghost, gets on the other side of the wall, though, and Perkz now gonna hope he can get back into this one. Bjergsen slowed again. Gonna be a quick slowing barrel as well. Bjergsen not gonna be able to flash away. Gets knocked right back into the team, and the kill is gonna come through. Shutdown goes into Sven. As they look down to Biofrost, who's gonna knock them right back away. Flashes over the other side of the satchel.
Really nice play there from G2. They know they have to be proactive and utilizing the Tahm Kench ultimate there while Bjergsen still does not have his flash. Bjergsen did about as well as he could to try to get out, but the kill also goes on to Sven, who you really want to get going.
Super important for them. Let's see what happens bottom lane, because Trick is still around.
Here, though. They're actually getting baited. TV's coming in. These guys are dead.
Top of a ward, 2v4. Can they find Sven for some damage? Rocket Jump into Vi a bit more. Can it be enough? They're getting him low, but it's not going to be that yet. Doublelift now slowed down, flash the wall. He'll maybe stay alive, but look at Biofrost. Doesn't have anywhere to go, and the chase comes in, actually. Bewitching Tristana goes down, a double kill on the bot side. Well played to G2. Haunter going to get the consolation prize of first turret top.
Yeah, with Trick going down there a second time. Clearly TSM's bot lane did not expect that, and then instantly the TP coming in from Gnar, and suddenly more kills here for Sven. 2-0-1 on this Kalista. Can go back, get his blade. Tower is still fairly healthy on the bottom side, and right now TSM got top lane tower, will take Rift Held as well, but G2 Esports will get an Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and a nice couple of plays for them. They're right back into it. I mean, still down a little bit, and it depends how much the Rift Herald is going to get out, but you know, TSM did not realize there was actually a ward in the deep rush, so I think they walked through that, and G2's able to make the play, utilizing that for the TP, and also the information. As they've just walked right past this little ward, sneaking in. They were spotted out, did not sweep it out at all.
And look at this play right here, just playing completely coy.
Yeah, all those wards you talked about earlier from TSM, they're gone right now, so they didn't actually see Trick walk down the river, and then the TP from base, and you're not getting out.
Doubles actually did a really good job utilizing his W on top of that explosive shot to reset it, so I believe you got a double
if
jump
you
there.
explode a four stack with an auto attack, it resets your W for you. So he auto-attacked 4 times, the ult gives you a stack as well, and then he was able to rocket jump back over to the wall, but Zone was able to chase, obviously.
So once again for G2 Esports, 2 kills on Kalista. It is Operation Defend Sven, put all the eggs in the Sven basket, try and make sure...
Story before.
Yeah, I think we've heard it before. It works sometimes. They did get the 1-1 versus TSM at MSI, trying to play that style. Sven is the man we're looking at. Mid lane, though, this tower is not going to survive. Rift Hell is there. We'll just secure the one objective for TSM.
And it means the 3,000 gold lead to TSM, but keep in mind those Drakes do matter a bit. The Infernal, the Cloud both certainly are worth some of their own weight in gold, and maybe G2 can find something back into this game as they continue to wait to scale up. Sven's got 2 kills. He is doing pretty nicely. Individually, he's actually ahead of Doublelift in gold, so maybe we can see this Kalista take off in the game if he is not assassinated at the start.
Of course, there is a lot of frontline on G2 to protect him. You know, you have both Gnar and Gragas sitting there, and you have Mithy sitting probably next to Sven with the Devourer in case TSM is onto him. And that is, I mean, one of the only problems for Cassiopeia is in teamfights against frontline tanks, you're kind of forced to often hit the front line. You can't really just flash past him and start killing the back line. Luckily for TSM, Bjergsen has a lot of damage, so that means killing the tanks is a little bit faster.
And itemization is actually pretty difficult because it's a Tristana and a Cassio, right? So 2 extremely high damage characters that can hit the front line. If both of these guys are hitting the front line, do you build MR? Do you build armor? I mean, right now, some armor is being picked up by Trick and Expect. There's no MR to be seen.
It's not even health. It's double Ninja Tabi and a Frozen Heart coming through here. So it's certainly going to be a long road ahead until they can actually survive Bjergsen if he's untouched. And this 3-kill Cassiopeia certainly has damage.
And that's what so many of the fights are going to be about. I mean, G2 has a plethora of CC, but they need to be able to land the CC on the right people to pull off their team composition.
See if they can execute properly. G2 going to fight for ward control a little bit longer here and hope they can find their next opening. Fighting back from 3,000 gold, but up those two Drakes. Going to find some CC. Sven going to get knocked right back into the team. Gets tongue lash as well. Looking for more damage than a Trick, who's been grounded. Here comes the re-engage. Hanser shows up, and Bjergsen gets that kill. And how squishy is that Gragas against magic damage?
Well, when you're already behind here, then
and the other 5 guys, but
but still, you know, 3K down, whatever it is. Trick, why didn't you tank all of it? But I'm actually surprised Trick even went for that one. You know, there's no one around to really help him other than just Mithy standing a little bit to his right, and all of TSM were just walking straight into that jungle. So as soon as you see Svenskeren, he's really not the guy you're trying to like kill. And yes, of course, Svenskeren in the past have maybe done some of these solo invades, but at this point here, I think you should assume that his team is near.
The real lesson is never trust your teammates. You know, too much faith in Nifty.
I mean, Trick right there definitely didn't have to jump in, but at bot lane, guys.
The minions are already cleared out, though. This could be tough to pull off.
Expected half a nice double CC there. Hanser does not have an open. He does have flash to use and just gets to walk away from the 1v3. Durable enough.
Very well played. Hanser clears out the mini wave, then goes back through the turret to escape, and Sven is here to harass now.
It's slow. And out he goes. Cutting off his teammates.
Yeah, expect can't get out
drop
now.
the wall.
But Sven is farming top lane. Everyone else from TSM actually just kind of reset the whole thing. Hanser was just left on his own, but didn't even have to use the summoner. So he is more than fine in the bottom lane. And G2 Esports, after losing that jungler, we're actually looking okay before that. We were kind of waiting for that next big fight where maybe Trick would be the man to start it. Getting an engage onto someone like Bjergsen. Flash Body Slam is very effective against a Cassiopeia.
Cassius can start to kind of get a little bit deceptively tanky once you actually have your Seraphs completed, plus the Roa, you know, in the early stages
she's
of the
just
game.
very annoying when she's fed. That's kind of the thing, because when you then run at her and you're yelling, let's go, let's kill her, you get ultied, and then suddenly you're stuck there and you can't actually do anything.
And if she can stay in the fight, she actually gets quite a bit of healing out from the Twin Fang spam, so can become a little bit deceptively tanky in the early stages.
They can. Still some nice kiting back and forth by Perks, but Sven very, very low on health, who hasn't building damage output himself, so nice little plays from him. Of course, haunting guys, no big surprise there out of Perks. The flat pen, the pretty standard build. Hurricane just now completed for Sven, so he just gained some team fight power. And he is, again, ahead of the curve against Double It.
We kind of hit that point now where the outer turrets are gone, so TSM don't have like an easy objective to go for. Baron just spawned a minute ago, and it's very early to still take it. So we often in these mid games then get like the 5-6 minutes where not a whole lot is happening. The team far ahead tends to get a free dragon, and the other team is just trying to farm up.
And I feel like for TSM, they're very happy to just kind of farm it out for now.
Sure.
As long as they can control vision around the Baron, continue to pick up some of these items. If G2 does ever slip up, show too many members bot, you have a Cassiopeia, a Kha'Zix, and a Tristana. 3 of the fastest champions for actually burning down the Baron, so that can go down exceptionally fast.
Ooh, Trick is waiting in double. Damn it. It's almost like he's been playing for 6 years. How did he expect Trick to sit there?
He learned from the Season 1 World Championship.
Looking.
Double Lift famously face-checked the brush 1v5 before minion spawned on Lee Sin at the Season 1 World Championship.
On
Didn't do that here.
Remember? Or was it
He was Lee Sin.
He was Lee Sin, yeah.
I just said that.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I don't listen to half the stuff.
I don't blame you. I'm dumb a lot of the time.
I only listen to Azael.
But
he's got a good brain.
It's those
what did Freak just say to me? What would he just say?
I think he was saying you look great today.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you,
I always lie.
Thank you, Freak.
No, I'm always wrong, as you said, so that must have been false.
I didn't say you were wrong. I said I didn't listen.
Yeah, whatever. Either way, TSM going to grab themselves their own Drake. First of the game for the TSM squad. Looking to close it out, 3,500 ahead. If they win, they will represent North America against Unicorns of Love tomorrow. TSM have been the preeminent NA team for basically ever, and almost only fitting that NA's hopes then rest on them at the end of it, if they can close out. Hanser's going to find someone to kill. Damage onto Mithy. Of course, can't go for Perks too easily because he just get eaten away. And now with Mithy gone, Perks is left up and alone. Down he goes in the mid lane.
Quick pick here for TSM, just walking straight into that jungle, knowing they had all the vision they needed. Perks didn't even get to use a summoner. Rest of TSM looking at that mid lane tower, still feeling it's too early for him to just rush down the Baron. Mithy's pretty low, he has to be careful, no summoners either.
And I mean, Tristana's going to knock this down very quickly, so G2 backing off for now. Expect is actually going to stay in the bot lane, so they're going to trade this turret, but TSM can continue going. and look to threaten the inhibitor.
G2 looking at maybe their first turret of the game with his expect split push, but now the jump onto Trick, nice body slam buys some time, but breaks through the shield, still damage coming through for double if this turret low on health, and it's gonna fall and hit for bot lane outer. Certainly more worthwhile for TSM, G2 making the best of a significant deficit.
Yeah, super nice here for TSM though, because we had the moment where they were actually kind of waiting to be strong enough to just force a Baron play, and then they actually get a kill plus turret, so now that mid lane is open. A very nice play overall, and they are all backing away.
I think it's a really smart force from TSM. I mean, with Perks down, that's a lot of safe.
Perks
just died again.
Found a kill. 3-man invade worked out on the top side of the map, and now G2's got to run away.
And I don't know if TSM saw that TP, but the TP was used by Expect and canceled, so that is actually very big. If TSM did have vision of that teleport coming in, they will know that if Gnar shows bottom, they can go to Baron.
Seems like Perks was walking into his own jungle near that Raptor camp. Didn't expect anyone from TSM to be waiting. There you go, no vision. Then you die.
Good old bush camp.
Then you die.
Fnatic lives on. They send their regards to something, who knows what. But we got TSM at 5,000 gold here, and worth noting the TP cooldowns are almost identical now, as Hansred used his a while ago for the full cooldown. They're about 15 seconds desynced. I expect gets his slightly earlier. That might keep TSM from making any big plays because they actually don't have TP advantage. It's only an equal teleport.
Yeah, but for now, they're happy to keep playing this farm game, control vision around the Baron, play it slow. It's G2 that must make the proactive plays. It's G2 that has to have these great engages, and as long as TSM maintains vision control, does not play risky, continues to farm, they're going to get themselves to a stage where they have a heavy advantage in the team fights.
And also we are at the stage of the game where I feel like G2 during this tournament has actually looked the worst. It's always been like somewhat decent early game, and then full late game they've been able to do quite a lot of things, but between like 20 minutes and 30-35 minutes they've really just dropped the ball multiple times. This game is obviously super hard because you're already far down, but it doesn't put a lot of confidence in them, you know, making that proactive play that gets them right back in the game. At the moment we're just kind of waiting for TSM to get that Baron
now,
and they're gonna they're baiting with two guys on top side.
Dueling, just buying time. Bjerg's going to do all the damage they need. Sven helping as well. Hans to make sure he tanks the aggro. Wall coming in. Actually, Trick's nearby. Can he make the play? They re-engage on the jungler. He flashes. He gets it! Trick is a mastermind to get something to happen, but now it's all about the team fight. TSM look for resets, look for some damage. 4v5, but with the Baron buff on G2, they might have bought some time.
Trick again, flashback to MSI. The Baron still to keep them alive, but TSM is pushing.
Forcing a couple more flashes out as Sven flashes away, but if you could trade just one kill for that, the flash and chase, not going to get the Mega Gnar. This could be expected.
Turn on him.
You expect it to happen, and it's going to come through. The damage coming across, and it will be that one coming in. The rest of the team able to kite away. Perks looking for some damage on the wings. We'll find it.
I can't believe Trick actually got in there. He got stunned and then knocked up right after. He managed to flash in the very last second and actually steal the Baron.
They didn't stop damage.
Small win, I guess, for G2, but TSM still getting a kill after on Expect and a top lane tower.
I think they simply thought
the 1v1.
CC was going to be enough.
Chomp.
1v2.
Damage output. Oh, can he throw him back in? Do it. Flashes away by some time. Healing. Bjergsen gets about 60 health per shot. Doubles in. There's one kill picked up. And he didn't get an assist, so there's no reset of the rocket jump, and he can't find Sven. Sven can, though. Sven on Sven Crime. Who's going to win? The Dane. See, I'm right.
Oh, you're right. You nailed it.
I know they're both Danish. It was a joke. I know my NA junglers well.
That's true. Most of the EU imports in NA actually seem to be Danish right now.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. Trick stunned by Bjergsen, knock up, and then he still gets to flash in. At like 500 HP, he flashed in and got the smite.
Yeah, and Sven didn't actually get his whatsoever, so you want to try to layer that isolated Q damage from your Q with that smite, try to finish it off. Wasn't able to do it, but that's the risk you make if you're not actually going to stop DPS, focus down the junglers. You're opting into this kind of coin flip smite off.
And also that tricky spot as a jungler where you're kind of trusting your team when they're saying, yeah, we're going to deny him entrance to the Baron pit.
Yep.
So you're just kind of waiting for the right moment to then smite it down, and then suddenly the Geiger still makes it in.
Yep. Well, unlucky there, and G2 get a bit of a reprieve. The gold back down below 3,000 apart.
We keep getting these small glimmers of hope right now, I feel, for G2 Esports. The Baron steal, that fight earlier where Sven got 2 kills. He got another kill, obviously, against Svenskeren just before. Hanser is sitting here waiting for someone to show up.
I mean, the Baron is so big. It's not necessarily that G2 are going to be able to get a ton off of it. It's more that TSM likely is far enough ahead that they could have closed this game, perhaps, with it.
Goes for the big dunk, trick around the wings, and Mithy gonna spit him right back out, but he's running out of ways to do anything. Explosive Cask, and actually Bjergsen knocked right back over by Perks. So they're stuck in this one. A nice seismic shove, a lot of damage. Cassiopeia down below 1,000 health.
Well, there's no good ward here to TP on for Expect. He was sitting with Meganar in that side lane, but just no decent ward. There's 2 up near the Raptor camps, but a little bit too far away, I think. Meganar most likely would have timed out.
Still some nice pressure from Expect. He's going to be able to get up to this tier 2, maybe get a little bit of damage done. The bot lane's being pushed up here by G2 as well. So G2, getting a bit of map control, getting some nice vision down in the TSM red side jungle, and making some of kind of the first steps towards coming back.
And here we go, Cloud Drake being soloed up by Trick. This man is so good at killing epic monsters this game. Mithy coming in for some help as well, and says it's going to be a team effort this time around.
And it's fun because the European teams have gotten very few Drakes, something we've talked quite a lot about here at this tournament. The only team actually getting a lot of them would be G2 Esports. Most of the time they actually get almost every single one in some of these games. And the same thing here.
At a 5 Drake game earlier this week.
And the Dragons were actually very key to their victory in that game because they had essentially been outscaled by C9, but the fact that they had 5 dragons, they get the Elder Dragon, now you cannot contest them. They use that to get a Baron, which they use to get 2 inhibitors. So the Dragons, especially if you're going to be going late, as we have often seen in a lot of these Rift Rivals games, are so massive because it gives you the extra win condition of the Elder.
Sadly, no Blitzcrank this time for Mithy. He was the one making some of the plays on Sneaky that set up the entire thing this time around. He's on a more defensive choice, kind of relying on Sven and Perks to be the big carries, but Sven is still the man we're looking at here, while Perks actually been dealing some decent damage in some of these fights despite being down. Like, again, a Cassiopeia and so on, it is hard because there's so many things on the ground that can actually deal damage to you. Bjergsen really needs to maneuver well in the fights.
This game is definitely within arm's reach. Goal difference only 3,000 right now, and they're also up a couple of Drakes as a result of some of their mid-game plays, so we'll see if G2 can make it happen.
Oh, they're going in.
Find a little bit there. Trick not going to go too hard just yet. Still has Explosive Cask available. Biofrost shield now down, means he can get a better shot at it. Going to look for the body slam. There's the flash. There's a pickup. They're going to find Biofrost for 1. Now to re-engage.
Trouble though.
Decent damage from Double. The dunk onto the back line. A big miasma out in the backside as well. Expect running out of health. A couple more shots will do it. The rock jump forward. Bjergsen gets a kill. And in goes Double, but he's got to watch out because that minefield just decimated. Ugh, there we go. His health bar. Got to be careful.
And there was no more minions, so not really much he can get done with that second jump forward, but they have traded kills. Top laner for support, advantageous for TSM, and they're looking to knock down this turret. Double if will take it down pretty fast.
It's pretty close on that one. Not quite going to kill it, but it's dangerously low.
So that fight here actually was pretty even. G2 Esports getting 1 kill, Expect and dying after. Bjergsen was left completely untouched. I think the wall before the fight from Perks was meant to kind of cut Bjergsen off, and maybe he was stuck on the wrong side where they could engage on him without the flash, but this wall right here, just on the wrong side, so Bjergsen and Double feeling safe enough.
It is still some very nice setup for Expect, with the Meganar. They feel like they can go in, look for a fight here, and they want to force it before Meganar expires. Otherwise, they are going to get sieged down. They're not going to be able to look the fight, so they go for the play, able to take down Biofrost very quickly, but look at the damage coming out on the front line.
Exactly, because now Bjergsen and Double, they're feeling pretty safe. All Bjergsen had to dodge was that one Kalista ulti with just a time Kench being thrown her way. Double as well was so confident he actually jumped all the way in and almost died because of it. But if you see G2 Esports use their tanks on trying to get to Biofrost in some of the next fights, well then G2 Esports will lose the fights. They have to try and get onto Bjergsen or Double Lift, and the easiest one is probably Bjergsen, obviously without a jump on his own.
Sure, and his Ghost is down for a few more seconds, or I should say a few more minutes. He used it in that fight before. Does have the flash. We'll see how it goes. I want to shout out Perks doing a ton of damage in the last fight, and shout out Sven for a flash just before Miasma landed, because he would have died for sure if he didn't flash right before Bjergsen's W lands.
I also want to point out the fact that the Gargoyle Stoneblade is actually done for Haunter now. That is such an important item on the Jarvan because it turns you more from like this duelist into this one item allows you to be so effective in team fights because of the amp on your W shield. It makes that so much larger, and it works so well with Dre 4 because you can utilize all your damage, immediately pop it, then your damage cooldowns are coming back up as it's expiring.
It's just the best team player item in the game for a tank. Yeah. Not about your damage anymore, but instead staying alive while your backline is killing their front line. You don't die as fast. So this wall was used by Perks right now to block off near the Baron. TSM is actually on the other side of it.
Well, they're going straight onto the Baron now. The wall is expiring. G2 does have ultimates.
Bjergsen taking the Baron, healing right back up though. Trick on the other side of the wall. They got to be careful about that one. More damage coming out from Perks. Sven Skarn at about 2/3 HP. And Hans are chunked down as well, actually.
Yeah, that play was not very good from TSM because they completely abandoned the mid lane wave here. Mark Z is sitting at home being super mad because you gotta get that mid lane push first. They just went straight for Baron, and obviously G2's walking right in the river and being like, no, you're not gonna kill this.
The Echo Fox analysts, on the other hand, have seen nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
it's a
nice
great
attempt.
play, TSM.
Unlucky G2 just played a little bit better than them. Weird. Don't know how it happened, but they managed to walk in. Mid lane collect. And, oh, wow! G2 pushed the way first, walked to Baron.
Exactly.
I've never seen this before.
TSM
Don't say it's going to cast an A. That would be rude.
TSM just lost a little bit of vision there, but still in the goal lead. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say here, so I just say in the goal lead.
Yeah, in the goal lead.
A good point, Deficio.
Just some caster tips here. Yeah,
I took your point away.
They're pushing minions, and Hansa is pushing minions. And
well, TSM has to get control of the side lanes because G2 did actually have bot lane pushing during that whole sequence, and they have started a slow push that's stacking up very heavily on the top side. So G2 is having some good side lane control, allowing them to kind of reestablish themselves on the map. Someone's going to have to go top and answer that for TSM, and the game has stalled out quite a bit to where I don't feel like the gold lead really matters much at all when you take the Infernal Dragon into account. But it does come down to scaling. It does come down to who can utilize their team fight better.
Yeah, just looking at the carries and the gold, the 280 carries are even in terms of the overall gold at just about 14,000. It is Bjergsen being 2,000 gold ahead of Perks. That is kind of the big difference if we look at just those guys. And really impressive that actually G2 Esports have been able to kind of stay in the game after it looked so bad early. And also TSM not being able to get that second Baron set up properly has cost them a little bit of time, and some fairly even fights actually going just 1 for 1.
Guardian Angel done now for Hansa is going to be pretty important, I do think. Elder Dragon coming up in 10 seconds as well. It means now there's 2 objectives to play for. Now G2 would, their Elder Dragon's twice as good, so maybe they actually put more priority on that one, but TSM going to rush down the Baron first.
So Blue Trinket just used on the Baron here. They do see the fact that 2 guys are sitting on it. Perks with another wall to just try and deny TSM either an exit or an entrance.
Yeah, they're over by the Elder, so this is something that they would really like to get, but they have to be wary
rush mid.
of TSM pushing up mid. Yeah, that inhibitor is exposed.
That little dodge there from Bjergsen was very important. Could have been a lot of damage landed from Perks while he was sitting there out of vision. TSM, though, they're going straight back into Baron.
I'm not sure if G2 minds the trade on. I think they're still losing by a little bit here. And again, it's a 4-stack Elder Dragon. It does last 1 minute less time, but as long as they don't have to get outplayed around that last minute right there, it's going to be a quick pickup for TSM. They've got the Baron buff, and let's see where they can go next.
And now TSM actually has to play a bit defensive for a while. You don't really want to fight heavily into this Elder Dragon. You have the extra time on that buff, but I think it would be pretty risky for them to actually get out on the map and look for a fight.
Well, they're actually trying to set up a little trap here, and they're using their mid lane wave and top lane wave to go for the turret. Remember, no fast recalls from G2 side. See, they're sitting bot lane waiting for someone to show up, but they're all sitting top lane.
Oh, this could really work out for TSM, though. They have more members here, and they're by the base. If G2 comes forward, they can get a pick and take a free inhibitor.
If Bjergsen goes, he has a chance of reaching him and landing a miasma slow.
Someone needs to face check.
Hansa's waiting by himself, and at this point, G2 needs to realize that no one is shown on the map at all. There's no buffed up minions as well, so no one's near these lanes. And just the way pushing in. They both try to be cheeky.
Yeah. They were hoping maybe Hansa would show up bot lane with his TP and just push the wave out. They could have killed him, but G2 Esports, they're still pushing up mid now, and TSM is still hiding.
I mean, TSM staying around here is very risky. If you can get a great jump on the fight and take someone out immediately.
Now they know.
Oh, he didn't find anything.
That can work out for you.
Now
but
they know.
It's one of those situations where G2 has so much more power during this Elder Dragon buff. You really have to show the respect to that.
I totally agree they're better fighters, but if TSM are just buying time back and forth, they've just timed out literally half the Elder Dragon buff. They got 115 to go till it's gone.
Gotta wait, honestly. Trick with Flash ready. Gragas late game engage is one of the things G2 are looking at, because they need to find a way to obviously get onto Bjergsen. Sitting with 6 kills on this Cassiopeia. Full items, or almost full items. I looked at control wards, but I obviously consider control ward as valuable as like a void staff.
Of course they
so
are.
Technically full items.
There you go.
In my control ward book.
Something I would have liked to see from Hanser is actually a Locket coming out. You know, when this team essentially has to make a play, has to CC you down, burst you out, Locket in combination with Stone Plate is so powerful, actually, being able to deny that and keep your carry safe, because if Bjergsen and Doublelift can stay alive at this point, with the amount of items they have complete, they will crush the fight. You just have to deny the burst. So I think it's more important to itemize for defending your team through Knight's Vow or a Locket than it is to you have this additional power.
Well, at least Balfrost is getting, he's got his Locket and he's going Knight's Vow, but even with 1 Locket already, I agree. Second Locket is still fine. It's still useful. You can block out some of that burst.
Especially in combination with Stone Plate. It's so good.
It's actually huge. So not going to be the play just yet, though. And At about 50 seconds on the Baron buff, Elder Dragon will time out.
And it's also worth noting how effective double Knight's Vow can actually be with a composition like this, where you have both the Cassio and this Tristana to actually buff up and protect. I mean, it's super effective on both those champions. But TSM looking to push up here as that Elder is going to be starting to expire.
And it's gone. So here comes the siege. These 45 seconds they've got time for. Trick going to go for the knock and not quite going to find Bjergsen, but now walled off. And it's Trick actually stuck against the wall himself. Finally gets away with the body slam. 5v5 continues, 40 seconds left on the Baron buff.
Yeah, I don't think Perkz was actually in a position ready to have some follow-up CC against Bjergsen here. So it was just Trick diving in, and Bjergsen could flash away. So he's still sitting on about 40% HP. No flash, though. Obviously the same for Trick.
Yeah. And it's lock it down as well. So TSM have one wave left of Baron. And in fact, they're just going to recall. So the trade of objectives only means that now there's desynced respawns.
And it has been feeling like G2's front line is playing this very intelligently. They're not over-diving. They're allowing Perkz to kind of utilize some of his range advantage over Bjergsen. So as Bjergsen steps forward to try to attack, expect, and trick, Perkz is there to push him back. And I think they're playing the push and pull of those fights very well.
We just have to look at the Bjergsen, though, if he does get knocked back again. Because as you said earlier in the game, Azil, like, this Cassiopeia gets somewhat tanky without you thinking about it, because again, her own shield from the Ceres, also Face of the Mountain from Biofrost. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a situation where Bjergsen does get knocked back into the team, but he just sits there, gets multiple shields on him, and G2 Esports, because they have an AD carry that is built around getting multiple auto attacks off and not like a burst AD carry, might not be able to kill him in time.
And Braum can jump in front and block a lot of that up with his shield, you know, absorb a lot of those attacks. So certainly have to be wary of the counter engage coming in from TSM, but G2 does need to make that sort of play. They need to be able to pull it off, execute, and burst someone down before TSM can really get going with their carries in these fights.
To be fair, though, Sven actually went for what I think is the right build in this game, which is a very crit-focused build. It's not 7 lifesteal items, it's 80% crit with Infinity Edge. So he's going to just belt out insane damage in the team fights because he has Hurricane and Double has double Energizer. Sven actually can do more damage if he's allowed to auto-attack. If he's under threat, of course, he's shorter range, and that's going to get worse. But 40% damage to the secondary targets of Hanser and Sven and Biofrost is going to be more than Tristal deal.
Trick is actually sitting behind enemy lines, but he is spotted on a good ward here from Biofrost, so they know exactly where he is. G2 is now trying to defend the top lane.
Double is going to do so much damage to this turret, but will G2 engage here? Expect about to go Mega.
Ooh,
oh,
big
nice buster shot.
Insanely good buster shot there away from this one. They're still waiting to kite back and forth, hiding behind Biofrost's shield. Wall falls.
Because they're really trying to set up Expect to just smack everyone into that wall being built by Perkz. Bjergsen once again was on the other side, and he's the man without flash. You have the flash engage from a Gnar to maybe get onto him, but now it's without the Mega Gnar.
It's gonna fall, okay, but that's at least explosive charge down.
That was such a big moment for G2.
Looking.
Ooh, he's gonna find a little bit there. Rocket jump away. Devil's gonna stay safe for now, but that's Guardian Angel popped off of Hanser. Here comes the re-engage in this one. Is he tanky enough? Rock jumps right back out. Perkz still waiting on the wings, looking to chase down on Hanser. Perkz, whew, not gonna find one just yet, but a great knockback. Nearly takes down Sven Skarn.
Yeah, Perkz did such a good job dancing on the side. They're pushing back, pushing back the carries, really utilizing this Taliyah extremely well, but a lot of low health bars on both sides. G2 will be able to go back to base and heal back up, so they hold on again.
They do. 1 minute on Baron right now. Expect still sitting with the flash here. We are looking at that wall from Perkz. Get Bjergsen, you know, just cornered right there, and then maybe use the flash engage from Expect to get onto this Cassiopeia and see if you can actually kill her. Hanser without GA, though, he's also a target. He's the kind of lone front man diving in from TSM, and he's just not tanky enough against the late game damage of G2.
Not just yet. Still going to wait for the items to come through. Of course, Hanser at full build. The Guardian Angel itself is not gold efficient when the unique passive is down. So theoretically, he might want to sell and rebuy between cooldowns if he has the money.
Yeah.
I believe GA sells for less than 70%, so it's expensive to do that, but would be the right choice. Maybe pick up a Locket, as you were mentioning earlier on.
Yeah, or that second Knight's Vow. I mean, Doublelift has it on him now. I think it's extremely effective to put it on Bjergsen, and actually makes you a lot tankier, too, because of all the healing coming in from the DPS.
Worth highlighting also Trick with their mastery here, giving him slightly less cooldown on his summoner spells, meaning his flash is actually ready just about now. We are still waiting for Bjergsen's flash, about 30 seconds. That is a window for G2. Trying to find the engage, and this is where TSM needs to be really careful.
Bjergsen's waiting.
Oh, he actually steps forward right there.
We also have to remember, I mean, they can kill this over the wall now with Triss at level 18, the auto attack range, and it's going down very quickly. He is spotted out, though.
And they're going to back out. Double's going to be a little careful. Gnar Rocket jumps over. He's going to stay safe.
But again, it's so scary for TSM. They should wait for Bjergsen's flash before they really look for the big fight.
Here we go, slow into Mithy. Trick still wants into the front. Perk's gonna find some damage, and a Power Frost burning him down a little bit. Shield is on, 3,000 health left.
Really good miasma once again from Bjergsen to make sure there's no chance of like a body slam flash happening from Trick.
G2 has cut them out of the mid lane though. They had the mid lane priority. They're gonna be able to get at least one turret here. Nicely done by G2, maneuvering around this.
And the gold lead no longer matters at this point. Almost all these players are at full builds. G2, again, still up these 2 Drakes. They've got control of the map right now. They took down mid tier 2.
And I think G2 deserves so much credit for actually navigating these fights and not allowing the Tristana and Cassiopeia to actually get in and look for the fights. But Bjergsen going forward now.
Gonna find some damage, and Mithy been ulted right back out by Sven. Another re-engage. They're gonna find Hotzer. He's not long for the world. He's gonna go down to Explosive Cask. And he's staying alive a few more seconds, jumps right back out, actually staying alive. Hotzer alive at the very end of it all. And now TSM forced to kite back low on HP. G2 pretty healthy. Svenskaren has to be careful of Sven, and out they go. Can't believe Hotzer lived, but he did.
Such ridiculously close fights, but Mithy popping the ultimate there. Where are they going? They're actually going top to try to knock down another turret here. Will TSM try to respond?
Expect a sitting bot lane right now. We gotta remember, late game, the channel time on TP is important for these fights because you can kill a guy so quickly and then suddenly it might not matter that an R shows up behind. Always something to keep in mind. Bjergsen's flash is back up. Trick and Expect sitting with their flashes ready.
We're also getting to the point where AD carries may want to start thinking about selling their boots and buying that last item. And we'll see if Doublelift is going to pick up a PD and if we're going to see a Shiv or something like that, or even a Mercurial force Sven.
I'd go Essence Reaver, honestly. It's still going to give you 100% crit chance, but it's more attack damage. I mean, Tristana's going to attack speed cap with Rapid Fire on. You actually don't even want another Zeal item here in this build.
Sven's kind of staying around with only 50% HP.
Look at Perks. Look at that damage output from him. He is actually smashing.
Yeah, a lot of it is how well he's positioning. He's utilizing the range. He's not allowing Bjergsen and Doublelift to actually get in range to utilize all the damage they have in their kits. I mean, if they can be in range, if they can get their DPS out, Doublelift and Bjergsen are so much stronger right now, but Perks is manipulating his positioning so well.
Spot by Bjergsen. They want to team fight this one. Han's going to be found out in the front side. Can they find Perks? Not just yet. Looking for the play. Not going to find it for Biofrost. Doublelift slowed down a bit by Expect. The dunk comes in for Hans. Guardian Angel's not up, and he's going to fall down. 1 for 0. They find Trick for a bit of damage. Don't play pop though. Svenskaren on the wings, pushed out by Perks. They can't quite kill up Trick, but it's so close to knocking him down. They jump over the wall. They knock down Trick. They're going to find Expect. He cannot survive this. The attack damage coming out from Doublelift, pushing him over the wall. The flash, the Megadar. He's blank time. Here comes Sven. QSS. The flash. Get him out of the way. And the explosive charge should be enough. Can they take down Expect? It's not yet enough damage, but look at the low health bars though. Doublelift should have some time. Rapid Fire up in 8 seconds, so doesn't want to re-engage for another 5 now, but the minute hit will fall.
And Perks is zoning him out of that. It is a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
TSM does take the inhibitor, but a very messy fight. It felt like TSM getting a little bit trigger happy, trying to force something, getting frustrated by G2 delaying them and delaying them again and again.
And a lot of guys couldn't actually join the fights in time. G2 Esports are going straight for Elder Drake. They're trading it once again for the Baron.
And it will be the same trade as last time. TSM want to wait out 2.5 minutes and see which the last minute themselves.
Do they have time to get over there? It doesn't look like TSM can actually do that at all.
But this call is now, if they actually do secure it, wow, they do have Kalista.
Hotzer has TP and Trick doesn't. They can 5v4 if they really try hard enough. There, here goes. TP's cast.
G2 needs to just get out of there instantly. Hanzo's TPing in the mid lane with home guards.
Well, Cloud Drake's at work, though. They have the power of 3 of them, so 75 out of combat movement speed, and there's just no catch to be had.
So this trade, while before it made a lot of sense for G2, this time around it's even better in my opinion, because I keep talking about flashes, but they are so key in these late game fights. Both carries on the side of TSM sitting without them. Trick sitting with his on this Gragas. You have Elder Drake. You should be able to force a fight with your Gragas and that buff helping you.
And here's the fight again, and this is what I'm talking about, a little bit of desperation. I mean, Doublelift is not here for so long, and TSM is already fully committing to the fight. Svenskaren was chunked out very early, and you need to be fighting with the Tristana and the Cassio together.
We simply see in the end, Trick does go down to the poison. Expect gets the Megalord just in time, and Sven actually used his flash to try and get over and help him after. Very important that Expect did stay alive.
Yeah, Doublelift, if he had not had that QSS, certainly could have gone down there, but quick reactions.
Would kill him from Sven.
But again, I mean, it's Perks. He steps forward, utilizing his range advantage to try to keep Doublelift and Bjergsen away from the rest of his team.
So we got double GA ready for TSM, but still Bjergsen as an easy target for the man we're looking at on the side of G2, Trick himself. TSM are actually pushing forward with the Baron buff here. They are risking a potential engage from G2.
And they just finished max items. Bjergsen just now finished death cap, so he's going to be a much larger threat here, but he's flashless.
No miasma from Bjergsen, which just put down. Trick Not in a position to engage onto him just yet. Bjergsen is staying just outside of the picture, stepping in when he has Miasma ready. He's waiting for the cooldown every time, using it on Trick, so there's no body slam.
And they still have to respect Elder Dragon. Nice knockback on a Hanser, has to jump back over the wall, still getting shut down. Even popped the stone plate. Hanser, I think, has to heal back up now.
Oh, here comes Mithy. This could be the
right
fight.
in the middle of the team. He brought in Meganar. They're looking for the damage here, but they jump over the wall just to buy a little bit more time. TSM running away. Explosive Cask only pulls in Biofrost.
That looked like Perks shoved them over the wall, perhaps, and saved them. Not realizing that interaction.
Bio's getting low. He's getting roll. He's going to stay alive just barely.
Trick also just used his ulti, so he's not much of a threat
TSM
right now. Oh, TSM actually managed to stay alive here.
We have to see that replay again, though, because it really did look like Perks pushed them to safety over the wall.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that they would have been able to actually get out themselves.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure as well myself. We'll definitely have to watch that again.
I'm not sure if it was a rocket jump and a Braum W, or if it was a seismic shove pushing them over.
Yeah, I think he'd send them back the other way, though, and not over the wall. But yeah, we have to watch. I didn't see it, of course. It was a very chaotic team fight, 5,000 gold apart. And Elder Dragon buff just now times out. TSM have 50 seconds. They've already recalled. Back on the map they go.
Scary stuff. TSM staying alive right there. Should actually have been a good fight for G2 with the Elder Drake, but now they ended up using Flash from Trick as well. So suddenly Bjergsen feeling much more confident, stepping forward.
7-1-2.
Still does not have his summoners, though. As you pointed out, in double F Bjergsen, both without Flash. They have the double GAs available, and they're trying to make use of this Baron buff.
Of this Baron buff. Biofrost up in a 2.5k, but a chunk of the
Bjergsen!
Oh, they've got the one! The turret's going down. There's a knock. If they actually get a bit of damage on a Trick, it's the CC. Sven's force pretty low, causing force to run away. Low health bars on Bjergsen, then a 1,000 under that in HP. Double lift. If he has rocket up, he's safe. If he doesn't, okay, he does.
Yeah, TSM need to back off. They got the turret. They do stay alive, but very low health bars. So G2 lose the inhibitor turret, keep the inhibitor. Their mid lane inhibitor is going to be coming back pretty soon, and we're really at this kind of just stalemate point.
I mean, it's the longest game of Rift Rivals so far in this one, and G2, to their credit, playing so much better than they have most of this weekend.
MSI all over again. The last game of the entire tournament, or group stage, sorry, you have G2 versus TSM, long game where TSM is ahead, they're winning, and then G2 are just clawing their way back. Trick is currently sitting behind Svenskaren. All recalling. I actually thought for a moment Trick was just face-checking TSM, but it was his own teammates.
Doublelift does have the gold now to actually buy up a 6th item if he so chooses. So it'll be interesting to see if he's actually going to go for that. Neither AD carry has so far, but Sven did change up his itemization. He actually sold the Frozen Mallet to buy Lord Dominic, so to try to deal with some of the more armor that is being picked up.
Definitely agree with that choice, especially considering that anyone who pops the stone plate will have that max health value 100% over. Another big damage amp there. TSM waiting again in the brush, waiting in the wings. Expect does not land that one, but the ward comes over. Svenskaren, you can see, taking big chunks. He's pretty squishy in this build, right? He's got the Yomus, he's got the percent armor pen as well. Guardian Angel only gives you 30 armor.
And just to remind everyone, because it's been a very long game now, if G2 beats TSM, then the final of Rift Rivals will be P1 against Unicorns of Love. If TSM wins, then they will represent North America against Unicorns of Love.
It's just G2 looking to play spoiler for TSM once
they're trying at least.
And to play for some respect for themselves as well. They've had, of all the teams, the worst tournament here, and making it 2-4 at least saves a bit of face, gets it a bit closer.
For the ultimate, they have a cutoff.
Oh, Double's gotta be careful. Doesn't get shut off completely, but he's still gotta run away from Perks. Doesn't quite take the hits though. Boots of speed at work. Bjergsen gets the stun. They took down Perks. That was a huge play out of Bjergsen. Now the fight can continue 5v4. This is what they need, and it's the tense moment here.
Once Meganar expires, TSM is going to go very aggressive. I expect has to go now before it expires.
On the one. They're going to go for this play. The knockback on a 2 by a bit of time, but he's still not long for the world, and Double is staying alive, flashing away. Sven looking to make it happen. He's going to get shut down. That's it. That's going to be the game. There's no damage left. A double kill out of Bjergsen to seal the deal. Trick going to run away, but it doesn't matter. Even the German crowd happy to cheer TSM here as North America's #1 team will be #1 at Rift Rivals in the group stage, and they will move on to face Unicorns of Love to cement whether NA is greater than EU or EU is greater than NA.
And when push comes to shove, it's Bjergsen, the man in the mid lane, makes the game-ending play. The ult flash onto Perks, coming up when it counts, and they're going to go to the finals.
All credit to G2 making this game as close as they could, but the clutch moment went down to Bjergsen.
Minions to finish this?
They're going to try to survive.
Gonna relish their victory. They're gonna dance in the fountain. It's gonna go down. GG, well played TSM, 5-1.
We had so many insane moments towards the end of this game. We have very, very close fights. People were missing summoner spells, Elder Drake buffs, Baron buffs. Some of the walls from Perks just missing out on where Bjergsen will be on the map. And then that last fight, Perks are a little bit eager, feeling like maybe he could be the man, despite being 1-4 at that point, sneaking in behind TSM, get the big play, but Bjergsen says, nah, I'm the man here getting the big play.
Yeah, I mean, when you go for those risky plays, at the end of the game, you're going to be a hero, you're going to be a zero. It's either going to come up big for your team or you cost your team the game, but you have to have the confidence sometimes to look for those plays because they were kind of bleeding out. They had lost all their inhibitor turrets. They were losing inhibitors, and it felt like G2 needed to make something happen.
I completely agree. I don't want to see hate online for Perks because this was a catastrophically difficult game, and he still did the most in the game. Perks had such an amazing Taliyah performance, 50 minutes long, putting out the best he could. One big play does not undermine that.
Yeah, and I think that Perks actually played so incredibly well, especially from behind, from the position that he was set earlier in the game. You know, manipulating some of these team fights, being able to zone out Bjergsen and Doublelift, but TSM does hold strong, and they're going to the finals, and they have been the best team in this tournament so far.
Yep.
And now they're playing Unicorns of Love. We've seen these guys play against each other multiple times. I believe Unicorns of Love still have the winning record, but obviously 5-2. 5-2. So day one, TSM took them down. The manager of Unicorns of Love, he lost his hair and everything. Then Unicorns actually bounced back and beat TSM, so they're 1-1 against each other. And now it's just the best of 5.
And that second game was very crazy. I mean, it was TSM so far ahead, and Unicorns finding an incredible fight by the Baron with Vizichowski.
It's going to be absolutely insane, that series, actually. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yep, it also means that we're going to bid farewell to G2, to Fnatic, to Cloud9, to Phoenix One. Their time here is done. They fought very hard, of course, and had some pretty good runs back and forth, and now it just comes down to tomorrow's games. North America may have won the group stage, but it was a reasonably close set of games, a reasonably close sort of set of matches, and now it's down to the best of 5 to crown the official winner of Rift Rivals.
Sure. I think it's fair to say, though, that overall, I think the NA teams have looked just slightly above the European teams, if we just judge all the games we've seen so far.
Sure.
But again, we are looking at 2 teams who are 1-1 against each other. So we can't really say TSM goes into the final as favorites. I think actually it's super even between them and Unicorns.
And I think we also all know that a best of 5 is a different beast, right? It requires, I think, more preparation. There's more time to actually set up for what you want, how you want to attack the teams, both as far as strategy and pick ban. So seeing the adaptations coming out from these teams will be very exciting.
It's going to be a fun one to watch for. Best of 5 coming up tomorrow. Unicorns of Love versus TSM. But that's going to do it for us here at the Castle Desk. Let's throw it down to TSM's mid and 80 carry to see what they think about it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And good cast on the day. I'm joined here by Bjergsen and Doublelift after a grueling and tense victory. Let's start with Bjerg. You made the game-winning play, Petrifying Gaze after the flash, managed to make it work. One play, but why did it take 50 minutes to set up that play?
Yeah, I was just really bored of how the game was playing because I got such a big lead, but I wasn't able to really do anything. And they kept blowing my flash with the Gragas flashing in, or we had a team fight where I had to use my flash. So I had 10, 15 minutes without flash, so I was not able to look for that play. So when I finally had it back up and I saw Perk split, I was like, let's just get this over with.
Well, definitely was an exciting end to the group stage. Doublelift, let's reflect on all 6 games. Pretty clear that TSM was the stronger performing team, really, out of all 6. Is that a fair statement to make? What do you think?
I guess, yeah. I think we just had a really set, style and sort of team, play style coming into this thing. And some of the other teams were, they're either learning the EU teams and trying to figure out, oh, how are we going to beat the NA drafts or the NA team comps? And then I think Phoenix One and C9 were, they're just playing a very unique style to them.
Unique style to them. It seems like you guys didn't have a huge amount of problems with the EU squads. Lift, you specifically, one of the narratives this summer has been, lacking some confidence, not feeling quite as strong as you used to. Had some strong words to say about EU bottom lanes, and you've backed them up. Was it exactly as you expected, or was there really some competition?
It was actually easier than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Reckless and Jezus were gonna be better, but they're pretty awful in lane. And then
I love you so much,
I think UL's
Peter.
bottom lane is actually a lot better than I expected. I think Samix and Hillsong, they were off my radar, but they actually played pretty well in both the games we played them.
I'm gonna ask a similar question. EU mids, apparently they feed at Rift Rivals. Bjergsen, what was competition like for you here, specifically in that mid lane matchup?
I think it really depended game by game. I think Perks, I think he still played pretty well. In this game, he was put in a bad position because of Haunster's roam. Pretty much put him in a position where he was going to get screwed over no matter what. But Exilia had a bad game and then a good game on Vlad. And I think Caps has just been heavily underperforming this tournament. I had pretty high expectations for him going in, and I think he just didn't perform well this tournament at all. So I think Exilium and Perks didn't play too bad, but Caps did not have his best tournament.
I'm interested to see how well Exile performs tomorrow. The only team to take a game off you guys, Bjergsen. Final, best of 5. How different is that beast versus the BO1s that you've been playing for the last 3 days?
I mean, we'll just have to see how much cheese you all can pull out to beat us. Because I think it's apparent that we're the better team, and they were able to win off a really strong team composition that they could execute. But UL is like, they just play worse, but then they have a really strong team fight where they ace the enemy team and then win. So if we can continue our snowball, the series shouldn't be a problem.
Apparent, you're the better team. Double lifts. UOL has a winning record against Team Solar Mid, franchise versus franchise. Does that give them an advantage tomorrow in the finals? Can EU claim the title despite losing 6-12 in the group stage?
Wow. I think I wasn't a part of that, you know, the losing record against UOL, so...
Oh, so just passing the blame, passing the blame.
Yeah, exactly. It's not my fault. I think, just like Soren said, it's gonna come down to which team has better fundamentals, and, you know, we've been working super hard, all split, and if we just don't get cheese, we're good.
Don't get cheese. Well, I hope they cheese you. Anyways, guys, congratulations. Exceptionally good performance here on the group stage. I'm looking forward to the finals. And we're going to head to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and thank you very much, both Bjergsen and Double Lift. Let them spin, man. That's what they were made to do. All right. Anyway, TSM closes out that game over G2, and it became a really scrappy one, which I think was quite interesting, but a rightful winner in the end. We're going to just take a look at one big team fight that solved the deal in the end, brought to you by Acer for TSM, even though it got a bit hairy. So let's look at what happens here. It's Bjergsen finally flashing in for that big play.
Yeah, we're waiting for a big play like all game, basically, because Doublelift and Bjergsen both had the potential to carry at this point. So it's all about like who finds the right engage at the right time. And Bjergsen just seeing the opportunity, like finding Perks off guard, and like basically deciding the team fight to begin with was pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, I think up until this point, G2's front line was playing better, but TSM had the stronger scaling backline, so that's why it took so long. And there were so many of these team fights that were, you know, touch and go there.
Yeah, and on top of that, they knew that they were playing for place in the final, so I guess that the mental aspect was also kicking in there.
I mean, to be fair, they also had more tools in their front line with the Gragas ult and the Gnar engage, so I think it was just a really back and forth game for the last like 15 minutes where it could have went either way, but in this tournament, it just seems like G2 is not really in a spot where when it's really close, that they will take the game, so I wasn't really surprised that in the end, TSM won the game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe to round off, talking about what we've seen from G2, because if we look at the tournament holistically, it was a big question of will this be the tournament where they step back into form? And for so many weeks in EU, we've said, well, it's definitely going to be this week, it's definitely going to be this week, but this is cause for concern, I think, or am I overreacting amazing?
I'm not quite sure. Like, I think that this tournament kind of served G2 as a memory to their old ways, which is basically like playing the 4-1 style. This is actually the supposedly dominant play style within like the world. So what I'm rather thinking is that like G2 now is going to start playing towards a style and actually be confident within it. And it's not going to try to adapt to UL or Fnatic anymore, and it's actually going to push forward what they think is right.
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. We've seen a lot of action so far at Rift Rivals 2017, and here are the results from the group phase. North America's teams winning 12 games over Europe's best, who only got to win 6 in the end. That is rough, that is rough. Definitely not what we expected. If you guys had been playing, obviously, it would have been completely different.
Me, right? Yeah.
Definitely not.
No, definitely not. Well, the Unicorns of Love are the ones that are victorious from the side of Europe. Kobe, what was unexpected for you in how the games went and how the teams went?
Today, actually, not much was unexpected. I think pretty much everything went to chalk today. As far as the last interview that we just saw from Doublelift and Bjergsen, though, talking about as long as we don't get cheesed, I mean, I don't think grouping up as 5 mid and going for a team fight to try and engage on someone is cheese, so... I
thought that was pretty weak, because he said, I hope we don't get cheesed. We did see them drafting a complicated composition and getting a strong performance and good team fights, and I was like, what? So that's good, isn't it? But, you know, in general, cheese is not a thing.
I think it more comes down to if TSM is able to control the early game and push their leads, because they have been showing that they are playing well in the early game and getting leads. And against UL, you are not. If you make small mistakes, they will capitalize on it, and then so you pretty much need to play a flawless game, and then if that happens, then I think TSM will stomp UL if that happens, obviously.
Yeah, I think that like this whole cheating part is kind of iffy, and like I think that UL is doing what TSM is doing to a small extent. They basically just like play teamfight comps, like 4-1 comps that succeed in their own. I don't think there's anything cheaty about it. I just think that TSM is stronger macro-wise, and they're actually like more controlled. Their ward coverage is more on point. So all the things they're doing are just like on a step above UL. So I'm rather gonna see, like, looking forward to seeing how UL is actually adapting to the VOD coverage they have now, to actually like seeing how TSM is warding and basically controlling the map and how they're gonna respond to that.
So they're on par with UL and everything, and better actually. I agree with that. Besides maybe that crunch time team fighting. So can that make the difference?
Surely, like UL has been really, really good under pressure, whereas like TSM is like, you know, they're back and forth. So I think that UL, if it comes down to a 50-50 call, like whether it's Drake, Nash, or a team fight, they're going to have the upper hand.
That's where they have the chance. Let's see if we can find some clues in the stats breakdown of EU versus NA, where TSM or Unicorns of Love might have an edge. The early game for North America has been really, really good, and also for Unicorns of Love specifically, it's not been good, whereas it has been in the ULCS, so that might be a problem for them. Objective control is also still lacking, so in the numbers game overall, it should be an easy win.
But I mean, UL has shown that objective control for them doesn't actually matter that much, as long as they can get that one fight where they can just roll over the enemy team. So I don't think we should look too much into the stats for UL specifically, because they play a very specific style where what matters is the team fight and what item spikes to have in that fight.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that people need to keep in mind these post 15-minute lane assignments. If you're playing versus Unicorns of Love, never send your AD carry off to the side lane to split push, right? Because he's not going to be able to join. They will engage on you, and that's where they look for those team fights.
If we look at, you know, if you want to judge, of course, also we're kind of judging EU versus NA in this tournament, as is the nature of the tournament, not inciting flame. But stats like having horrible objective control overall about all the teams that you're sending versus all the other teams, a goal deficit that isn't able to be up to par in one games overall. You know, as you guys who are playing in the European region and playing towards Worlds, I want to see good results there from either teams. What do you make of that?
It comes down to the mindset you have as a team, because we have seen the style that Fnatic brings in Europe has been working in Europe, but what are your actual goals? Like, is it to be able to perform at Worlds? Because then, if you're getting beaten, if your style is getting beaten by NA teams, like how is it going to look against Korean teams? So, I think the teams in Europe needs to reevaluate how they approach the game, and then hopefully we will get better.
Yeah, I think this goal setting is a really, really big point. Like we've heard like TSM, for example, their approach has always been to win Worlds, even if it may not be possible. That is their ultimate goal. Whereas the EU teams have been stepping back from that. Like, there are a lot of teams that are happy with where they are, like winning domestically. They're not trying to make changes, like to basically make the roster bigger, make the roster better, but they're rather confident and comfortable with where they are. And I think this kind of goal setting is going to change now with this event, with Rift Riots having come in, and obviously like still going on, like that EU teams are going to be less comfortable with where they are, especially the top two teams that just got destroyed in this tournament, that they're going to now reevaluate and be like, hey, we actually want to compete against these teams, and we actually want to go further than just like losing out in groups.
Wake up call for them.
I totally agree. I think as bad as it has looked in this tournament for EU, that we have been smashed by NA in some of the games, I think it should be a wake-up call for the EU teams that want to succeed on international competition. That because I know for sure that some of the EU teams thought that this style that they brought to the table, like Fnatic, for example, with these questionable drafts that on paper shouldn't actually work as well as it has done in the split, thought they could beat the teams here at the Rift Rivals. So wake-up call for sure, and I think it will only make EU better in the future.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's see how it evolves. Well, we've also seen many strong performances in the group phase, but one player really stands out. Phoenix One's Mike Young was the hard carry in his international debut. As our group stage MVP, we actually all tallied votes amongst everyone casting and analyzing every game, and then tallied who had the most. And that was Mike Young, and well-deserved. Fantastic performance as a rookie in his first international tournament. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, so those votes you're talking about tallying, those are player of the game votes.
Yes,
so those
exactly.
are within the games that the teams played. And Mike Young was usually getting the nod there for Phoenix One on their side because he's the most flashy player. I personally voted for Xpecial in quite a few of those games.
Not enough, though.
Really did. Yeah, not enough, I guess. Did like a lot of the Thresh play. Honestly, though, this guy definitely deserves it. Mike Young has completely changed the face of this team. And even though, Xpecial did come in a fairly, similar time, Mike Young has been outstanding and changed the actual way that they play the game.
That's a catalyst, right? Together with Xpecial.
So my question is, I mean, I don't follow NA as much as you do, Kobe, but is he the best jungler in the world?
I think it's pretty safe to say that we're working on his championship skin right now.
Sounds good.
It is quite interesting, though. They almost made it to the final. They didn't, but you say he had a standout performance. He's great, and we just kind of mentioned Xpecial, but it's obviously those two together, probably also a bit of the experience he's bringing, able to kind of enable the rest of the players again, because Arrow was the MVP over in spring. Ryu has had some of the best games I've seen him play in probably 2 years, and Zig was on fire too. So that brings high hopes for them back in NA. So do you see them making the playoffs and further?
In their interview after winning, they said, we got a lot better on our plane flight over here, so they got a plane flight back. Maybe they'll get twice as good.
No, it's going to revert everything.
Or reverse it?
Time zone difference coming in.
Oh, well, we won't see them in the final, but we will be back here tomorrow for the final fight between TSM and the Unicorns of Love. Game 1 starts at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime, so that is an hour later than we've started the last couple of days. A best of 5 between TSM and the Unicorns of Love. Not the final what is it, the hero we deserve, or whatever, doesn't matter. Not
good one.
Yeah. We thought it was going to be TSM Fnatic was my point, but in the end we get the Unicorns of Love, which is also a nice final to watch.
And I think that having seen the games, they definitely deserve it, right? Unicorns are the ones that banded together. They stuck to their style of that. Basically ram it straight down mid with the 5-on-5, drafting more towards their team. Guys like Exile, he deserves some credit as well for kind of stabilizing, right? It can be really, damaging to a player's, mental health when you start out a tournament that bad and everyone's just flaming you. It was literally like 0-16 or something in the first couple of games. Yet he was able to right the ship. He went back to the Kassadin, played some team fight on Vladimir, and did show up later.
And I think if there's something we can say about the final tomorrow is that it's going to be exciting to watch, because we know that there will be super explosive fights in the mid game, and I think we all love to see that. So I think either way, it's going to be a final that will be fun to watch.
And memorable. You guys won't be on the desk tomorrow, so could I get your predictions for that one?
I can start. I think that TSM is going to win 3-2, and I think they're going to win the last game pretty cleanly, actually. So it's going to be like, back and forth, and the last game is going to be stomped.
All right, trashy.
Say it.
I don't even know,
you
man.
Pride.
My heart says the EU is going to win.
I can see you tearing up. Are you trying to cry already? This is really hurting you.
No, I think TSM will take it.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the score, but TSM should be able to take it.
Yeah, I as well. They definitely, in the group stage, look to be the best team in the tournament. Unicorns have improved over the group stage, but I don't think it's enough.
It would be fantastically logical if TSM won it, but they're playing against the Unicorns. So let's hope for 5 explosive games. And on top of that, Freak will be hosting a bot lane focus stream covering the finals with some special guests, G2's Sven and Phoenix One's Xpecial. So don't be late, because that will be a very, very cool alternative stream to tune into as well. Time for us to log off for the night. Thank you guys very much for watching, and meet us back here tomorrow for the final between TSM and the Unicorns of Love. Have a great night.
Being a little bit cocky there, walking forward, taking a bit of damage from Trick, can reset tower aggro.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk him down. Well, that's first blood for Trick, folks.
You knew exactly what was going on as expect, now dead.
Oh, on the backside of the play, Reeves
has arrived.
Kill, and Perks is caught out again. The chain CC 3 stacks 4 and deleted. I see Mike Young trying to come over the wall. Can he kick him back into the team? Trying to find the kick. He's gonna get him stunned.
Holy shit.
Good job, boys! Bizachachi throwing the boulder. Cloud9 getting destroyed.
Help me. Wait, Twitch is
nice, guys. Turn this one back, uses the Gargoyle Stoneblade. By outsmarted.
That was close.
Unicorns of Love, they're gonna do it. They're gonna take down Cloud9 for the 2nd time. Moving around the corner, Hanzo, that's not what you wanted. The chain CC, the exhaust, it goes down. That's going to be first blood, and Fnatic
Kill the Inter, kill the Inter. Kill the Inter.
He's Svenskeren now coming in on the front line. That's a Hanser. He's well on the way to Meganar. He has the flash. He's going to move in right over the wall. They're just going to delete the opposition.
Are going to dismantle Fnatic and take the victory over the EU counterpart.
Going to land the javelin. Can he dodge flash? Beautiful out of Mike Young. Gets the heal as well. Zig now forced to run with 2 more autos. Will kill him out. Flash done. Device time the Q to heal. The double kill for Mike Young. Far out he goes over the pit. Now Chachi. Night fine for more, but Satchel Plant buys a bit more space. The Zonia's come in. A double kill. The third one going to come in. The full aces. Then it's a full house. GG to Phoenix 1. Gonna flash forward, look for the chase on a Reckless. Nice juke, but the stun against the wall is still there. And Smoothie gonna pick up a hard-earned kill for himself. Cloud are gonna go over, and Fnatic are gonna get their first drink of Rift Rivals. Woo! Easy everything kill once again to Sneaky. He's gonna try to close it out. Sneaky the same as Jess once in, can't get the flate. 2 more attacks to do it, and Cloud9 will in fact take down Fnatic 2-0. Perk's taking a lot of damage on himself flash, but it's a late flash. One more shot comes in, and it's Bjergsen who grabs first blood. Now the repeat gank though, his Trick turns it right around. Wall coming in, actually Trick's nearby. Can he make the play? They re-engage on the jungler. He flashes, he gets it! Trick is a mastermind.
Cluster. I got her. Kill, nice.
Baby. Dance in the fountain. It's gonna go down. GG. Well played, TSM. 5-1.